Check, check. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. Audio check.
Hey, Adam, let me know if you need anything.
Testing, testing. 1, 2. Hello and welcome to Wednesday. Looks like some sun here in San Francisco.
Please welcome to the stage Stats Senior Writer for Medicine and Editorial Director of Events, Matthew Herper.
Hey everybody, welcome. Welcome to those of you who returned here to the Stat Breakthrough Summit West and to those who are coming for the first time. It's great to see all of you. I have introductory remarks, but we're not going to start with them. We did this once before by accident, and we liked it so much that we decided to do it again. In a moment, we will welcome virtually to the Stat stage Dr. Robert Califf, and it's great to see so many of you in the seats here, and I would love it if you would all participate in this session and ask questions, and then we'll formally start going after we've started the fun parts. So thanks again to all of you for being here, and please welcome to the stage Dr. Robert Califf, instructor in medicine at Duke University School of Medicine and a former commissioner of the FDA. Rob,
Hey,
good to
Matt.
see you.
What is this Matthew stuff? You go by Matthew now or not Matt?
The applause was loud enough that we couldn't hear you.
Oh,
So
can you hear me?
I can hear you now, and
Okay.
it's great to see you. So Dr. Califf, as I think most of you know, is the author of more than 1,000 publications, one of the most important clinical trialists of ever. One of the fathers of the mega trial. Over the years, we've gotten to discuss lots of really interesting drugs, from ezetimibe and niseratide and to things that should be completely uncontroversial, like statins. And he couldn't be here today because I believe tomorrow is the day?
That's right. 52 years of marriage. How about that?
50 wedding. So one of the best happy excuses I've ever gotten for somebody not being able to come in person. So thank you for joining us today. It's great to see
Right.
you.
You know, you just made me think. It was 52 years ago, as of tomorrow, we went on our honeymoon to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, being good South Carolinians, but we didn't realize there was a motorcycle convention going on that day. So it's quite, this will be a lot more pleasant, I think, tomorrow.
Can you share where you're going, or is that top secret?
We're staying home, actually. We've been traveling a lot. So, in fact, I'm a little homesick for San Francisco, having lived there for 7 years out of our lives. And the last 5 years in the Presidio were just unbelievably good, but good to be in Durham, too.
Yeah. So, well, welcome. We've got a lot of stuff we can talk about today. The current Secretary of Health and Human Services just testified in front of Congress. You've made some comments about Secretary Kennedy before, along the lines of that he's identified some of the right problems but is bringing the wrong solutions. What do you think of his secretaryship so far? I'm leaving it open, yeah.
Yeah, let me just draw a line here between my views about Secretary Kennedy and then the other leaders of HHS agencies, where I don't want to get into personal discussions of exactly what I think about them personally. But I think Secretary Kennedy is a unique example, and I really do mean what I said about the right problem, the wrong solution. You know, Matt, that I've been harping for over 2 decades on the issue that in the U.S. we focus so much on high technology and expensive things of marginal benefit that we've dropped the ball on the basics that really make a difference in how long people live and what their quality of life is. And I think he's correctly pointed that out. But, you know, I'm sorry that I don't think that all the vitamins and supplements in the world are going to fix the problem. We actually know a lot about what it would take to fix the problem, and we just need to change our system and orient our research around these basic things that really matter. I did have a bit of a laugh this morning. I was on another Zoom with a meeting in Bethesda, and I sort of lamented it. Just if we had been able to have that meeting in person, we could have all taken a swim in Rock Creek Park and tried out the secretary's ideas.
In his testimony today, the secretary was asked if would he vaccinate his own children today, and he said probably for measles, and also that his opinions about vaccines are irrelevant. Would you agree with that statement?
No, his opinions are not irrelevant. That's a double negative, but um, he is the leader of Health and Human Services in the United States of America. That's the most powerful position in the world for health advocacy for what could enable people to live longer and have more functional lives. And fundamental vaccination saves millions of lives every year already, and he's busy eroding public confidence in it. So, no, I don't think his opinion on this is at all irrelevant, and I think he's flat out wrong and doing harm to the American people with what he's saying.
The, when you talk about him eroding confidence in vaccines, how do you think he's done that so far? Is it just the bully pulpit, or are you worried about things functionally?
Well, I mean, we can go way back. What he's doing now is minor compared to what he's already done with using legal mechanisms to try to take the legs out from the foundations of vaccination and really gumming up the works, including making a number of statements. I mean, the written statement in one of his books that viruses and bacteria don't cause disease.
I think
don't
the
know.
statement may have been actually that miasma does, that miasma theory was being ignored.
Right. So I don't know it's sort of hard to have a rational discussion after that. And here is such a powerful position. But right now, the idea that an average person who's busy with a lot of other things is going to do an in-depth analysis of years of clinical trials and understand them and then draw their own conclusion by, quote, doing their own homework, unquote. It just doesn't make sense, and it's putting people at risk. When the most powerful person says, I'm not sure, what is a parent supposed to do with their child?
With there, you did have a lot of focus on food when you were FDA commissioner and on GRAS. Do you see any moves in that direction that are from the new administration that you think will actually have an impact? You know, it is notable, I guess, that there's a new initiative to look at the problems with ultra-processed food, but Kevin Hall's departed the NIH.
Yeah, I've talked with Kevin Hall, but first let's just recognize that there is an amazing opportunity here. The food part of the FDA was in bad shape, not because of the people who were there, but the structure wasn't right, and it's been massively underfunded. And I think we made a lot of progress towards fixing that. But I was very frustrated because a lot of the policy things that I would have liked to have seen happen were actually opposed by the people who are currently on the Maha bandwagon. So that is an amazing opportunity.
What are those things that you would have liked to have seen happen that were opposed?
Much more emphasis on the nutritional facts, the support for good nutrition, and SNAP as a good example where so many of our children are eating bad food as they're growing up on public money. But also recognizing just that one issue alone shows how complicated it is, because if you declared today that public subsidy for food is only going to be for healthy foods, the budget would go up substantially. So you got to fix the whole infrastructure of the food system, and yet we're subsidizing bad food to the tune of billions of dollars. So this is not just an FDA issue, it's really an all a government issue to fix this, and I'm glad it's being focused on. I just hope that we don't end up with, I call it policy by slogan. And ultra-processed food is actually a great example. Most highly ultra-processed food is very high in carbohydrates, sugar, salt, and fat. And so if you just ate less of those things, you'd eat a lot less ultra-processed food. But there's some types of ultra-processing that are essential for areas that have low incomes and are far away from the nearest Whole Foods or whatever place is offering the kind of fresh food that you should be eating. And so every single element of this requires science. and unbiased evaluation that has to be done by people who have the skills to do it. And unfortunately, the Doge team has dispatched a very large part of the apparatus of the entire government that would do this work. So I don't know how the policies are going to be enacted in the right way without the people to actually do the work that it takes to get it right.
Do we have any questions out there? Anybody want to leap up early in the morning? Come on. No? Well, I do have an audience question for you, which is about a change about something that's going on at the FDA, which is someone wanted to know about, one of the audience members pre-submitted a question about how companies should think about artificial intelligence in the review process at the FDA, and how they should approach drug review comments that are coming from artificial intelligence. I mean, this sounds like something you would have thought about a lot, not only when you were at the FDA, but at your time here in San Francisco at Verily.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, just to remind you, during my time at Alphabet, I also had the whole run of the Google side of the shop in addition to Verily, and I think the combination was an amazing learning experience for me. But we did a report just as I was leaving because things have really heated up. I could see it at Alphabet. I like to say I worked with 3 Nobel Prize winners there. I actually didn't work with them, but the environment was amazing, and you could see this stuff coming along. And so just as we were leaving, we did a report on how the FDA could use artificial intelligence internally. And I hope people will have a chance to read that report because it lays it out, I think, pretty nicely. But what I'd say is all parts of FDA have been using AI for a while, for a few years, but in bits and pieces. And I think the effort to pull it together, as Dr. McCary has done, is a really good step forward. And some elements that I would point to, there's just a whole bunch of, I call it paperwork, that FDA reviewers have to do. It reminds me a lot of clinicians these days trying to get their billing correct. AI can take care of a lot of looking for redundancies and errors and places that are inconsistent between different guidances at FDA. So that's one area. An area that I think is going to be fascinating, and there was a pilot project doing this already during my time. AI gives you a chance to look at the submitted data in a way that's hard to do by traditional analytic methods. So finding cheating is going to be a lot easier with AI. And I think people should be aware of that if they're thinking about cutting corners in what they submit to FDA because it's busy. But in addition, I think AI is a companion. And I don't know about you, but I'm using it now at Duke University as I work on things. It can ask you questions. It can prompt things. It can find other bits of information that you wouldn't otherwise find on your own. I think that's going to be part and parcel of FDA reviews. But I don't anticipate the judgment of the reviewer being superseded by AI. I see it as a companion. But, let's see how it goes. It could make things a lot more efficient, which one critical point from my view is I don't think it'll reduce the need for people at FDA. In fact, I think if you look at the workload at the FDA, it's just going to be like it should be for clinicians in clinic. It'll reduce the work that a machine can do, but it will increase the need for human judgment that needs to be applied with adequate time and reasoning.
I want to ask you a few specific questions about policy statements made by Dr. McCary, the new FDA commissioner. One thing that surprised me is, so there was you may have seen, there was a new executive order on most favored nation pricing for drug companies. You may or may not have opinions about that, but I wanted to ask you, I saw Dr. McCary on television kind of promoting that plan. That struck me as unusual and something that you probably wouldn't have done, to be promoting a plan that does not directly relate to the FDA in pricing. You rarely talked about pricing, except to say that you thought the prices were too high.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all have different personalities, and I don't think my personality is ideally suited to be selling broader administration policies, and I don't think the administration was encouraging me to do that. But I did publicly a number of times say I was completely in favor of Medicare negotiating with pharma. I mean, it just always seemed to me that if you wanted to get a fair price, you should sit down and have a negotiation. And that was a policy of the Obama regime and of the Biden regime, but Congress was not in favor and blocked it. So we ended up with the IRA, and I did appear with Mina Sesramani a number of times, and in general was in favor of that. And I also publicly said that importing drugs from Canada was like not a very smart approach to the problem, which didn't help me with Senator Sanders in any particular way.
And you would probably agree this the most favored nation seems to say that we'd re-import drugs from lots of countries other than Canada. That probably doesn't fix the problem with the solution in your mind to import them from
It's a workaround that, the way drug allocation works, as Canada has a law that says, no, they're not going to do it because what'll happen is if they send their drug to the U.S., they'll have a shortage because there's no reason a pharma company would oversupply Canada just so it can be re-imported to the U.S. So I think if you want to get a fair price, and by the way, I think U.S. should pay more, just not as much more as it has paid. It's ridiculous, the gouging of the average U.S. person by pharma, and it makes it so they don't have to negotiate with Europe, for example. So that part of it all, I'm very much in agreement with. We should also mention, and it hasn't been said enough, I think, in the last couple of days, we pay less for generic drugs than European countries do. So it's when we talk about drugs, we got to, take into account the whole picture as we do this.
Another thing that there's been reporting, and we've also heard that a political appointee, Tracy Hoag, has been involved in the delay around the approval of the Novavax vaccine. I'm curious, given your former statements about politics and about political appointees and decision-making, what you would think about that.
Well, again, I want to refrain from just very direct, like back and tit for tat. The current commissioner deserves a chance to set policies and defend them. What I would say is very consistent with everything I've thought, and I feel like I'm on firm ground saying 100% of former commissioners and acting commissioners agree with this. It's not a good thing for political appointees to be making decisions about individual products, whether that's the HHS secretary or the FDA commissioner. We're political appointees. And the reason is that once you open that up, it sets a precedent that opens the door to political lobbying and favoritism and all sorts of other issues. And a big job of commissioners in the past has been to be essentially the receptacle of all those political things to keep the civil servants free so they can exert scientific judgment on the risk-benefit balance in individual products. I should also mention, I don't know how an individual who walks in, I don't know Dr. Hoag, but it doesn't matter if it was Einstein. Medical product review involves years of interaction between the manufacturer and the FDA. It involves all sorts of things like manufacturing and stability of the product and all the previous data and other known things about other products that are similar that go into that decision. So it seems like those decisions rightfully should fall with the civil servants, not the political appointees.
One of the things you've been saying lately is that people like me look at the decisions and they're the tip of the iceberg, and we miss the whole iceberg beneath it, I think. And that you're worried about the cuts to the FDA hurting all that work that comes before. Is that accurate?
Yeah, you say before, it's actually the end of the road for most products. I was just looking at it. because I'm going to be in a number of meetings about clinical trials, my old profession over the next couple of weeks. It is still the case. Ken Gatz at Tufts keeps records of all this. It's still the case that 9 out of 10 drugs that get into human clinical trials don't make it.
That might even be low.
Yeah. And oncology was the worst. I was surprised in this latest data, which really surprised me given all the elegance of target identification, et cetera. So most of the work of the FDA is actually working with companies that are developing products that have to make hard decisions along the way. And I'd refer people, I have a Substack now. Rather than writing a book, I've got about a 90-chapter Substack that will roll out. And I just wrote the one on the unglamorous part of the FDA, because the public's attention, understandably, and the press's attention is on, end of a phase 3 trial, a controversial decision that goes to an AdCom. That is a tiny, tiny part of the FDA's work. And so you say, what's wrong with getting rid of all these bureaucrats that are in the middle? Well, those are the people that are interacting with companies when they have to make hard decisions. One of the examples I used yesterday was the vaccine against HIV. Looks very promising, but in phase 1, there were a bunch of skin rashes that were very worrisome. You got to make hard decisions then that cost years of development and maybe tens of millions of dollars about what to do. And the expertise at FDA is so critical because each individual company doesn't know the commercial confidential information of all the other companies working on things. And the FDA can't reveal that, but they can advise companies to avoid dead ends and bad choices and things that might hurt research subjects.
When the DOJ cuts were happening, you said it was the end of the FDA as we know it. Has that perception gotten any better or worse? Like how much trouble do you think the agency is given the cuts to inspections and processes that support reviewers, although the reviewers are mostly there, and apparently a lot of reviewers looking to leave?
Yeah. My primary worry is not the FDA. My worry is the American public. And although I love the people that work at FDA, so that's why I've been so activated. I think they've been badly treated by the DOJ process, if we want to call it a process. I'm just enraged when I read the New York Times today. I mean, these guys can't add, and yet they're going through slashing government agencies. They can't get their numbers right, and they're having to retract a large part of what they already put out. I don't know how much money they saved. They may have even cost the government money. So I'm very worried about it, but it's dependent on what the leadership plans to do. And I'll continue with my analogy of Humpty Dumpty. If you read Project 2025, the purpose was to burn it down, or however you want to express it. And the question is, what's going to be built up after that? How is it going to come together? And I'm advising everyone who has a stake in it to be very active in terms of participating, because it's going to have to be put back together in some fashion. There's no way it can work in its current state. But there may be a good plan. I just don't know what it is. And I think the current leaders deserve an opportunity to say what that plan is. And maybe the hearing today with the secretary will give some insight into that.
There is a huge element of this new group of leaders having been kind of on the other side of a lot of discussions about COVID and the divisions that created. Do you learn any lessons about science? I mean, you tend to be a relatively consensus-based guy, I'd say. How do you feel about how things went?
With COVID?
With those with that division, with the way some of those discussions happened, not so much with COVID was bad.
Yeah, it wasn't good. Hundreds of thousands of people had died who wouldn't have had they gotten vaccinated. And we ended up with this division, which is clearly now along political lines. If you look at the latest Kaiser Foundation poll of what Americans believe and who they trust, it's a very dangerous political division. So I hope we can overcome that. I'm totally with what Francis Collins is now saying very loudly, that the biggest single thing that could have been done differently was to more explicitly discuss the uncertainty. And I understand the motivation for, in those first 6 months for wanting to say, here's what you need to do, because it was such a time of panic in the public. There were, ambulances lined up at hospitals because there wasn't enough room in the morgues to take the dead people. And so that led to very directive statements that would have been better to have said all along, this is going to change in a week because this is something new and we're going to need to deal with it. And I would just say for the new regime should probably keep the same philosophy in line, because science is not a yes or no thing. Science is a matter of probabilities and learning as you go along.
All right. I think that that's a great closing thought for this and a great opening thought for the rest of our day. So thank you so much for being here. Hope you like the headline or whatever we write, but I know you probably won't. So
your headlines are terrible, but let me just say, otherwise.
This is an ongoing debate for 20 years or so, but
yeah, the headline writers, and we know why they write what they write. It's not good, but it is what it is.
I blame your former employer, so.
As critical as I am of STAT over the years, you're providing a tremendous service right now to the country by really interrogating in what's been called radical transparency. I don't think the transparency has even been mundane, much less radical. But you're getting in there and getting a lot of information that's very much needed. So really appreciate that and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much, Dr. Califf.
All right, y'all take care.
All right, well, hello again. That was a great way to start the morning. It's great to see you all here, as I said before, and I think that was more fun than me running through the agenda at the beginning. Yeah, I'm seeing some nods. I'd like to welcome Catherine McPhail to the stage. So we're thrilled. This is Catherine McPhail. She is literally, we could not have put this on without her. She is my right hand when it comes to programming these meetings. We will both be holding these for the whole day. If you have a question, motion to us. We will try to get it asked on stage. It can vary a little session to session, but we want your participation here. We want to hear from you. Also, a big welcome to those attending virtually. We're excited to have you all joining, and we have a great lineup of speakers and topics throughout the day. I mean, I can't wait for re-jobs at the end, except there's so much stuff in the middle. Anything you're looking forward to?
Very excited for Casey's panel about Denied by AI series. That one's going to be big.
That was one of the great stat stories, and we'll kind of get to see under the hood, and that will be, I have fewer patient moments than I usually like in programming this session today, but that will be a big one. So be here before lunch, and you'll have plenty to talk about. Make sure you don't wait until the end of the session to ask. Some housekeeping: on the back of your name tag, you'll see the Wi-Fi info and a QR code to access our Summit mobile app, hosted on Bizzabo. Download the app to find the most up-to-date agenda and speaker information and connect with other attendees. Once you've downloaded Bizzabo onto your phone, you'll just need to input the email address you registered with. This is a biotech, not tech audience, so our staff can help. Some of you are tech. You'll do fine. If you hear something interesting or unexpected, share it on social media. I'll consider it a personal favor. I'll reply. I'll retweet. Use the hashtag #StatBreakthrough so we can see, and/or tag Stat News on your social platform of choice, be it X, Blue Sky, LinkedIn, or my preference, all three. Finally, a special thanks to one more thing actually that's not here. If you go to the Stat website right now, we do another one of these that's 2 days in Boston. It's our biggest of the year, the Stat Summit. The beginning of the agenda for that meeting is up. registration is up. We'll have Dan Skavronsky from Lilly. We'll have Alondra Nelson, who's a former White House official who has written a lot about how AI should work in medicine. Already proud of the agenda that's forming there and love the theme. It will be celebrating STAT's 10th anniversary, and the theme of that event will be to talk about what is going to happen over the next 10 years. So we'd love to see any and all of you there. So a special thanks to our STAT Breakthrough Summit West sponsors who have helped to make this event possible. Our presenting sponsor, Genentech, and our supporting sponsors, Boston Scientific and Lumeris. You'll hear from all of them throughout the day. Thank you for being here, really. We really appreciate it. And I'm going to pass it to STAT's co-founder and executive editor, Rick Burke, for some opening words.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, everyone, for coming this early to join us. As Matt said, we turned 10 in November. We've been through a lot. We've all been through a lot. But I feel now more than ever, STAT's meeting the moment. We met the moment with COVID. We met the moment with so many things we've all been through in the last 10 years. But right now, it's obvious that we are at a unique place in our country's history when an understanding of the issues that STAT covers is more relevant than ever to our professional lives, to our personal lives. We've been positioned better than I think any other news organization to cover what the election of Donald Trump means for health and medicine. It's fundamental to our mission to explain the nuances and implications of regulatory turns, the legislative proposals, the discussions behind closed doors at the White House, on Capitol Hill, or in the boardrooms of the top biopharma health tech companies in the world. The readers are responding. Our subscription rates are about almost 25% above what they were a year ago right now. People just want trusted, authoritative coverage of what we're doing. And we're honored that we've been recognized with among the most prestigious awards in American journalism, including in recent weeks, month, National Magazine Award for General Excellence, our third George Polk Award, and just this morning, it was announced that we have 2 finalists in the NICM Awards, which is probably the most competitive health coverage awards in the country. One is about our Healthcare's Colossus series about United Health, and the other one is our deep investigation into the struggle over removing race from clinical algorithms. One of our most growing areas and areas of interest has been in health tech, and I hope that you all are reading up. We have a twice-a-week health tech newsletter anchored by Mario Aguilar. Mario, are you there? And we also have a brand new AI prognosis newsletter anchored by Brittany Trang. Brittany has a PhD in chemistry. She knows what she's talking about. And this is a newsletter. You have to subscribe to get it, but if you're a subscriber, you get it for free. Brittany, can you just stand up for a second and give us your 30-second, what this newsletter is every week?
Yeah. So AI Prognosis is once a week, comes out on Wednesdays. It's not like a lot of our other stat newsletters in that we're not just regurgitating stories that we've already published, but every week I bring you something new that you should be paying attention to, especially if AI in healthcare is not your job. You're just trying to keep tabs on what's going on, how should I think about this, what are the trends, and stuff. So my pitch to you is that I will be your guide to the galaxy of healthcare and medicine AI. And I think there are QR codes floating about on billboards and such for you to subscribe, or you can just Google it. But yeah, would love to see you at the newsletter.
Thank you. And let me just say, her newsletter is long and has a lot of items. And a couple times I went to her editor and I said, just cut it back. It's long. But we looked at, everyone looks at analytics these days, and people read to the end. People love the depth and the detail in Brittany's newsletter. So hats off to you, and I highly recommend it. The final thing I just wanted to say, I can't help but remember on this very stage 2 years ago, our Matt Herper was sitting here interviewing the number one whistleblower in the Theranos case, Tyler Schultz. And it was really interesting talking about his whole experience at Theranos and Stanford and all that. And so when we heard Elizabeth Holmes kind of back from, like, when we heard her from prison this past weekend, starting what they say is not Theranos 2.0, but her boyfriend's starting a whole new company that's very similar with the box and the, all. So who do you want, did we at STAT want to weigh in on this? Who? Tyler Schultz. So we reached out to him, and he said, I was about to reach out to you. Because, and I'm saying this because I'm excited that he's writing a first opinion piece for us he couldn't be here today, but he's writing this piece that's going to publish today or tomorrow. And it's just also an example of people come to STAT to share their views on these things. And again, there's no one that I want to hear more from about does he think this can work or not than Tyler Schultz. So stay tuned for that. We also have, as you've met a few people here, Matt, Catherine, Mario, Brittany, you'll see on stage, and this place is teeming with really good STAT reporters. And I welcome you and encourage you to chat them up, as well as chat up the audience. Matt is very particular. What makes these summits really successful, he's very particular about who can attend and who can be in the audience. And Matt always says, I want everyone in the audience, people who could just as easily be on stage. So just know that we appreciate you're here, and we appreciate all your input, and look forward to all your sharp questions. And now let me turn it back to Matt. Thank you.
Oh, he's done. Great. Here to explore expert perspectives on the role AI will play in the next generation of new medicines, please welcome to the stage Dr. Kim Branson, Senior Vice President and Global Head of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning at GSK. Ryan Fukushima, Chief Operating Officer at Tempus. Dr. Sally John, Senior Vice President, Informatics and Predictive Sciences at Bristol Myers Squibb. And to moderate, STAT Biotech Startups and Venture Capital reporter, Allison DeAngelis.
Hi, everyone. We were chattering away backstage. Everyone was too eager to get on stage and continue the conversation because we kept shushing them while Rick was talking. Thank you all so much for joining. I want to jump right into what we were talking about regarding the changes and kind of challenges in different disease areas and how AI can be used, but also the process of kind of creating models and data sets for things outside of oncology. How big of a challenge is the sphere, diseases like metabolic conditions, building the data sets and the models for those compared to what we've seen so far in oncology? Kim, Sally, I might start with one of you.
Well, sure. I guess the real challenge is where is the Tempus for non-oncology, right? And I think the interesting thing is that what we really want to do, and I think everybody's shifting this, is let's study the disease in the people that have it, the humans, right? So we need to create these observational cohorts where we are not changing management, but we're measuring a whole bunch of things. We might be measuring things that they wouldn't normally have in clinical practice, and so they become expensive things to run. They're as expensive as we were discussing before as maybe even running a study, but that information is what we need to sort of link back to these sort of experimental discovery systems, like these complex in vitro models, right? And we can build them in particular areas. We're obviously deeply interested in respiratory and building them in COPD and others, and linking them back to systems. But there isn't there's a patchwork of events. Either there's academic institutions that hold them and they have some long-running studies, but they're retrospective. They don't always have the ability to add new measurement technologies to them. And they also have, from a commercial perspective, some encumbrances, right? They're complex to deal with, to contract and everything else because of the stakeholders. It's not such like, there's no one I can go to and say, I like all this data for COPD. Do you have this? Can I buy it cleanly? Here's money. I get the data, freedom to operate, off we go, right? Like, it doesn't sort of exist yet, so we're having to create that. And I think that's what we're seeing, and we haven't had that in outside of oncology because there hasn't been, as we were talking before, the sort of the precision need for it, right? And also the way to create it.
When you say we, are you talking about pharma? Is this an area where we're going to see pharma step in and kind of do the majority or large chunk of data generation, and or is it something where you will put together this kind of patchwork from outside partners?
So I think it's a bit of both, and I think there is a renaissance in neuroscience at the moment, partly because we have a lot of the technologies to enable us to develop the in vitro systems and analyze the data. If you think about the genetics at BMS, one of our core pillars is causal human biology, so we want to understand the biology of our targets, and we understand the genetics of these diseases, and that gives us a really good starting point. I think within organizations like ours, so we have a partnership with In Vitro where we have designed de novo the cellular models that we think capture the pathology of ALS. And we're using those to overlay imaging and AI/ML to generate new targets, and we actually have a target from that collaboration. I think it's also the whole community coming together to gather these human data sets where we really want to better understand how people develop these diseases, how they progress over time.
Okay, wait, Ryan, I want to bring you in here. Like, Tempus has been known for building so much in the oncology space over the years and really building these data sets and models. What do you think when you look outside of oncology in the expansion of AI? Are there any takeaway lessons from like Tempus's experience that would be useful in companies that are working in neuro or are working in other disease areas, in respiratory? And then what does that mean for like creating the where's the Tempus for non-oncology?
Well, it's Tempus. It's just a matter of time.
Oh, it's still Tempus.
But I think the key thing if we take a step back, is the precision medicine need, like Kim was mentioning, was the most acute and most understood in oncology. So, and naturally, we started in oncology based on sort of a personal story from Eric and also my own personal story with my family. And so by getting it right in oncology and actually doing this work for over almost a decade now, is that we can now apply the concepts of what does it mean to solve that precision medicine need, not just for clinicians, but allow the data sets from the real world to be generated so that we can work with great partners like BMS and GSK and other folks in the drug development community. And that's kind of where we are going next. And we've already talked about some of the work that we're doing in cardiology by kind of developing and organizing different modalities of data like clinical data, EKG, and other information. But the thing that we're always waiting on from a clinical need is where do we see heterogeneous outcomes, meaning good and bad, and also where is it going to drive a clinical decision, meaning a physician is going to change their decision based upon the data that we're presenting or the insight that we're generating. If the answer is that we can address both of those and solve a clinical problem, then the data sets can really scale from the real world quite dramatically. And so we've done that not just in oncology. Have been starting that work in neuropsychiatry, but also in other places where things like in rare disease, where the diagnostic odyssey is somewhat challenging, where the first order of business is just to diagnose the disease properly and really understand the biology of almost, in many cases, what it isn't versus what it is. And so we're starting to make these investments in these inroads to solve that clinical problem, but then with the backdrop or the vision of creating a similar type of multimodal data set to address some of those other questions so that we can develop better drugs for those conditions.
But there's a sort of a challenge there that a lot of things you want to measure, if you're relying on what's being done in routine patient care, right, aren't going to be, like that I would like to see, aren't going to be regionally collected because they don't change management, they don't inform, and they're still experimental. So you need some way of coming in and saying, well, let's do proteomic changes over
Yeah.
time or something like that, or immunophenotyping. It's like not routinely done, but that would be the valuable thing to kind of create the cohort. So you need to have some way of doing extra things. Now in oncology, because you're sequencing everything, there's so much more extra information there. You had that to sort of for us to use and sell, right? And so how do we cross that bridge?
Well,
right?
the principle still applies. Like even in oncology, people think that the data is just falling from the sky, but in many cases, Tempus had to invest in generating said data, right? So I'll give you like in the early days, a lot of people and companies thought it was crazy. We were doing full transcriptomic sequencing, covering all genes of the RNA. At the time, people thought we were nuts. And what we know from a biological standpoint is we need more than DNA. We need to see it at the DNA level, we need to see it at the RNA, at the transcript level, and we want to track that to outcomes. And that decision is actually continued on even in oncology. So for example, we're one of the few companies that does full HLA typing of cancer patients, both in many coverages of the ZIP. And again, a lot of companies, diagnostic companies in oncology, don't typically do that because one, in many cases, it may not be well reimbursed, but in two, they don't have a dual business model to work out why would you collect the data, how do you get paid for that data, and things of that nature. And so with Tempus, with the cost of sequencing coming down, we can invest in generating more data rather than just having it improve our margins. And that's, back to your question, or back to your comment, that's the type of forward investment we're going to have to make in some of these other diseases. In many cases, we'll have to invest ahead of what clinicians are ready for, but we have to find something that we can tell them in order for them to even engage with us in the first place.
Okay, wait, I want to take a step back. So I would venture in the first, era, let's say, of AI, we've had these, very symbiotic relationships between biotechs and pharma, between AI startups and pharma companies. And, we've seen how Tempus has done that in oncology. And, I think both BMS and GSK, you've worked closely with Tempus, as has much else of the industry. But if we look to the next era, whether it's, outside of oncology, whether it's just, the new generation of models that are getting developed, what do you think the relationship is going to be like between startups and pharma? And where, I would be curious, honestly, Kim, Sally, is there anything that you think that pharma is going to be doing different in this next era compared to how it's done, how it's approached AI in the past? Sally, I want to start with you.
So that's an excellent question. What we're aiming to do at BMS is to really embed AI at every part of the R&D process. I think where we are seeing some changes is thinking about how we make partnerships. So what we're looking for is we have a clear strategy. We have our 3 pillars, which is causal human biology, and then the matching molecular. We want the right modalities and the right molecules. And then what's the path to the clinic, and for Tempus to help us to understand the right patient population. So first, when we're looking for partnerships, we're looking for a good strategic fit. I think secondly, we're looking for a technical fit. I think where some of the change may happen is what we are building internally and where we want to partner. So whenever we do a partnership with a startup, we're looking for complementary skills. And we're also looking for groups of people, like I work with Tempus, where we work well together. We both bring something to the table. I think as we embed AI more and more, we will be looking for different types of skill sets and startups. But we have a clear vision about how we want to do that.
Any differences at GSK and how you're approaching?
Well, I guess we take the position that everything in the public domain is now known to everybody, right? And if it isn't yet, it will be, because previously you had teams of PhDs that might go and interrogate a question, but now we have AI. Everyone can sift through everything. It's maybe not fully distributed yet, but it's coming very rapidly. So then what becomes unique is the private information that you have and you generate, and the joint of that public and private information. And I think you're going to see an explosion in public sources. I think I was just at Chan Zuckerberg the other week in their billion cell project. All these data sets are coming out as well. And so what becomes very interesting is how you can act on the information that you have and then choose what to measure next, right, before everybody else knows about it, and how fast you can run with that information. And I think that means you then start to create your own sort of impersonalized corpus of these sorts of things. And that's, I think, where also from the partnering perspective, we're looking really for what I would call sort of measurement technology, so that you can generate orthogonal data at scale that I don't have. So it might be the same data I have, but if it's, quantity has a quality all of its own. I don't know if that's a Stalin quote, but anyway. But I think, I think that's the thing that you really want to be able to do things at a large scale. So if someone has a new measurement technology, right, they can do like continuous proteomics in serum, right? That would be something really interesting to add, because that's new measurements, new data we haven't had, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like we're looking for those sorts of things to be able to add, to be able to generate the data that we can use. And then it's also what we call sort of active learning. We've got an idea, we have a hypothesis, let's go and measure that. Does that really track in the clinical population? And closing that loop very rapidly. And that's just a very different way of thinking about things, but it's much more about the data these days and the speed of using the data, which is why I think we're between the farmers and the biotechs. The farmers can afford to invest and do that sort of speculative stuff and build what we call these durable data assets that we can go back and mine again. Right? They're like sort of disease area assets, not specific indications, right? So drug A may fail, but we're still learning from that information, right? So that's where we're sort of pushing those sorts of things. And I think the smaller biotechs, maybe in the current environment, unless they're very narrow and specific and well funded, aren't generating the scale of data to do those sort of things, right? And that's where I think that that shift, I think, will change.
Do you see companies? Oh, sorry, Ryan.
No, I mean, one thing that I look at this moment in time, and this is why AI is so exciting now, is that we have like these three pillars that are all hitting at the same time that are emerging. One is you have data being able to be generated at a scale that wasn't really possible even just a decade ago. But two, you have teams within pharma and the expertise level in terms of how to use AI, how to use machine learning to be able to leverage said data. And then the third is that the compute is now accessible, where you don't always have to invest in the hardware itself. You can access compute via the cloud. And so you have all these three things have to come together at the same time. Otherwise, you actually don't get useful AI or useful insight from the AI. And so I think that the familiarity from what we see from all of our collaborations with pharma is that the expertise level is there, and now we need to make sure we address pillars 1 on the data side and 3 on the compute side. And so that's why I'm really excited about the next few years ahead. Because I remind people all the time, ChatGPT became well known to everyone, but it's only been 2 years, right? Which is
Has it only been 2 years?
Staggering to think. In terms of the broad public, in terms of people being familiar and getting expertise. So the fact that the teams are investing in that expertise on the pharma side is really helpful, but you also need those other pillars as well.
Let's take that audience question.
Collier, President of Patient Advocates and Research, and also co-director of the Institute at One Cancer Place. So I have a couple questions, certainly patient perspective related. How, we have all this data, but the data are actually coming from people. People don't necessarily know that their data are being used. In some cases, they do. I'm also on the advisory council for the Orion Network, for example, that has always consented their patients for the data. So the question is, what are we giving back to patients with all of the data and the kinds of analyses that we can take that forward with? So that's my first question.
I can start. So as a principle, the data belongs to the patient, and the data is owned by the patient. Now, the data is being routinely transferred. Tempus routinely transfers that to your physician and to the cancer center that is treating you as a patient. And this is one of the first things that Tempus has done versus other diagnostics, where we're not just delivering the PDF report back to the cancer center and back to the patient, we're delivering the raw files. And that is, again, back to the principle of owned by the patient. And actually, on top of that, we've developed an application where it's called Olivia, where patients can download and easily access not just the Tempus data that we've generated from our lab, but any data we've organized on that case to help the physician make the best decision, so that you can really now level the playing field in terms of what information does my physician have versus what do I have as a patient, so I can be the best advocate as a patient. This is more personal for me. This is what I wanted for my mom's case, right? And this is why we have really used technology to solve this problem, is because part of the challenge is just getting the data out of the system, right? Out of not just the clinical records in terms of what prescriptions am I on, but even just the radiology files and getting access to that. Like, I actually had to walk down the halls to get a CD to get radio. Like, this is crazy. This happened just 10 years ago. And so the fact that we can now do this is a big motivating factor why we talk about at Tempus of we want to first solve a clinical problem and a patient problem. And if we can do that by organizing all this data to then address the unmet need, which is a big unmet need in cancer, around how do we develop new therapies to address that unmet need, we need to partner across the whole ecosystem to make that work. So that's kind of what we're working on right now.
Okay. And the second question then, well, first of all, when you guys are all talking about AI, I think based on your conversation, you're talking about different pieces of AI. So it would be good to, say whether it's Gen AI or LLM and different things, because that helps a lot of us place it in context. But the second question is what we're calling biomarker testing, because I'm also a leader in the Cancer Precision Medicine Commons, which is looking at biomarker testing awareness and accessibility, which are still major issues in all cancer communities, including lung cancer, which has, the most biomarker-driven therapies being developed. So one of the questions is, how can we work together to get better biomarker testing access to all the patients that need it?
It's something that, I can start because I'm the diagnostic person up here, but it's something that we work actively together with cancer centers and many advocacy groups across the board to expand the testing for those patients that in need. So let's take an example like in pancreatic cancer, like our collaboration with PanCan. They're a great organization where we've been really working with them hand in hand to make sure that every patient that has that type of diagnosis, given the unmet need in pancreatic cancer, can get this type of testing through this type of partnership. And we're always looking to figure out how we can do that, not just as a testing provider, but even we have technology to close care gaps, like you mentioned lung cancer. We want to make sure every actionable biomarker is found for patients with lung cancer. And that may mean you're going to perform testing with other companies, and that's perfectly okay. We have technology that is integrated with EMRs over several thousand hospitals or institutions where our technology is integrated to see where patients are falling off of clinical care guidelines, meaning they haven't been appropriately biomarker tested for things like EGFR. And that is so important because too often we see in the clinic, in everyday care, patients are not properly profiled. They don't know whether they're EGFR positive or negative, and yet they go on IO. And that is a disaster for everyone, meaning it's expensive, the patients don't respond, and so everything is actually not working in that situation. And so if you bring technology to the problem, not just with a technology like a diagnostic solution, but also solutions that are integrated in the workflow, this is the way that we can try to combat some of those challenges.
Allison, we have a wild question.
Okay.
Go ahead, Nat.
So I was going to add to that because in oncology you're much further along. If you think about many of the other diseases, particularly in neuroscience, we're not at the stage where we really have biomarkers. And talking about these big data sets, many of us are members of the UK Biobank Proteomics Consortium, and there we're aiming to generate 6,000 proteins in 300,000 people, and their outcomes are followed passively through EMR data. And so there's a whole world of work to be done for non-oncology diseases, going back to your original question.
I want to dig into that in a minute, but now that I've built suspense for the wild question, Matt, hit us.
This is from Carl Irwin Johnson, a principal scientist in outcomes research at Merck. Dr. Branson mentions measurement technology, which can also be interpreted as computing technology. Where might quantum computing be relevant to address this measurement gap in innovation? I don't know if you guys have an answer, but I want to hear it.
Well, yeah, I guess if you look on the GSK.ai website, you'll find a blog where we routinely review quantum computing aspects because it comes up again and again. As someone who's actually written a few papers on quantum computing on showing that you can build equivalent things for code and optimization to classical computers, part of my background is in quantum information theory. So the answer is that quantum computing still has a long way to go, right? We need longer coherence time, we need more stable qubits, we need quantum RAM, and most of the quantum things you read right now are people running things on simulators. The hardware is coming on, but there's still a gap between the ion channel folks versus other types of things, and we could talk about that later. It really honestly is about actually doing the measurements. So when I talk about measurements, I'm talking about measuring things in people. So we now have more continuous pulse rate data on all of us as a species than we've ever had before, right? That variability and that change. I'm sure there's a lot to be found in that. We're going back to things like EKGs and EEGs, and people say, oh, we know what that means, and that sort of stuff. When you apply machine learning, right, to EEGs, you can find a whole bunch more information that's present in that than we knew about, for example, as well. So there's ways of applying machine learning to existing ways of measuring stuff in people, but then there's finding new things to measure things in people. So like using like aptamers that can recognize specific proteins in serum and unfold again so they can do repeated sampling over time. So think of it like a continuous glucose monitor, but for your favorite protein, right, at a reasonable abundance level in blood. Those are the measurement technologies I'm talking about. But I'm a huge fan of quantum computing. I'd like to write quantum computing algorithms and things like that for fun because I'm a strange person. But you're not going to see an impact right now in medicine from them for a long time. And I will have another yet slightly snarky blog coming out on this topic soon as well. So yeah, thanks.
Okay, so this time next year, we're doing a quantum computing panel. Okay, great. Lock that in. But to continue the conversation, I'm struck, and I would be really curious to hear, Sally and Kim, your perspective, and Ryan, when pharma is building out its AI capabilities, and as you look towards, some of these things that have been mentioned about, Ryan, you were mentioning backstage, like interaction and engagement with clinicians and healthcare practitioners, with patients, when you're looking for potential collaborators or partners, how much are you wanting them to kind of give you like the full stack of options, or how much are you looking for a specific, use case from a startup, particular type of, model that will be helpful in clinical trials or in, protein structure to kind of plug in a hole in what you guys are doing, at BMS and GSK?
You start.
You want to start?
Oh, okay. So when you say the full stack, what do you mean by that?
Like a company that is offering, everything from we do discovery through clinical trial, models.
That's a good question. So I go back to the original comment. It sort of depends on what we're looking to achieve. And if let's go to the chemical space, because we care about good targets, but then we need good molecules. We are building internally. We've seen a rapid acceleration in our ability to use predictive modeling in small molecule and large molecules. So I'm talking of acceleration earlier. Only 3 years ago, we used predictive modeling in 5% of our compounds. And now it's 70%, 100% of small molecules and 50% of biologic molecules. A good amount of that is achieved through partnerships. So we have a partnership with Evotech where we are particularly looking at cell mods. These are degrader molecules, and this is a big area of investment for us. So we partner with them because they have the capability in an area that we really want to build in.
I've heard, Kim, that you really like building things internally. Like, how much are you looking for? For partnerships and
So I think when we're looking at that build versus buy discussion, the first thing is this a core enduring technology that we have to own as a business, right? Like we don't ever outsource our core business, right? Things that we have to be good at, and then if it's a company, first of all, the question I would ask is, so do you have a lab in the loop? What's your unique data generation? Because if you're just playing with the data that's out there with everybody else, then someone else can replicate it. You don't have much of a barrier or moat, right? And I then theoretically could if I had the time, money, or inclination, staff, etc. But for companies that are generating data or have a model which is substantially better by everybody else, and they have a learning loop to improve it, right, and it sort of fits in, that's a good sort of position to partner in. So I think you're seeing some of these narrow domains in, for example, in the protein design world. There's a lot of entrance in that. I think we'll see a collapse of that as everybody realizes there's more to life than the PDB, and the ones that have a lab in the loop, I think, will be still running. And then I think there's obviously a lot of people who've been working sort of small molecule and small molecule optimization, and that's honestly because that's where the data was out and pretty unencumbered for a long time. And I started my life working on docking and scoring algorithms and those types of things because that's where the data was, right? Now we have other data sources coming online, people moving into the clinical aspects of things. But then there's sort of new things like, we're doing a lot of machine learning right now on design of oligonucleotides, which we're pretty fascinated by. The first time you can stabilize, different protein isoforms and things like that. To generate and build those models, it's a machine learning effort, but we also need to generate data for that feedback loop, and that's why we acquired LC Technologies, right, to plug that in, right. So we are building everything in house, but we didn't have the capability to generate that data at scale. So that's what we go looking for example, those sorts of things. So that's where it sort of fits in. And there are other areas across the business, obviously, where we aren't going to. If there's a technology, a whole bunch of people using it, it's going to improve faster than just us giving it one feedback signal. Then that's a perfect thing to buy in, right?
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like you're really looking for specific pieces of the puzzle, for both of you, from your perspectives. Okay, wait. So then, how does that inform, Ryan, like what Tempus is doing?
Yeah, we focus on, we love just starting with the problems that are hindering drug development from reaching the patient subgroups that can really benefit from these drugs. And so that can change based upon the program, the molecule, but also by the company. And so working with different organizations, we work with hundreds of biotechs as well as Sally and Kim here, and they each need different things, right? So you don't need to have one solution that is going to solve all their problems. No company like Tempus or any other external party to pharma can solve all their problems, nor should you try as a startup. Instead, we've been focused on, okay, well, how can we be the best partner to solve particular problems? So like, for example, one area that we've been working on with GSK is one of the challenges is having sufficient real-world data sets that can really understand what's going on with these patient biologies and why there's different outcomes. Right? This is something that we work on not with GSK, but also with BMS over the years as well. And then certain companies, if you're smaller, they may need more help analyzing the data. They may need more help in doing other things. But it's also why the evolution of our product offering has been beyond just delivering data. It's also about, okay, well, how do we solve the clinical problem, which is, back to the service of the patient and the physicians that we're serving. How do we bring that insight, that better designed trial to those patients and to the centers that we work with? That is the ultimate sort of handshake between our relationship with pharma and how we can actually produce patient benefit, meaning a new treatment option that wasn't available before. And so the more targeted that the trials can be, what we've heard from clinicians is that it's more exciting because now it's a more personalized or precision-based option for their patients. And this is how they can offer the best care. And so having the data to, one, understand how we can help companies design these patient subgroups for their trials is step one, and then step two is then bringing that to the clinic as much as we can to benefit patients as much as possible.
I think there's an aspect of where we might partner to deploy for speed and things like that, right? So obviously we've been partnering with Path.ai. I don't want to build a whole regulated pathology stack, that's difficult and expensive, but I do need to be able to have our machine learning models hit the clinic and go out there. And so those are the ways that we can think about things. We've been working a lot on, to touch back the earlier point about expanding biomarkers. One of the interesting things you can do is you can do a lot from other modalities that have been measured, like H&E, for example. And so we have some models that can look at H&E, and we're trying to...
Wait, and H&E being?
Oh, sorry, the reddy purple hemotoxin eosin stain slides that everybody's familiar with, right? This is where you want to look at those and say, okay, can I predict genetic status or something else? Well, we're looking at, for example, drug Jemperli in colorectal cancer. we've got a very defined molecular population which shows benefit, but how could we expand that out, and how can we put that on a continuous basis and say, well, maybe if you're slightly below the line, you still might have a really good chance to respond, and how can we predict that automatically? We have to then use a partner to deploy that and test that in a trial. We have to use data partners to sort of test out, work out that's a reasonable thing to do, and other data partners to even give us the tissue blocks and samples to be able to build the model, right? So there's a lot of different networks that come inside to build one of these things. But as you start to deploy complex machine learning models, so going beyond H&E, but maybe it's ctDNA or imaging and things like that, they become increasingly complex to deploy, and I think that's going to be an area where you'll see a lot of people partnering as these models start to get built and validated and they've gone through a clinical trial, then they have to something to support the use in clinical care. Well, how do you deploy something that needs data from 3 different parts of the hospital, right? It doesn't require someone to go and walk down the road and get the CD. Right? And then we have to run the model somewhere in a regulated environment with change control and everything else, right? So there's a lot of bits and pieces for that. And that, I think, is where there's probably an emerging space.
Okay, we are out of time. That went by so quickly. Everyone, please, join me in thanking our panelists for this engaging conversation. Thank you.
For this sponsored conversation, please welcome to the stage Dr. David Carmouche, Executive Vice President and Chief Clinical Transformation Officer at Lumeris, and to moderate, STAT co-founder and executive editor Rick Burke.
Hi, David. Let's get right to it. So you have an interesting background before you ended up at Lumeris. You were at Blue Cross Blue Shield, Walmart, I believe. What's your history in 30 seconds or so?
This is like speed dating,
Yeah.
10 minutes. Primary care doctor. I practiced for 15 years. Had an opportunity to move to Blue Cross in Louisiana, where I'm from, as their chief medical officer to help them redesign how they were going to engage their providers and their network after the Affordable Care Act was passed. Did that for several years, moved to a large health system in Louisiana, Auctioner, where I ran operations for primary care, post-acute care, our payer partnerships, and a value-based care portfolio. COVID happened. New Orleans wasn't as enjoyable of a place to live with no people there. So moved to Walmart. Walmart recruited me to help them build primary care clinics across the country in underserved communities. Learned a ton there. The business model didn't work for Walmart, and I was recruited to Lumeris about 8 months ago.
And tell me, there's a number that you've been shouting from the rooftops about, and it's 2 billion hours. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so we're at a tech conference, right? So AI, new AI, big tech should be focused, in my opinion, on big problems. And so the big problem we're honed in on is a primary care access problem in this country. There's about 500 million hours of primary care being delivered by humans today. There's 100 million people who don't have access to primary care, and for those of us who are blessed to have primary care, we get about half the primary care we're supposed to get. And the hours needed to deliver all of the primary care to all of us would be about $2 billion more. And so that's about $1 trillion in cost. If we were going to do that with humans, there aren't enough humans, there's not enough money, and so by definition, I think we need other solutions, and I think technology might be one.
And you have a non-human team member named Tom. Tell us about Tom.
Yeah,
and first of all, why is it a he? Why is it Tom?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Tom Dorr was a physician in St. Louis who was the co-founder of Lumeris and was a primary care doctor who believed that high-quality primary care should be available. It was going to require technology to support caregivers. He never lived long enough to see the technology mature enough to do that. He died, unfortunately, about 5 years ago. His brother, John Dorr, which might be a name some of your listeners and the folks here know, is an investor in the company and has believed in Tom Dorr's legacy and Tom Dorr's vision. And so we named the product Tom kind of for him. Tom takes on different personas. Tom can be a female voice. Tom can be different personas. But But what was really interesting, we launched the product in Nashville in February, and his wife gave us access to his voice. We synthesized his voice, and our initial demo on stage was Tom Dorr himself speaking to the audience. I didn't know this, but Tom Dorr's widow and kids were in the audience, and for the first time they heard their father speaking since he had died 5 years ago, and they came up afterwards, and we're just really grateful to hear that.
What makes Tom different from what other companies are doing?
Yeah, so Tom's ultimately a platform. It's built on data. That data comes from our rich history of working with health systems and learning how to aggregate their data, multiple EMR data feeds, lots of claims data, consumer data that we've purchased, lab data, pharmacy data. And so that data creates a really interesting platform for us to launch agentic AI solutions around the needs of individual patients. We are able to understand where you are in your healthcare journey. We can project your future healthcare reality, and then we can choose to launch interventions on behalf of your care team and your doctor to engage you in your own health journey. And I think summarizing that information back to your care team allows us to extend the care of primary care to you and connect you more tightly to your care team.
And when you talk about sort of AI and health, what sort of is there an overused line you hear from people about how AI is used in healthcare?
It's not that it's a line, but this notion of agent, an agent means something, and the first thing it means is that it can act autonomously. And to create things like access, we have to take, we keep humans in the loop. We want always to connect humans to humans. But if humans are launching AI, if manual processes are driving that, we're really not going to create the efficiencies that we need. And so I think what's overused is that a lot of agents are ultimately point solutions. And I think that that's not going to work. It may work. It's not going to create the ROI that we need. It's not going to create the ROI that's needed to justify the investment in these sorts of technologies.
Just getting back to your opening when you talked about Walmart and your previous other jobs, how are you because of your past experience, how are you approaching this differently in a way you might not have?
Yeah, so across all of my jobs, to scale primary care has largely been adding other care team members, right? It could be a diabetes educator, it could be a care coordinator. It's been humans. I think we've had analytics, we've had data that would support what needs to happen. We typically would then hand that to humans to go do something about it, maybe place phone calls or chase people down and try to nudge them to do something. And now we have the ability with technology to actually take action. And I think that's the game changer, and that's what hasn't existed across any of my roles.
Is there anything that Tom can do that you think people don't understand or appreciate that makes it different?
Yeah, it's not that there's no one thing. It's just that it connects humans together. So if you think about in primary care, the reason we have an access problem, we're going to have 90,000 too few physicians in the next decade to deliver primary care. And for the first time, there's evidence that nurse practitioners and physician assistants are also leaving primary care. So no one wants to be in primary care. So who's going to do this work? And I think the human constraints on primary care limit the number of patients that you can take care of and the number of times you can see them. And this AI world opens up a green field of touches that can happen that are smart on behalf of the practice. And I think people are going to experience this as just much more engaging, very personalized. People develop relationships with this technology. It's really interesting. I've done so many demos with the Tom voice that when we switched it to a new female voice, I was put off a bit. I was like, wait, where's Tom? I mean, I got used to talking to Tom. And so I do think humans will build relationships with these agents. Obviously, Tom can communicate on text. He can communicate how you want. With empathy or to the point. And I think that's what's really interesting. So I think people will experience something that feels personal to them, and it will be tethered to their own medical record. So it's not like it's you interacting with an agent in the wild. It's an agent that's based on what we understand about you as a patient, as a human, and then engaging you at the right time with the right messages.
And with something like Tom, are you confident you can then reduce, is the objective to reduce these 2 billion hours you're talking about, the gap?
Yes. So, I mean, the classic is today, if you have diabetes and hypertension and depression, you're probably seen roughly about every quarter by your doc. That's 4 visits. And maybe you get sick once, and that's a 5th visit. And in the world I envision, right, Tom is seeing you in between visits so that maybe you can be seen twice a year, right? And during those 6 months, you may interact 50 times with Tom, and Tom may understand exactly what's happening to your blood sugars, whether you're taking your meds, whether you have evidence that you need to have an intervention sooner than 6 months or not, summarizing that for your care team. And so those 5 visits going to 2 visits is what creates access for others to be able to be seen.
Any advice for other healthcare CEOs about sort of making progress in this area?
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of experimentation happening with AI in health systems, and I just think you have to scope big problems and use big technology, like I mentioned, to solve big problems. You still have to stand up things like AI governance, and you have the lawyers who are going to weigh in, and privacy folks, and clinician leaders who are going to weigh in. It's hard even if you just do point solutions. And so I'd say, why not take on something that's really meaningful? And I hope that what happens at the end of the day is that we use technology not just to replicate what happens today, but to actually make it substantially better.
My last question is, I'm wondering, what would you think if I asked you if I could interview Tom the next time?
So I'd let you. When we launched Tom in February, we were in Nashville. We actually had access to the Country Music Hall of Fame. We actually had Leanne Rimes there, and we had her on stage, and we had her interact with Tom live. And then we had Tom take part in a panel conversation where Tom was literally answering questions from the audience and live. So we'd love to do that.
Why don't you bring Tom, yourself, Leanne Rimes?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Great.
That'd be great.
Thank you so much,
thanks, Rick.
David.
Appreciate it.
For our next session, we'll be talking about what happens when you apply machine learning beyond genes and proteins, but to the level of an entire cell. Please welcome to the stage Patricia Brennan, Vice President of Science Technology, General Manager for Science at the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, and Geeta Mahmoodabadi, Senior Research Scientist for AI at the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, and to moderate, Katie Palmer, Health Tech Correspondent at STAT.
Hello, everybody. So nice to see you, and thank you both for joining us here.
Hi there.
Some of you again. So we just heard 2 sessions ago about how artificial intelligence can be used in drug discovery. We're going to take a little bit of a step back further into the biology process. So Patricia, everyone has had some version of the aha moment with ChatGPT in the last 2 years where they realized the power of generative AI. What does that look like inside of a CZI, and how did you start to learn what might be possible in terms of utilizing all this data that you've started to develop in the Cell Atlas?
So at CZI, for sure, we were paying attention to the ChatGPT moment, but also I think maybe more relevant for our mission and our focus at CZI, also paying attention to the AlphaFold moment. And at CZI, we're focused on enabling the science and technology that will help cure, prevent, and manage all disease by the end of the century. We're now thinking maybe that timeline will be reduced given some of the possibilities with AI. But for many years, we've been funding fundamental research, and particularly in the area of single-cell genomics, and building up data sets from across research communities across the globe that we have funded and worked with. And if you will, our moment was thinking about how do we really leverage those vast data sets enable the creation of more data sets, particularly at the cell level, enable the infrastructure that bring compute to the basic biological research teams, and really think about how we can enable large-scale models so we'll really understand the mysteries of the cell. So that we've been on that journey for a little over a year now, and that's super exciting, and there's so much happening, not just within CZI across our research teams, but also out in the field as well.
Yeah. So just 2 weeks ago now, Transcriptformer came out, CZI's
right.
first foundation model built on this data. So Geeta, tell me a little bit about what Transcriptformer does, and for people who are less familiar, like if they've interfaced with ChatGPT and we have this concept of it sucking in all of the sentences from the internet and becoming a next word predictor, what is the corollary for what Transcriptformer can do?
Yeah, so Transcriptformer is trained on, basically, it's a multi-species generative model that's trained on 112 million cells, spanning 12 different species that together cover 1.5 billion years in evolutionary history. And basically, the input to the model are what we call cell sentences. These are sets of genes that each of these cells are expressing, in addition to the counts or the number of copies of each RNA molecule that cell is transcribing. That's pretty much all that we feed to the model. There are no additional tokens that signify, this is a cell sentence coming from this particular cell type, or it's coming from this particular species, or donor, or tissue. And yet, through the course of training, this model, Transcriptformer, learns some of these biological structures that are implicitly in the data. So that's pretty cool to see. From the standpoint of, I think it's important to also just give you a little bit of motivation on why we're training on different species as opposed to just focusing on humans and mice, which is what generally models in this field are focused on. Basically, there's a really, cell types are evolutionarily conserved across vast stretches of time. So there's a remarkable, preservation of cell types like neurons and muscle cells across species like humans and jellyfish that are 600 million years apart. So we wanted the model to basically internalize these conserved patterns of gene expression and really learn what it means to be a particular cell type, what it means to be a hepatocyte or a macrophage. And we see that the model can actually deliver on this task because we can transfer cell type labels from one species to another, even species that aren't part of the training data set. So it's really learning some conserved structure.
So it's answering questions that scientists couldn't even conceive of asking before, in a way, with the scale of data and the breadth of data that you're feeding into it sounds like.
Exactly.
So it's early days, obviously. Model just came out 2 weeks ago, but what are some of the things that scientists are starting to think about asking with this tool? What kind of hypotheses will they be able to generate?
So it performs really well on cell type classification. So you can use it on other organisms that's not part of the training. It can be prompted with genes. So we use this for transcription factors, which, as many of you know, are really key in regulating the transcription of other genes. And the model outputs probabilities of other genes that transcription factor can interact with. And so basically, you can use the model to build putative gene regulatory networks. And we were able to see that many of the hits that the model produces are actually experimentally verified through databases like String. So yeah, you can use it as a way to generate hypotheses, and these hypotheses are data informed.
Yeah.
They're going to be better than naive guesses, of course.
Yeah. It sounds like those gene regulatory pathways are something that our pharma friends who just left the stage would be especially interested in. I know Kim just mentioned that he visited Chan Zuckerberg a couple of weeks ago. What are the sort of interfaces that you're seeing with, obviously this is a science-focused tool at this stage, but how are we seeing the interfaces between drug developers and the science and CZI right now, Patricia?
Well, I mean, I think across the entire ecosystem, from the, if you will, fundamental or basic biologists all the way through, ultimately through to the application in terms of therapies, we believe there's opportunity for application of AI and application of these models to accelerate the work and the understanding of the fundamentals of cell dynamics, cell interactions, and the systems more broadly. There's also, I think, increasing interest across the ecosystem in collaborating more effectively and working together in terms of use of these models and whatnot. And at CZI, we make our models open and are really eager to see them being applied across many communities.
It sounds like we have an audience question.
Yes, Natalie Ma, Deep Origin. Thank you for this panel. It's really interesting. I'm curious you mentioned earlier this extrapolation in some ways to other species, right? Which is really fascinating because one of the biggest limitations we've had, particularly with machine learning based models, was this challenge in extrapolation, where like how much can you get beyond the bounds of a data set? Is this a solvable problem? And if so, what do those solutions look like to extrapolate beyond the data? Or are we in certain questions trapped in a world where we must collect data at all edges or bounds before we can answer these questions appropriately?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, it's not an unsolvable question, and we are already showing that we can transfer, for example, labels from marmosets to macaques. And these are two species that the model hasn't even seen. There's, of course, room for improvement, and we're in the works of getting more and more data from a wider number of species across various lineages. And currently, actually, the training data is disproportionately human and mice data. So we intend to sort of diversify and accumulate more and more cells from other distant species.
What are some of the other types of data that you would hope to add to continue to develop and further train this model to answer some of the relevant scientific and drug development questions that are coming at you?
So we'd love to add, so far all of this data is observational data. We'd love to add perturbation studies to the training set, and we already have a project that's ambitiously called the 1 billion cell project. We're going to 10x the number of cells and basically poke cells, and see and add causal links to the training so that we can decouple correlation from causation.
Mm-hmm. So we're always on the lookout at STAT and everybody in this room for overpromising in this new era of generative AI. So what are the messages that you're hearing internally and externally from your scientists, from your computational biologists about how not to overpromise on this particular foundation model's potential and how to avoid some of that overpromising? Maybe for Patricia, because you're the one probably hearing these the most.
As a non-biologist in the team, the thing that we hear again and again that I really have appreciation for is that there's so much still to learn. And I do think these models are promising for sure. But there's a lot more data to be brought to bear on these, and really to be able to apply other modalities like imaging to really understand, the systems as a whole, not just at the level of the transcriptome.
Yeah, and because we didn't lay it out for those who don't follow CZI and the Cell Atlas projects, like where is that data coming from? Where are these 112 million cells? Where's all that data coming from?
So the data that's used in this transcriptomer model to date has primarily come from something that we call cell by gene, which is an aggregation of single-cell transcriptomic data that we have funded researchers, both within our own institutes and across the globe. And so we provide funding grants to researchers. They do their studies. They share the data openly with us. We have teams that actually support curation of that data, so it's integrated in a standardized way, and it's all available and open for researchers across the globe. We also have an imaging institute and other institutes within the CZI ecosystem that are generating now vast amounts of data. And then, as Geeta mentioned, we recently announced something that we call the Billion Cell Project, but it really is about scaling the generation of these data sets for further development.
Oh, thanks. You're in my blind spot.
Hi, my name is Francisco de la Vega from Galatea Bio. I'm curious how these models could also be applied on the toxicology side. For example, we know that there is an impetus to eliminate animal models from the clinical trial process, and you see that these cellular models could be used as early stage beacons of potential toxicology problems, and what data will be needed to train them for this application?
I think at the moment we're not so focused on toxicology, but I imagine we would need a whole separate training set for that, where we're, let's say, perturbing cells with specific drug molecules, and maybe including experiments on organoids, so that we sort of have a more systems level understanding of what's going on with drug target interactions. But it's certainly an exciting direction to take.
And it sounds like there's a divide between the very open models and the data that you've collected at CZI and the sometimes proprietary data that is necessary to inform more explicitly drug development focused models in the future. I'm wondering just a little bit, what those conversations look like when you're hoping to build a foundation model, this one or the next one in the pipeline, that will be the most useful for both biological application and for downstream practical applications.
Well, I think for CZI, we're primarily focused on the fundamental research and enabling the models that can be used in those contexts. We also do think about sort of the application, and certainly within our science teams are thinking about ways to apply these models and further upstream, if you will, or closer to the therapeutic application. I think in terms of whether it's open or not, CZI is a not-for-profit organization that doesn't have to have that proprietary approach the way it's necessary in some biotech or pharma company or drug discovery companies. So we're able to make those data available to all sectors.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything in particular that you've learned from the success of AlphaFold as you start to distribute your own models?
Well, I think the two things I would say. One is the AlphaFold was built on a set of rich, well-structured, highly curated data. I'm sure as time goes on, the mechanisms by which we do those curation tasks will be simplified because of AI capabilities. And then the second is just having a very, a focused application of, if you will, a problem, a scientific or a biological use case to apply it to.
Yeah. So a year ago, you were on the stage talking about CZI's vision for the virtual cell. Just what does it feel like to have gotten to this point just a year later with the production of this foundation model?
Well, inside CZI and outside of CZI, it's just so exciting. The field is moving so fast. There's so much innovation. There's data generation happening at scale in a way that wasn't a year ago. We have, this time last year when I was on the stage, we were just in the throes of setting up our cluster and our team. Now we have a team, and now we have, researchers from really across the globe contributing to this. So it's very exciting.
I'm curious what it's been like culturally. Like, obviously, there have been computational biologists at CZI for its entire existence, but as these new approaches start to enter into the fray, are there different kinds of culture clashes that are starting to emerge? Not in a contentious way, but just like interesting conversations that haven't occurred before between the pure biologists and the more informaticists.
Oh, I think it's one of the richer parts of this work. The field will thrive and succeed by bringing people who, if you will, speak different languages, have maybe different motivations even, have different approaches to problems. The engineers bring an engineering mindset, biologists have language, understand the complexity, I think, a lot more.
I think they bring a healthy dose of skepticism at all times.
Skepticism, yeah. It's, I think it's one of the more interesting aspects of being able to work the way we do.
Yeah. Are there any interactions that you've had, Geeta, that stick out in your mind in the development over the last year and a half?
I'm always, like I said, I am coming from this, so I've always been at the interface of biology and physics, and so for me, I've seen this like decade of research in physics and biophysics where people have come in with bright-eyed, bushy-tail attitude into biology, and then realize that wow, it's a really complicated landscape, and oftentimes you can't write down these like simple equations with interpretable parameters, and so I come in with a bit more skepticism than my full AI counterparts, but I also have so much faith because of what we see with AlphaFold. Basically, there is this new paradigm where that I think biology has always needed, which is, models that go beyond these, small set of equations to now millions, billions of parameters, and I think that better captures biology than maybe the traditional approaches. So I have a lot of hope moving forward.
I want to pose kind of a little bit of an abstract devil's advocate question. I was speaking with one of our attendees during breakfast, and they were talking about the need to develop a model with a very particular goal in mind. And obviously this foundation model and many of the foundation models that we're seeing are moving dramatically in the opposite direction because we have such vast scale and breadth of data that can be trained upon. I'm just curious, what you think about those dueling, theories of what these models should be used for as we continue to generate more data.
I think the foundation approach, foundation modeling approach, is valid. Simply because you can always fine tune on top of the outputs from that kind of model. So for example, in our case, we showed that the output of transcriptformer can be used to classify cells as infected or uninfected by running inference on a lung cell atlas data set. So foundation models are a nice way forward. Various other tasks can be built on top. Just like LLMs aren't necessarily designed specifically to write emails or write poetry. They're next token predictors, and yet they can do a wide variety of things downstream.
So as you build toward 1 billion cells, as the models continue to evolve, what do you visualize when you think of the virtual cell or maybe just the model that researchers can interface with in 5 years from now? What does the user interface look like? Like, what are they going to be able to see and feel that they aren't able to right now with the data? It's a question for both of you.
So I think, today most of these models are really designed for and initially used by, if you will, the methods developers, the people who have the skills and they're accessing them via APIs. I think just as we've seen with the LLMs, I think over time these will become much more interface driven and much more, to your earlier question, much more able to be used in defined contexts where researchers or scientists can bring their own data and, if you will, apply their own to it. I envision a future where there's some consistency also that people have access to these data in a very consistent way across labs, and that just saves people a lot of time in the data generation, in the hypothesis generation, but they can actually interact with the data, do that perturbation that Gita talked about in a virtual environment.
Yeah. Anything you would add to that?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I would love to bring in more modalities into the workflow. Cells are really complex. They're like packed burritos, right? And transcriptomics doesn't cover it all. So we want to have a sense of the spatial and temporal patterns of gene expression and incorporate layers of information from epigenomics, from genomics, post-translational modifications, and it's kind of like air traffic control. You don't want to just know like which planes are going to be in the sky today. You want to know where's their target destination and where are they taking off from. So that level of detail, I think, needs to be incorporated into a virtual cell so that we can ask it questions and validate the results in experiments.
I have this maybe silly vision in my head of just sort of like fast forwarding and like into the future of a cell and its gene expression, and then like roll it back again, change something, roll it forward, roll it back, and even just like visually being able to see that maybe at some point in the future. But that might be a little bit more science fiction than reality.
I like that. I like it too.
Well, thank you all for listening, and thank you so much for joining us. It was a really great conversation.
Thank you for the invite.
All right, the next 5 minutes before we break for coffee, we have some news. This is a perennial and exciting moment in this event. Idea Pharma is here to share the 14th annual edition of its ranking of drug companies based on their R&D prowess, both in what they call innovation, which is developing the drugs, and invention, which is coming up with them in the first place. So here to explain that list to us, please welcome Jackie Poot, Chief Operating Officer, Idea Pharma, a division of SAI, Med Partners. Thank you.
Introducing the 2025 Pharmaceutical Innovation and Invention Index. It's the longest-running benchmark on innovation performance in pharma. And today, we're pulling back the curtain on what truly defines innovation in our industry. For more than a decade, we've been able to identify rising players and understand how pharma companies are translating science into patient impact and how. So, as we look through the lens of innovation today, while the data comes from 2024, the environment is changing dramatically. It hasn't just become a tougher environment, but also a more fragmented one. And in that reality, the leaders in today's index will need to be agile, defend long-term value, but also navigate a more politicized path to patients. If we think of the biotech sector, in the first quarter this year, they raised $4.2 billion in funds, compared to $11 billion last year in the same quarter. Cuts to federal science funds, as well as reduction of workforce at the FDA, raises concerns about the regulatory challenges that we're facing in the industry. And then investors and pharma companies have taken a more de-risked approach towards their assets and go for more clearer commercialization pathways, which again makes it tougher for biotechs, but also to keep more innovative programs alive at large pharma companies. So, innovation and invention are not the same. Invention means the creation of something that did not exist before, and innovation is creating meaningful value from that invention. The index ranks companies using a range of clinical, regulatory, and commercial metrics, from the corporate level down to the individual product level, decisions and outcomes. So the invention index measures a company's potential value of its pipeline. And then the innovation index measures a company's ability to convert that potential value into realized value. Oh, I see something wrong with the slides, but they'll probably get it sorted. So ultimately, with the Innovation and Invention Index, we answer the question, what if you gave the same molecule to 2 different companies in early phase? Would they be equally successful? So I think we all know the answer is no. So the more interesting question is why? And this isn't just about who spends the most dollars or who gets drugs approved. I think even this year it's become more clearer that there's not just one playbook to innovation. It's about how companies invent, execute, and evolve their pipelines and their products. So with this chart, where you can see the ranking of the 30 pharma companies in our index, taking a closer look at the top-performing companies at the right-hand side, they are not only able to invent, but also to deliver their products across regions. They have a high R&D reinvestment as a signal to the belief in their pipelines. And they deploy diversified strategies, thinking about life cycle management, but also modality diversification and the partnerships that they take on, as we also discussed earlier this morning. So if we then think about the ultimate list in terms of the winners for this year, it's been a tight race, actually. But first of all, I want to congratulate Eli Lilly with getting the #1 position on innovation, and AstraZeneca reclaiming its top spot on invention. The top performers here in the top 10 have been relatively stable, with the exception of UCB and Regeneron, who have entered the top 10 for very different reasons, which also highlights there is not just one pathway to innovation. And besides seeing the names of the companies here on this list, it's even more interesting why they are on it. So if we think of Eli Lilly, they've taken over the #1 spot from Novo Nordisk. Its success is really driven by their therapies in obesity and diabetes, 2 of the commercially most impactful disease areas in modern pharma. And Eli Lilly does better in terms of financial performance, growth, being able to also generate access for their products in different regions. But then also they have a diversified therapy area growth strategy and had a significant approval in Alzheimer's disease. And also their platform-first thinking helps them maintain their leadership in the metabolic space. If we then double-click on some of the other pharma companies, and apologies for the slide not being fully visible here, but looking at Roche, a top-performing company for many years on our index, and now on the 3rd spot, they've had the highest number of approvals, 7 in total, of which 5 BLAs, which demonstrates their leadership in biologics. If we then look at Regeneron, they've had no approvals, but they're a scientific powerhouse. They have a large and very productive pipeline, actually 285% larger than the market average. They have 13 products in market and 37 assets in development, focusing on rare disease, CRISPR technologies, but also looking at combination treatments across solid tumors. So their pipeline really focuses on areas with high unmet medical need. If we look at UCB, as I mentioned, also re-entry this year, they fell off back in 2021 from the top 30 list. But now they score really well across all innovation metrics. They have a solid late-phase pipeline in dermatology as well as in neurology, and positive data readouts signal upcoming approvals as well as solid lifecycle management. AstraZeneca shares a 3rd spot with Roche in terms of innovation, but has reclaimed their spot on invention. And their success is largely driven by their cancer portfolio, the oncology portfolio, where they've made a lot of progress in terms of life cycle management across multiple cancers and also regional expansion in China and Japan. And then interestingly, we have Hengrui from China, ranking #10 on invention. So they're still very much a regional player, but they're well set and making a lot of progress in terms of global expansion. They also have a very strong revenue performance as well as reinvestment in R&D. When we look at innovation and also in terms of revenue performance, we also look at revenue freshness. This is the proportion of revenue coming from newly launched products in the last 3 to 5 years. So have they really been able to bring drugs to market that make an impact for patients versus, you could say, the older modalities that are on the market. Top performing companies have a good balance between where the revenue is coming from, which promotes sustainable innovation in our industry. So if you want to learn more, you can download the full white paper with the top 30 companies from our website. Also, I'm here the rest of the day for any specific questions. And I'm also very excited to announce that we will be launching this fall the first ever China-specific innovation index, as we see kind of how this region is really growing and becoming a global leader in pharma as well. So thank you very much, and have a great rest of the day.
It's always fun, and you can read about that right now up at, statnews.com. So with that, we're at our first coffee break. Right back outside this room in the space out there, you'll find snacks, coffee, tea. Good selection of teas. I'm pretty happy with it. Enjoy. We're going to resume programming here in 30 minutes at 10:40 a.m. I hope you're having a great morning.
Oh, okay. Wait, everybody. Should I go right now or? Okay. Is there walk-on music or do I just go? Okay. Okay. Good to go? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. For those of you who are still getting some coffee, please come filter in. I hope you all enjoyed our first break of the day. Up next, we have a group of venture capitalists here to talk about investing in the future of AI in healthcare. Please welcome to the stage Morgan Cheatham, partner and head of healthcare and life sciences at Briar Capital, Lynn Chow O'Keefe, founder and managing partner at Define Ventures, Dina Shakir, general partner at Lux Capital, and to moderate, Mario Aguilar, Stat Health Tech correspondent.
Hey, good morning. Well, we have a distinguished panel here. These are, when the news happens, these are the VCs I text and want to get on the phone. It is hard to get on their calendars, and we're very blessed that they're here to answer our questions. And given that this is a live journalism event, I think there's a little bit of news I think we should touch on. I promise we will get to the AI, but we've seen a couple of digital health companies file to go public in the last couple of weeks. It's a big milestone. Omada just last week. Hinge Health, both these companies have offices a couple blocks away from here. Hinge Health priced its IPO yesterday. And Dean, I know Lux has a small stake in Omada, but maybe give me a take here. This is what I do. I text these people and I say, what am I supposed to think about these things? So tell our audience what we should think about.
Absolutely, and thanks for having me, Mario. You know, I think the fact that we're seeing Hinge and we're seeing Omada, and we saw the big news from Hims yesterday as well with their $1 billion raise and incredible leap in market cap from $6 billion to $14 billion. I think all of this is not a coincidence. I think it's a referendum, and it's foretelling of what this year and hopefully the years to come will bring for digital health. I think it's exciting for those of us that do look at comps. And you know, even the fact that Hinge is pricing below where it was at its peak, I don't see that necessarily as negative news or something to really be worried about. I see that as a correction, and I see that as the market rewarding that type of correction and that type of sanity. There needs to be path to profitability or profitability. There needs to be technology, whether or not it's AI, we can talk about more in length. And importantly, for these companies, there needs to be demonstrated clear clinical ROI. And I think that's a thread line that you see across those filings.
Yeah. Morgan, was there anything in the filings themselves that jumped out at you?
Yeah, look, I think when we take a step back and ask ourselves where the greatest outcomes will manifest in healthcare, we can't ignore healthcare services. And I think for a long time, the tech industry has looked at healthcare services and seen 30% gross margins and really, really hard businesses to build. And both of these S1s, I'll speak to Hinge in particular, had a privilege to invest in the company earlier in my career. And you see the sheer efficiency of these businesses and the way that they, to the topic of this panel, are utilizing AI in care delivery to reimagine the role of health coaches, to reimagine what it means for a physical therapist to deliver highly scalable care. That has been a consistent theme for that business since the early innings. And I think when you look at the S1, certainly translates into the performance. The business is profitable, the gross margins systems look software-like. And so I think it is, to Dina's comment, a very positive sign for our ecosystem, but also that care delivery is still one of the most important areas to invest and will benefit from AI in many of the ways that we've seen for our software companies.
Yeah, Lynn, when we're looking at these S1s and the companies start to read, they've got artificial intelligence all over it. It's just, everywhere you can see, these companies did not start out as AI companies. With the sort of growing adoption and interest in them and the sort of the improvement of the technology, how do you advise the companies you invest in sort of to approach the new technology? Like, obviously it's a buzzy thing you can do to raise more capital, but like maybe not necessarily what you want to do. How do you advise them?
Yeah, I would say that, well, maybe to also step back on your earlier question just really quickly too, we actually launched a health tech report earlier this year looking not only at health tech, but fintech and consumer tech as well, just to see how is health tech performing as a sector. And if you really think about it, health tech only crossed to be 10% of all venture dollars only 5 years ago. So we rolled back all three of those sectors and said when they crossed over to being 10% or more of venture dollars, how have those sectors performed? And health tech has performed very strongly. We had more IPOs at a greater dollar value. And I think it's a really interesting time now with Hinge and Omada. But we're also seeing Chime and others in the fintech space too, and hopefully Klarna will go out too. But that health tech as a sector has performed incredibly well for just having been 10% of venture dollars just 5 years ago. Back to your question on AI, we think this is imperative. And I would say that to our tech-enabled service company CEOs and entrepreneurs. I'd say that to health system leaders. We're actually doing an AI event this Thursday and Friday with key C-suite leaders from health systems and payers. And this is where AI is not an innovation budget line item. This is an imperative to this dynamic environment that we're in today, where we think about the aging senior population, we think about the supply-demand mismatch. AI needs to be happening in healthcare, and so we actually have surveyed, and Chuka, who's here too, has surveyed our founders and other founders and said, how are you using AI today? And we're bringing all those learnings back to our partner companies that we've invested in, so they're seeing best practices both in the greater community and then within our companies to say, what's scribing software? How are you thinking about provider certification? We can go on and on and on. How are you ripping out operational inefficiencies using RPA and Gen AI? And so that's something we're very active in, and we think this is an imperative.
Let me follow up, because on some of that survey work that you've done, Lynn, I think we're talking a little bit in abstraction here. What are people in health systems buying AI? What are they buying, and why are they buying it? You've put out some interesting work about this.
Yeah, so we also did a C-suite AI insight report that we launched in Q4 of last year, and we had half of the top health systems as well as the payer community as well. And what was really interesting, like to your point, is over 70% of those health systems and payers were saying they're adding to their budget, and this is a huge budget line item. They're obviously in different stages, right? We kind of think of V1, V2, V3 at Define, and so V1 very much is there are those that are just starting their AI governance committees and having not only P&L leaders, but their digital leaders, and of course legal compliance. And there are those that are already, again, doing first phase of implementation of their AI and are very thoughtful about their use cases and what they want success to look like. When we think about both short-term and medium-term, I think it's very hard to talk about long-term ROI at this point. So we find that they're very aggressively looking at this, and I think why, when we're doing our summit in a couple of days, why these C-suite leaders are coming together. And we've seen, I think, some of the more obvious use cases today. We think they're going to be some big platforms in very certain spaces, and we're seeing that obviously with scribing and some of the earlier AI companies. I think, voice to text, that's actually a quite easy use case. We've actually looked at areas where we're looking at chart abstraction, right? Clinical intelligence coming from structured, unstructured data, invest in a company called Layer Health as an example. We think there's a lot to be done in clinical workflow, and that's where a lot of the providers are thinking about back to the supply-demand mismatch and what we need and why this is an imperative. So I feel very bullish in where they are, and that despite this environment that we're in, and we're obviously learning a lot every single day, that people see this as just incredibly necessary for this industry.
I'm glad you brought up the ROI question. You're saying, it's too early. I guess I'm a little curious how health systems are thinking about measuring these things. I'm doing a little work on this for a story right now, but Morgan, what's your view on sort of how the ROI of these things can be measured today after implementation? I think, the CFO wants to see the benefit pretty quickly, right?
Absolutely. The CFO cares, the CMO cares, the CMIO cares, the CEO cares. Everybody at this unique moment in time deeply cares about the performance of this technology. I think when we take another step back, where we are in healthcare AI, and I say this on the editorial team at the New England Journal of Medicine AI, is that the technology is no longer the barrier. The barrier to the proliferation of AI in healthcare is the business model, it's the economic model, and it's the incentive structures in which this technology is deployed. And so to your question, and to Lynn's comments, when we look at scribing, for example, I would argue that the AI scribing landscape is the greatest adoption of technology by providers since the electronic health record. And it has all happened without any external regulatory stimulus. These are balance sheet investments that these systems are making. Now, I think the unique attributes of that market manifested after the pandemic, where burnout was the top 1, 2, and 3 area of concern for many health system leaders. And the rubber is certainly hitting the road for many of those companies on how are you actually demonstrating clinical and financial ROI? Are scribes better not just for physicians, but are they better for the outcomes of the patients? And I think many of the companies in the space, Bridge, Suki, Ambience, and others are publishing on this data. To date, I think the financial ROI will come from the expansion of these platforms into other clinical workflows. So another attribute that we think about at Briar Capital is not just investing in point solutions, but investing in companies that have platform capabilities. And those companies have to start sufficiently upstream in a workflow such that we can reimagine what's downstream. We're not so interested in role-specific AI, because role-specific AI will fail to reimagine the role every time. And so I suspect that the financial ROI for a lot of the players in the provider market will still come from that revenue cycle management use case. And again, publishing on this data, as companies like Hinge Health and Omada did early in their days on clinical and financial outcomes, is what's going to set these companies free.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the tricky questions we have right now is, I'm sure everyone here is thrilled to hear about revenue cycle management, but everyone wants to hear about how this is going to turn into real benefits for patients and for the health of the country. And I guess, is there a way of, or how do we see some of these use cases that are being adopted at that level sort of transition to more patient-facing kinds of applications, Dina?
Yeah, I think it's much earlier days on the direct patient-facing side. We've certainly seen a proliferation of clinical AI, patient-facing types of applications that are out there yet. It's early, and yet the pace of adoption and the pace of the acceleration of technology is so rapid that it could be early today, and it could be at just the right time 2 weeks from now. That's literally how fast things are moving. And so I'm pretty optimistic about that. That being said, even the AI scribes are having an impact on patients in the sense that they're getting their documentation faster. The adoption of AI by payers means they're getting adjudicated faster. So these things are not super direct patient-facing, but they are having an impact, I think, positively on patients. But at the end of the day, it's not a coincidence that AI scribes are the next biggest thing to hit healthcare since EHRs, and it's not a coincidence that Epic has a big partnership with the Bridge, for example, because at the end of the day, as we all know very well in healthcare, it all comes down to incentive alignment. And if these technologies can fundamentally help move the needle for all the big players involved, for the health systems, for the payers, for the providers, for the pharma companies, et cetera, that's how they get to that level of adoption. And I think the most obvious use case initially perhaps was around documentation and so on. but there's so much more out there. And I fundamentally believe that healthcare is inherently human. There is an inherently services component. So when we talk about AI, we're not yet talking about pure, AI to AI or even AI to patients, but we're talking about the delivery of care in a better way, in a more efficient way, hopefully in a clinically superior way.
You've all alluded to how quickly this is being adopted, and this is something I hear all the time. That basically, this is happening faster than anything. Doctors do not adopt new technology very quickly unless they're forced to. This has been told to me. I'm not a doctor, but if I'm wrong, you can yell at me after you've had a cocktail. But are we moving too fast here? Is there? What do you think of that, Morgan?
So look, the first time I went to the hospital after the launch of ChatGPT to care for patients, I logged on and I saw that the website was blocked. That was the first reaction 2.5 years ago. And when you think about the adoption of this technology, whether it's too fast, too slow, I would argue it's a moral imperative that we utilize this technology to care for our patients, because study after study shows that physicians using this technology results in better diagnostic performance on clinical cases, on some of the hardest clinical cases that we have to assess this technology. Just this past week, speaking of newsworthy moments, OpenAI released the Health Bench framework for better assessing the performance of this technology, not based on the US medical licensing exam, which is a red herring, but on actual clinical encounters that clinicians and patients experience every day. And I think that it is important that we continue not to just invest in the methods themselves, but the evaluation criteria for how we understand its performance across a variety of settings. Now, to speak to speed, I want to highlight that we're not just seeing it on the enterprise side with the adoption by providers. And let's also remember, these providers, many of them are margin negative, or they're investing off the balance sheet with very, very slim resources for this technology. So it's impressive. But the other thing we're seeing is a bottoms-up adoption by clinicians themselves. One of our portfolio companies, Open Evidence, in a matter of just a couple of years, has organically scaled to serve hundreds of thousands of doctors that every single day are logging into their system to ask clinical questions at the point of care in that sacred one-to-one physician-patient relationship. And they're doing that because they're building trust with this technology. And how are they building that trust? They're building trust because they're seeing that companies and organizations like New England Journal of Medicine, like Elsevier, like UpToDate, and these very deeply entrenched organizations are also supporting the adoption of this technology. And so I think the question of whether it's too fast or too slow is maybe not so helpful as how do we adopt this technology and support its proliferation as safely and effectively as possible?
Yeah, I think also it matters, just to add to that, which ties to your other question, Mario, is like the use case, right? And so when I was talking about V1, V2, V3 to kind of overlay, I think many health systems also, the V1 can very much be about operational efficiencies and what I call the swivel chair jobs, right? These are all the logistical things that happen in the background that are not necessarily patient-facing, right, but are supportive of removing burden and things of that nature. And then V2, we kind of can think of another where we get closer to that clinical care, and we built the trust for the doctors, right, as like clinical workflow. And then ultimately, V3 thinking about, is it clinical decision support, right? And really, being co-pilot, but ultimately helping with that assessment as well over time. So I think we can arc into it, Mario, as well with our use cases to tack onto what Morgan said.
I want to remind you guys, these folks are at your disposal for questions, so make use of it. I guess, I'm glad you brought up the open evidence use case, because that's one I admit makes me somewhat nervous, because even if it's trained on a corpus of medical knowledge, and how can I have confidence that it is not performing with the similar flaws that ChatGPT does, which is what most consumers experience with products of that nature is?
Sure. So I think that the company took a number of steps early in its lifespan to mitigate the concerns that you are expressing, but also to continue to obviously pay attention to them. One was striking a partnership with one of the leading healthcare publishers, Elsevier, which owns many of the major academic journals that physicians consult at the point of care today. And in doing so, it allowed them, using RAG and using LLMs, to not just surface the clinical information at the point of care, but to also show the provenance of that information. What are the actual studies studies that support the guidance that this particular query is responding to. And I think clinicians are inquisitive people. We like to know where our information is coming from. We want to make sure we're giving the best information to our patients at that point in time. And if you juxtapose what open evidence does versus maybe a more traditional platform like an UpToDate or other medical textbooks, the minute a study is published, like you walk in the clinic Monday morning, at 8 a.m. there's a new study that's actually going to be relevant for the care you're providing, their system is indexing that study, and you ask a question at 8:02, you better believe that study is going to be included in the result. And that's different from how traditional clinical decision support systems work, where maybe you wait months for a guideline to be adopted, you wait months for an editor to curate the information for you. And so I think from that perspective alone, we are able to provide better care to our patients because we have the information at our fingertips to make the best decisions with the information and evidence that we have.
Can I just add to that? I think one of the benefits of technologies being built upon these foundation models is the ability to do so in a multimodal way, which is a nice, catch-all phrase. But what it really means is, if Claude is better at this, we're going to call on Claude for this particular use case. If Anthropic is better for this and OpenAI better for that. And in total, being able to bring that together to mitigate those hallucinations and put forth the best quality data. One of our companies, Blue Note AI, is doing exactly that, helping companies get through regulatory and support medical writing faster, and they're doing phenomenally well.
Yeah, I actually think one of the things we're kind of saying also two things in this too is not only the technology and what data has then supported that technology for the intelligence, but secondly is being built into the workflow, right? And so when we say things like the provider will have that data right away and can use it, real time, like we're assuming a workflow. And I think many of us, really believe it's not only just the technology itself, it's that workflow integration and all the change management that I think people have not necessarily talked about at the forefront that is so critical for the trust, but also the understanding of how radically value chains could change and protocols could change and workflows could change.
Do we have somebody back there?
We do. Can you say your name and organization?
Sure. My name is Sergio Stakic. I'm with Stanford's Patient Advocacy Project. My question is there a world in which patients themselves introduce or help push these technologies in their own healthcare? Are they part of the process, and can they help the entire process at large?
I'm happy to take that one. Years ago, and this was actually how I got into healthcare, I helped work on kickstarting Google Health. And back then, the reason we did that was because Google was the original digital front door. As patients, we've all been patients at some point in our lives. It is usually where we first go before we have any kind of medical encounter. At the time, this was over 10 years ago, 20% of searches were health-related, and they were almost all entirely not positive experiences for the user, because as lay individuals, we don't know what to search for. We don't know the ontology to connect symptoms and conditions. AI is changing that. Fundamentally, like it boggles my mind if this existed back then, like what we could have done. So patients are coming well-equipped, not just with WebMD-like information, but with real solid studies, with journals they can point to, with suggestions for clinicians. I think we're not quite yet at the point, and correct me if I'm wrong, the MD on the panel here, but I don't think we're quite at the point where MDs are as receptive to that, because obviously they have years of training to it. But for a patient to be able to come in actually well-educated, to suggest things, and to take matters into their own hands, even when it comes to payments. Things like companies, which we're not invested in, but a company that I happen to use is a company called Sheer Health, which helps a lot to, make sure that all of your claims are being adjudicated properly and you're reimbursed for things that you should be. These are all in the hands of patients, and I think we're moving really quickly in the direction where patients can have better control over their interactions with clinicians and hopefully over their outcomes.
Could I ask a question to the audience? I'm actually curious.
Yes, sure.
So we'll describe it for the folks online. How many folks in here are wearing a wearable, like a Whoop or a Fitbit or an Oura Ring?
2 of them.
Okay, so maybe 50%? Or? Okay, and then how many folks here have paid for a service like a full body MRI, additional lab testing that your provider didn't prescribe, or what folks might consider some sort of a preventative healthcare service? So maybe a 30%? Would you say about a third? So I think the other force that is going to drive the adoption of AI and empower patients is greater access to healthcare information, and that is rapidly happening with the adoption of wearables like the Oura Ring, like the Fitbit, and with people investing more in their health through these preventative services. giving patients access to their data is a form of empowerment and allows them to have a conversation with their provider in a shared language. And so I'm optimistic that as another organizing principle, preventative health will progress hand in hand with AI and keep patients at the center of this conversation.
That's a great point.
When we invested in HIMSS, I think one of the things we really thought about, being one of the early direct-to-consumer companies, is just really thinking about what areas of healthcare. So if you think like on the x-axis, if we have like, primary care, et cetera, all the way to like cancer care being on the other side, right? Like what specialties are we talking about and what that interaction should be like, and then acuity level, right? And I think that's really important because there are definitely areas of healthcare where it's pretty obvious you might have something, right? It's pretty obvious what the therapeutic, if there's a therapeutic or the clinical pathway might be, and there is a more self-serve. I would argue though, even though being an investor in HIMSS and other companies, that there are other areas where there's a much more shared information, learning, and what the doctor understands and what they've seen over time. And so I think that relationship really also depends on what we're talking about in that kind of graph I mentioned.
Yeah, the volume of adoption of some of these companies still, I find absolutely shocking. You know, whether it's Function Health, Superpower, which just launched, Pronovo, and so on. I've tested a lot of these out, and I remember when I went for my Function Health visit over in Menlo Park at the Quest Lab. It was early in the morning because you have to be fasting, maybe 7:30, and the phlebotomist told me I was her 6th Function patient of the day. So it's wild how quickly, for something where you have to actually, it's Silicon Valley, still pretty crazy. But the idea that you have to actually physically go into a lab, get your blood tested, which most people don't even do when they have to.
Yeah.
I think there is something happening here that we have to keep an eye on when it comes to consumers wanting more information about their own health.
I think there was another question.
Yeah, we have a write-in question from Susan Baumgirtel. She writes, how do we, society, address potential legal issues? As a physician who has adopted technology readily over the past 30 plus years, at the end of the day, I am the one who must have medical liability coverage and I'm the one who gets sued. How do you envision risk and responsibility being finessed?
Let me just point out that this is the topic of a panel in like 1 hour, but let's, please, if somebody wants to address that.
I mean, I'll go. I think that obviously, if you're in it at a hospital system or otherwise, this is the role of what I mentioned before, those AI governance committees. And in those governance committees, it is that to say, okay, what is our strategy? What is our execution? But what is the legal compliance around this? And so, on one hand, I think that's like an important body and an important function to have. I think on the other hand, I'll say as just like an investor, I do think that we've seen this in the past, even in enterprise software companies pre-AI, right? The virality, we've never had a technology like this where the use is just the ease of use of it versus, big data, blockchain, let's go down the list, right? All of those things are very different than what we're talking about. So I do love the virality of this, but I do think ultimately, as a physician where you are, like I do believe those AI governance committees, that is where that risk lies and where you are.
I'll also add, just because it's relevant news from the last few days with the announcement out of the FDA, it does seem like there is more to come from the governing bodies, the regulatory bodies in DC around AI. FDA has a new initiative and a chief AI officer or whatever they're calling it, something to that effect. CMS has someone that's focused on AI. And so I think that there's more to come, and lawmakers are paying attention to this in a way that they maybe previously didn't.
So we only have a couple minutes left. I have to go to my phone cheat sheet here. This is lightning round, so you're not allowed to dither or really qualify your answer in any way.
Just first thought.
Yeah. So 2 years ago, we had the eminent Vinod Khosla on this very stage with my boss, Rick Burke. And I had to go back to the tape to make sure he actually said this. So within 5 to 6 years, the FDA will approve a primary care app qualified to practice medicine like your primary care physician. I'll cut him off there. But let's not evaluate that statement because 2 years have passed, and I think 3 to 4 years that happening. I think if I asked you whether you thought that would happen, the answer would be no. But I think the question is emblematic of a question that a lot of people have. So if a really smart entrepreneur came to you with this idea, is it investable?
Today?
And yes, today. An FDA-cleared physician, FDA-approved physician, primary care physician. Yes or no? Investable idea.
So no maybes here.
There's no
Wow. I don't know.
Already FDA cleared, you're saying?
No, that's the pitch.
Okay.
That's what they want to build.
No.
No?
No.
Yeah, no.
I think that pretty much does it for our time here. No more answers.
But can I answer that? I would say
Qualifications.
Go pitch
the
them
way
after this.
the way an entrepreneur should think, and I would say if that I go back to my V1, V2, V3 frame thinking, that might be the V3 vision. I'd ask the entrepreneur, what is your V1 vision? What is your wedge use case? Like, what is something that you could date? Maybe that's a co-pilot. Maybe that, right? There's a lot of ways to start to etch to that vision over time. And that's how we always think, because we should always be thinking of that big vision, the V3 vision. I call it, V1 is what's your wedge use case today? V2 is how do you earn your right to be the platform? And that's V2, you're the platform. And then once you're the dominant platform, how can you change healthcare, which is your V3 vision? And so I think we always ask ourselves, yes, we agree with that V3 vision someday. Now, how do we get there in the right ways today and for tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Does that change your answer? We come at it that way?
I'd ask, what is your answer? What is your answer to a V1 wedge point to qualify to that?
The notion
and
of
I want to know the answer to that, right?
Yeah.
And that's we want people who dream in that way, but I think there's a reality of how you get there, over the next 2-3 years or
And
to your
survive
next fundraising
the
and
2 to 3
survive.
years to get there, exactly.
All right, Morgan, you get the final word there, and then we are out of time.
I just want to qualify. I think all this anthropomorphization of AI is not super interesting to me, like the AI nurse or the AI doctor, because ultimately nurses and doctors do a lot of different things. And if you actually look at where AI has been adopted most, like in scribing and coding, these are tasks that are highly monolithic. They are routine tasks where the same thing is happening over and over again. And in clinical medicine, as a clinician, that's just not the role. There's 1,000 things that you might do in a given day. And so I think we need to be more precise with our language. What is an AI physician? Is it a notion that there will be a physician plus technology that can carry a panel of 10,000, 50,000, or 100,000 patients versus 2,000? That's an investable concept. But I want to know actually how that manifests in reality. And if that patient needs more than a chat or a simulated experience, how are you going to meet their needs?
They both got to qualify. I just said no.
Ask Dina afterwards. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
For this sponsored conversation, please welcome to the stage Danielle Mandikian, Senior Principal Scientist at Genentech, and to moderate, STAT co-founder and executive editor, Rick Burke.
So Who here needs a drink right now? Like, can we drink? It's like cocktail time somewhere in the world.
Always.
Right now.
That's always a guarantee, right?
So Genentech has, Danielle does the Two Scientists Walk Into a Bar podcast. And so we thought, why not take the bar here, right? That's kind of the idea. So we've never done anything like this before at a STAT summit. So I'm very excited to sort of hear. So what's your thinking about why we're having drinks at like this hour?
Well, I mean, we're keeping it, we're in public, so we're keeping it cool. The liquor's being held back till happy hour. But the whole kind of spirit with our podcast is, having great conversations over drinks. And it's kind of a tongue-in-cheek, nod to our past, because Genentech's founders actually met at a bar over a couple drinks and had this fantastic idea to use recombinant DNA technologies to generate life-changing drugs at scale back in the 70s.
And that was in San Francisco.
Yeah, I was just here in the Bay. And it's also kind of a nod to how we still run science. Like, our best conversations are the random ones we have in the hall, or when we're like freaking out over a cup of coffee talking about what existential crisis we're dealing with in the lab. And it's really kind of like the best opportunity to like share ideas, get support, and have breakthroughs.
Do you find yourselves at Genentech hanging out at the local bar or not?
Mostly, it depends on how good my experiments
are going. Is there like
a
company bar?
No, but we have like the most insane number of coffee stations that I've ever seen. So like we're all like, having a good time talking about science.
So do you want to explain what drinks we have here and how they relate to what Genentech is doing with scientific discovery?
Yeah, and I mean, like, not to beat like the whole at a bar thing over, the head, but if you think about it, mixing a really good drink is a lot like utilizing AI successfully. Like, we're in the Bay Area, we've all been to like super bougie bars, and they're not just these standard drinks that stand out, right? What happens is you have kind of like these recipes, and these really schnazzy bartenders will kind of do this really iterative process of trying something, making it better, seeing what works with the vibe of the bar. And that's in a lot of ways how we utilize AI as scientists. We have kind of like this framework or model that we might use to kind of give us some insight into the science that we're thinking about. But really, it's that iterative process of learning something, changing it, and really kind of keeping that human element, or the bartender in the situation, in the loop that kind of refines our final product. And so we thought a drink would be fun.
Now, I understand that even though you've had some bartending in your past,
that one's a secret.
These recipes were like a Genentech, millions of like...
A lot of research.
A lot of research.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, we're excited to be here. We wouldn't just show up with nothing.
Right.
Okay. So, keeping on the gags, right? Like, this is our version of an old fashioned, right? So basic recipe is ice, in this case, some liquor and some syrup, right? And it's just like the kind of basic
What's the liquor?
Drink. I don't know. They wouldn't let me mix it. They heard that I was a bad bartender in the past, so they were like, don't worry, we got this.
Genentech.
Yeah. We're keeping it confidential. Okay. So give it a try. Let me know.
I do like the glasses here. Cheers.
Cheers.
Have you tried this?
No, so we'll see what my honest reaction is.
All right.
You two, ready? You first. I didn't mix it.
No, I did that on purpose.
Yeah, right. Okay. All right. For the sake of the analogy, let's pretend that this is what's going to really kind of...
I need some Garni here, yeah.
Yeah, make it... I don't know if you should trust me putting bitters in it.
Is there any bitters in... We don't even know.
I'm like, I'm woefully unprepared for this.
I don't know what I'm drinking, but it's...
I think there's some sugar in it.
It's actually pretty good.
A lot of research went into it, so I feel like it should be all right. Well, now that we got our drinks, maybe we could look at them in a cutesy way while we talk science.
Oh, should we sit down?
Okay. Yeah. All right, so you're supposed to be on my right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. I want to follow instructions.
So before we get into this, I'm curious how you went from being a bad bartender to a scientist to a podcast co-host. What is it?
Do you want my honest answer?
Yeah.
Well, when I first started off, I actually hated school, and I did welding. I used to rebuild transmissions, and working on cars actually sparked my interest in biology. And there's a lot of parallels there. If you know how an engine works, you know how mitochondria and cells work. And it just kind of like jumped in there. I met the right people that got me into science. And apparently I really liked talking to the very, very old scientists that were hanging out in labs. So I ended up falling in love with these backstories of like, how did we get to where we were doing Western blots? What was the ridiculous bucket biochemistry that people would do? And so the opportunity came up to try out to be a co-host for the podcast. And I absolutely jumped on it because I love talking science. I like the backstories, the whole shtick.
So tell us about let's talk about some of your AI-related episodes and what you've learned and who you've had on.
Yeah, I mean, this last year was actually, AI, I feel like snuck up on me. I was computer dumb for a good chunk of my life, maybe arguably still now. And by getting to meet all of these different scientists on the pod, it's really crazy seeing how many different, areas of research are able to utilize AI to kind of accelerate the research. And over the past year, you can kind of think about it, like I sit in biotech, so I do a lot of like drug development type things. And what's crazy is like whether you're thinking about like the conception at the bench, anything that happens between there and even getting it to the bedside, AI is playing a different role in it, and it's rapidly evolving as we speak. So like one of the coolest episodes, thinking about like, for drug development, you want to get a kickoff about like, what are you even going to research? The first thing you have to do is come up with what's a good target to go after, right? If you have disease X, what on earth are you going to try to target to elicit some kind of function, some kind of therapy? And so we've had guests come on and talk about how they can take really large, complex data sets like, single cell transcriptomics, feed in all of these massive data sets into models, and then be able to figure out what's the target to go after. But not just the target, like what's going to be the best viable target. And that's like key, because I can't tell you how many things like we've learned over the years where we're so convinced we found the target, only to learn like after 10 years of research across the world or something, that same target has other pathways that it could be impacting, or maybe it's only relevant in a certain patient population, right? And so the ability to utilize AI to really dive deep and ask, key critical questions about what are these systems, how are we actually going from like protein to disease, and being able to take these complex information and find out what's the most viable target. I mean, that, in all honesty and without being too dramatic, that's what saves lives, right? I mean, it's a lot of fun also.
At the risk of myself being too dramatic, are you worried that you're going to be like out of a job or replaced by AI in 10 years?
No, I get that a lot. I was thinking about it this morning, and you know what it reminds me of? My very first science job, I worked at a government facility, and if I wanted a journal article, I'd have to go into the basement and like crank through those like mobile stacks of journal articles. And so like now, if I want to find a journal article, all I got to do is use like Google Scholar, and it dramatically changes like my ability to search through the literature. It does it faster. And so all what AI is really doing is accelerating our abilities to ask complex questions, analyze complex data. It doesn't replace the human aspect where we have to think big picture. How would we modify what questions? How do we validate what we find?
Now, there's a sort of human analogy here with the drink, right? Because
I hope so.
I think the whole point of this is like, if I hated the drink, we can like adjust it.
Yeah.
But a machine couldn't necessarily taste, well, I don't know. Is that kind of where the human comes in?
That's totally where the human comes in. Okay. It's like, and it's really kind of iterative. And I think one of the coolest things, we're actually already recording for our season that's coming out. I think one of our first episodes came out today, which you guys should look up. But there's a lot of stuff that kind of comes out of these models where it also questions how you might establish assays or what types of experiments you might want to do based on what the model can tell you. And so all what these models are doing is they're bringing up, here's whatever finding it is that we're talking about, because we're talking about this in such a broad context, right? And then what do you do with that information? That's where the human comes in with the big picture and thinks about, what are we actually capable of doing now? Or should we change how we're doing our experiments to maybe better reiterate what this model is capable of telling us? So it's always going to be this kind of garden tending type scenario where you're constantly taking in information, thinking about what this means with your goals, what do we need from society, or even like scalability, and really kind of coming back to the models and having this kind of back and forth to guide innovation.
And can you talk a little bit about your own when you're not doing the podcast or trying to make drinks, like what kind of science you do?
Yeah, so I'm in a really, I think it's unique, or I'm very glad to be there at least, position where I'm able to support large molecule therapeutics across many disease indications. And so it's this really kind of rapid, fast-paced environment where I'm trying to understand for the biologics that we're developing, where are they actually going in the body? What's the biology that governs this? Are there things that we can try to leverage and understand to make sure that our therapies are more effective? And being someone who's not great with computers, I've, in the last couple of years, have had a huge, set of opportunities come up in my career where I've started using AI and machine learning to help understand these complex data sets and really drag out meanings that we weren't able to before.
And what's your sense of the potential in the clinic for?
We had a really cool guest come on this last season, and then we're going to take a super deep dive into it this season. But thinking about the patients that we're trying to help, we still have to go into clinical trials, and there's things that we're constantly thinking about. We're thinking, is this really going to be efficacious? What do I need to do to make sure it's super safe? And so there's a lot of AI models that are coming up where they're doing stuff kind of called I think the tag word is digital twins. And what they're doing is they're modeling out certain aspects of patient populations to kind of pressure test how these therapies would perform. And it's really groundbreaking because it makes us, it allows us to flag potential liabilities we wouldn't have caught otherwise. And that means that by the time we go into the clinic, it's going to be safer, it's going to be more effective. We can choose our patient population that we would test it in much more thoughtfully. And anything that makes this better for the patient is really kind of the heart of what we do.
Would you mind, the drink was fine. Do you mind if I have a couple notes for Genentech for how you did this?
I think I talked really nicely to someone, begged them to help me because I can't do drinks mixing very well. No.
There should be someone coming through with shrimp cocktail or egg rolls or something. I feel like I need something
to wash that down with and pair it with. Yeah.
So next time, can you do that?
I'm gonna try. I think if you invite me back.
We'll see. So what other any other standout guests you've had?
It's kind of funny doing so I'm actually a very nervous person by nature, and I love getting to meet scientists. One of the scientists I was so excited and over the moon to meet was Kim Homan. And so, we talk a lot about all of these assays that someone's going to do to validate what we find. Her whole shtick is looking at these very complex in vitro models to kind of mimic or predict, if I have this type of therapy, what's the efficacy going to be? What are things we have to watch out for? And anytime you have a complex system, you get really complex data. And so she talked a little bit about how when I say complex, I mean grad students crying and quitting level of complex. And so she talked about how to utilize machine learning to, reduce the turnover in her lab and really kind of drive a lot of innovation that comes out of these in vitro systems.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, and this coming season, another thing that came up that was I think very interesting. It's not just how do we generate and utilize these models, but how could we get different models to interact. So for example, in drug development, you want to make sure you've got the right target. You want to make sure that you can design a therapy that will interact with it. You want to maybe predict what are some potential safety liabilities. So we kind of take a really deep dive with some of the experts that we're actually I think y'all are having speak here today, where we talk about how do you utilize what are called agents to communicate between these data sets and pull this information together so that it enables you to make much more, faster decisions and innovations and figure out what works and doesn't work.
Let me ask you about this evening, our official cocktail hour on the roof or wherever. Are we going to have real drinks? Is this going to be served like these old-fashioned?
Oh, were you trying to set me up for that? I totally missed it. I was spaced because there's all these people looking back at me. All right, so this is the trial and error old-fashioned.
Oh, is that what you're calling it?
We like a good pun. So this will be available today for cocktail hour as well, but it's not mixed by me, so y'all are pretty safe.
What will be the alcohol?
I don't even know. I think it might be a whiskey type.
Yeah.
I don't even drink old fashions. I like bitter, salty drinks like a martini.
Will there be martinis tonight too?
I hope for y'all's
there'll be
sake.
martinis and what else? Okay.
Yeah, a good salty drink.
I
is
love
great.
the trial and error. Is that like a Genentech motto? Like,
No, that's a scientist motto, right? That's how I live and die. I'm a bench scientist, so my whole life is trial and error. Some
well,
success.
I think this whole approach worked. So Danielle, thank you. This was like a fun way to do it.
Thank you so much.
Even without the alcohol, it was great. So cheers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank y'all.
you very much.
So it's going to take a minute for the stage to be reset. So I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of I'm going to give a bit of advice to all the founders in the room. Does everyone know that Genentech was founded in a bar? Do people know this story? That Bob Swanson and Herb Boyer were in a bar and actually wrote the deal terms on a napkin. And Regeneron was founded in a Chinese restaurant. Okay? So STAT was founded after a dinner between our founder and Eric Schmidt. And so the lesson that you should all take from this is that if you are a founder and you think your company might be important, you should have a cool story like that. When you meet with a journalist like me and we're gonna write we're gonna ask, like, where were you? What were you having for dinner? What were you drinking? And nobody actually remembers that stuff that we want at the beginning of our stories, so just make a note. There is another principle in journalism, aside from asking people what they had for breakfast, which is an actual journalism cliche, which is called the principle of fair comment, which it's our job when we write about someone or something or present on them on stage to make sure that we go to get the other side. And this next panel is going to be focusing on United Health Group, and I am going to read a statement now from United Health Group about STAT's coverage of United Healthcare and about the topic of this panel, which is the use of AI in health insurance. So this is a statement from United Health Group. It's unfortunate that STAT continues to seek to profit off anecdotal and unproven statements rather than focusing on real solutions to real problems in the healthcare system. An allegation that United Healthcare uses an AI algorithm to automatically deny claims is false. We do not employ AI to issue any adverse clinical determinations. We have shared these facts along with extensive supporting data, and STAT has engaged in multiple conversations with our top clinicians, but STAT continues to ignore the truth and perpetuate an inaccurate and predetermined narrative around AI to scare people and create clickbait headlines. AI offers incredible possibilities for improving many parts of the health system, and we will continue to focus time and effort to find ways to responsibly use AI to make the system work better for members and providers. The NaviHealth Predict tool is used by our clinical care support team as a guide to help inform providers, families, and other caregivers about what sort of assistance and care a patient might need both in the facility and after returning home. We believe the lawsuit filed by the estate of Jean B. Locken is based on unfounded allegations and mischaracterizes the incredibly valuable work of our experienced and compassionate clinicians. Adverse coverage decisions are only made by medical directors, not by the Predict tool and not AI, all in accordance with CMS Medicare coverage criteria. We continue to encourage STAT to join us and others across the healthcare ecosystem to engage in constructive dialogue that will result in meaningful, substantive changes that will transform the health system for the benefit of everyone. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Megan Bent, patient advocate and healthcare justice advocate, Christine Huberty, attorney at the Center for Medicare Advocacy, And to moderate, STAT Chief Investigative Reporter for Data and Technology, Casey Ross.
So as you may have just heard, there's a little history here. So we published a series of stories focused on the use of this particular algorithm called NH-Predict in the process of making determinations about very, very sick people mostly in post-acute care settings, so skilled nursing facilities and other rehabilitation settings. And what we found in our reporting was that this algorithm wasn't a piece of the process, it defined the process, and a lot of bad decisions were being made. A lot of people were being hurt. Following the publication of our series, which was a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize, a lawsuit was filed that was just referenced in the statement by the estate of Gene Locken and Medicare beneficiaries across the country. That lawsuit is now in the process of discovery. Throughout the course of our reporting, we asked United Health countless questions, and they never agreed to put a clinician or anybody at their company on the record to answer our questions. The people on the stage have been on the record, and they are on the record today. Christine, I wanted to start with you. You're now a lawyer for the Center for Medicare Advocacy. A few years ago, you were working in Wisconsin representing Medicare beneficiaries in coverage disputes. Tell us about what you started to notice.
Yeah. So as you mentioned, I was at a nonprofit in Wisconsin working on a whole host of issues for seniors, people 60 and over, Medicare being only a very small portion of that. But in about 2019, we started seeing an increase in this very particular type of denial where people with Medicare Advantage plans were getting denied after. So if you go into a hospital, you have hip surgery and you need rehab for a couple weeks, the Advantage plans were starting to deny people after sometimes days, maybe a couple weeks. And so it was 2019 when I first came across a case where in the discovery process, we're going to hearing, I find this very consumer-friendly looking sheet of, a packet of paper that with the NH-Predict tool and the logo saying that you're expected to need something like 16.4 days in a skilled nursing facility based on millions of patients just like you. And that made me question, well, first of all, what is Navi Health? Navi Health, what is the NH-Predict tool? My question to the family was, did you see this? Did you know that you were going to get this denial in this amount of days? The patients hadn't. So this very consumer-friendly tool that should have been predicting their care, or it looked like it was, they hadn't seen it before. They had no indication that they were going to be denied under that short amount of time. In fact, most of these people, their doctors would say, you're going to need 2 to 3 weeks of recovery time, 6 to 8 weeks in some cases, and they were getting these denials after maybe 2 weeks. And the decimal point is what I noticed, first of all, seemed very bizarre. And then we started seeing these increases in these cases. We went from about 1 to 2 per year to about 1 to 2 per week in between 2019 and probably 2022 was probably the height of it. Always Medicare Advantage plans, never original or traditional Medicare. Always I started looking for, even if the NH-Predict tool wasn't in the documents, I would find reference to it, usually the predicted length of stay, PLOS, and the decimal points. Those kept floating around to 18.6 days, 17.2 days. This pattern of behavior. And so that's what led me to a CMS comment. I said, there has to be a computer behind this. We're working decimal points. The clinicians aren't doing that. And so I just kept looking for it, the more and more patients that I was representing.
How hard or easy was it to figure out sort of how this algorithm was being incorporated in the decision-making process on the part of the insurance company for you as you're going through dealing with these cases?
Yeah, you mean how the beneficiaries were seeing it? Or, I mean, if you're looking
both
at...
how the beneficiaries are seeing it, but as a lawyer representing them, trying to figure it out for yourself,
right,
get those questions answered.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting there looking at, it's the disconnect. The doctors, the treating physicians, their therapists are always all disagreeing with this number and saying, no, we need many more days. We need more weeks. There's people who have had strokes and, still can't swallow properly, being told that they need to go home. There was no rhyme or reason, there was no connection to what the actual practicing practitioners were recommending for these patients.
And what was happening with the patients? So you have this algorithm, it's predicting a number of days with a decimal point. When the patients are then getting denial notices for coverage, so their payment is getting cut off, what are they doing? Are they saying, okay, we're just going to stay put and pay for this out of our pocket? Like, give us a sense of sort of what's happening to them based on the application of this algorithm and its prediction.
Yeah, so you're getting people with denials in real time. So you are having someone, like I mentioned, the person with the stroke. Right now, I'm still checking my email during this summit. I have a woman who is on her 4th round of denials. She has a broken leg and a pressure ulcer on her heel. She's non-weight bearing. She cannot go home. She needs a Hoyer lift. She is getting these denials every couple of days. That was kicked off, I'm sure, by the algorithm because her doctors say she needs more time. She needs weeks at least. They're thrown into this chaos and this really, really stressful moment when they're trying to concentrate on their health. People who have their family members are dealing with this while they're trying to get better. It is so stressful. They're put in the position of saying, okay, do we go home against medical advice? Do we pay out of pocket? That's the other option, is to privately pay. It's several $100s a day in a nursing home getting rehabilitation. So they're having to do this in real time. And I think that's really important because this isn't like you got an ambulance ride and 3 months down the road you get a bill and you're disputing it. There's people who are trying to figure out, do I have to go home unsafely in this moment, or do I have to start paying out of my pocket? And I also want to touch on that this is only happening in the Medicare Advantage space, not in the original Medicare space. And so a patient would go in, the doctor says you need 2 or 3 weeks of coverage. They look at their coverage criteria that says they'll get 100 days, and that's true in original and traditional Medicare. And so when they're blindsided with a denial after 15 days, it is just devastating.
And is the algorithm just being used within the context of United plans? United obviously owns the subsidiary that was the developer of the algorithm, but was it just United policies or was it?
Oh, definitely other insurance companies. In fact, the whole reason that I found the NH Predict tool was actually a regional insurance plan, Security Health Plan in Wisconsin. So it wasn't actually UHC that tipped me off in the first place. And most of the Advantage plans were using that contract with Navi Health.
So this algorithm is being used on patients across the country. Megan, your father was one of them. Tell us a little bit about him. What did your dad do for a living? Tell us about who he was.
My dad was a great father. We were really close. Sorry, I might get a little emotional today. He was the assistant head of the UConn physics department. He taught there, and he held that job until he retired. After that, he went on to teach high school and was just like a really passionate teacher, would come up with really fun ways to share like theories of physics with his students, and received letters like years and years afterwards about how he had like developed their love of science. And he's a very social justice-minded person. Like that's how he raised us, to speak out against things that were unjust. And just to share like one small anecdote about like that I think just gets to the person he was. I grew up working in the soup kitchen with him. He ran the local soup kitchen, and we would go every first Sunday and make bag lunches. And after he passed, I learned from his brother that he grew up food insecure. And so to me, that spoke to a person who experienced something that was, some form of inequality, and then he humbly did what he could to make sure that other people were not going through that same experience. He was a great man.
Tell us what was going on in your dad's care at that time. What had caused him to be hospitalized?
My dad had been in remission for metastatic melanoma for about a year. He had recently gone through and gotten like a clean MRI, and then one morning he woke up not long after that MRI, and he couldn't remember how to do things like tie his shoes, and so he went to the ER, and it was discovered that he had a bleeding lesion in his brain that was the return of the metastatic melanoma. So he underwent surgery, but when he came out of surgery, due to the lesion, he had really significant physical and cognitive disabilities. Like he couldn't walk. He had something called left neglect, where his body didn't even recognize it had a left side. He had trouble remembering how to do things like use the telephone or if we had even visited. And so his neurosurgeon and physical therapist unequivocally recommended that he go to an acute rehab hospital for specialized rehab. And one of the best in the state accepted him as a patient, but not long after that, prior authorization denied that. And so he was sent to a lesser care facility, a short-term rehab facility.
And tell us about the first conversation that you and your mother had with employees from NaviHealth after he arrived in the skilled nursing facility.
Yeah, so not long after he arrived in the short-term skilled nursing facility, we received a call from NaviHealth. My mother took the call, and we had never even heard of NaviHealth before. We didn't know what this was, but someone on the phone identified herself as our NaviHealth care coordinator and said that my dad was going to be discharged in 2 weeks. He had just arrived at this facility. They hadn't even completed evaluating him or come up with a complete care plan for him, and had also, just based on initial assessments, said that they expected him to be there for like at least 3 months, but someone's on the phone telling my mom that he's going to be discharged in 2 weeks, and that her job now is to figure out what's going to be the safest thing for him. Are we going to pay out of pocket for him to remain there? Is he going to come home? If he's going to come home, she's going to have to move because it needs to be a wheelchair accessible apartment. So kind of like what you were speaking to, Christine, it's like when you're already in crisis with your family member, there's this added stress of, this care is going to end and you have to figure out what you're going to do.
What was the tone of the conversation? I mean, are they sort of saying, we understand you're going through this awful time and this terrible ordeal. We wanted to, just tell me about what that actual conversation was like with the NaviHealth person and how they approached it.
I wasn't the one on the phone, but I know, like, my mom, I was in the room, and I remember after my mom hung up, we were talking about it, and she shared that the woman on the phone, like, when my mom said that they haven't even developed a care plan, the physical therapist thinks he needs to be there for at least 3 months, that the woman on the other end of the line laughed and said something like, oh, those physical therapists, they think they can fix everything. And it was just this really blasé reaction to a really a moment of crisis that we were having as a family.
So what happens next? You have the doctors on one hand saying your dad needs 3 months of care to rehabilitate, and NaviHealth is saying 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. So how does that play out? What happens next?
They didn't stick to the 2 weeks. And the staff at the skilled nursing facility had warned us that there is this pattern we could expect to happen, though, even though they didn't stick to the 2 weeks, that at some point we were going to get a denial notice. We could appeal it, and we might win 1 or 2 appeals, but that the increase in these denials, that the denials were going to increase, like that they would start coming every 2 to 3 days. And true to the pattern, that's what happened. At the end of that month, my dad received his first denial, and we appealed it and won. Maybe a week and a half later, the second denial came, and we appealed it and won. And then 3 days later, another one came, and we lost. And my dad was discharged 2 days later to come home. When he came home, it was in the evening, and he arrived by ambulance because he was still a wheelchair user. And the ambulance driver said that he felt warm and that he had been complaining about head and neck pain on the ride home, and he did have like a low-grade fever when he arrived, and we gave him Tylenol and we monitored him, but the next morning he was unresponsive and we had to call 911, and it turned out that he had bacterial meningitis, and he went back into the hospital for another 3 weeks.
So this happens in the skilled nursing facility, and they send him home.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you do at that point?
He had to go, we were it felt like the situation where we were like, nothing worse can happen, and then something else would happen, and we were like, what? Yeah, he went back into the hospital for 3 weeks. Before that infection, he was getting to the point where we thought he was going to be strong enough to go back into immunotherapy for his cancer. But after the meningitis, he was never able to regain that strength, and my mom and I brought him home, and we took care of him until he passed away in March of 2023.
And United Healthcare was your dad's insurer, is that right?
Yeah, and I also want to say, like, he didn't choose Medicare Advantage. Sometimes you'll hear people say that they choose it, they like it, but he was on a state retirement, and that was the insurance that they provided for him.
And you are an artist, and you produced a piece of art related to the experience that you had. If we can show that on the screen, I wonder if that's something you can sort of talk us through in terms of this piece of art and what you're trying to convey based on the experience that you had.
Yeah, this is like in the vein of redacted poetry, and this was my dad's first denial letter that denied him going to the acute rehab hospital to begin with. And through this redaction, I'm wanting to convey the way that it feels like my dad was just viewed as a set of data that could be thrown away, like that he wasn't viewed as a person, a whole person who was important and loved, but was viewed as maybe somebody who was older and had a critical diagnosis, and so therefore wasn't deserving of proper care. Trying to convey the callousness of how it felt to us and to my family, and just that he had to go through a lot of unnecessary suffering at the end of his life. And yeah, I guess I just made this artwork to try to share those feelings about this denial process.
And tell us about the first time that you and your mother met Christine. This was in the United States Senate.
Yeah, this was actually almost about 2 years ago now. It was like May 17th, 2023. My dad had only passed away a couple months ago, and my mom was asked to come to the Senate and testify before their investigative committee on denials of care and Medicare Advantage. And so we met Christine because Christine was there to testify as well. We were in a conference room ahead of the testimony and just kind of talking about why we were there, what our contexts were for being at the hearing, and that was when we first started to learn about the use of algorithms and started to have more context in terms of that whole summer. We were just almost confounded, like, why is this allowed to happen? Like, what is going on? This just feels so incredibly cruel. And then meeting you and being at the hearing, there started to be a contextual basis for why we went through what we went through.
Yeah, so it goes before the U.S. Senate for a hearing, and that about the use of this algorithm. And at that point, had you heard from anybody, any caregiver, your insurance company, NaviHealth, about an algorithm that was being used in the background?
No. It was like this really eye-opening experience. I remember coming back on the train and kind of like my brain was buzzing, putting the pieces together of, oh, that's why they're saying he needs to go home in 2 weeks when he doesn't even have a care plan. Oh, this is who NaviHealth is. This is who this company is that we'd never heard of that kept calling and sending denial letters.
Christine, what was that conversation like for you? You're getting ready to go and testify before the Senate, and you're having this conversation with Megan and her mom in the room.
Extremely nervous. I was. Obviously, it's a huge honor to be doing that. But when talking with Megan and her mom, your experience was not unique. And as much as that sometimes makes people feel better, it can be worse knowing that they're just part of this thing that's happening to millions of people. I just know, like, I looked at you and we were talking, and I'm like, I'm here for you, and I'm here for everybody else, not just my clients, but everyone who I know this is happening to, that is still happening to today. Again, I'm in the middle of one right now. It was calmed my nerves, and I'm like, even if I misspeak, even if I flub whatever I have to say, at least I'm here to project this story. Same thing as it is here today, too. We might be a little outside of the biotech and AI piece, but these are real stories, and they continue to this day. So,
And so this hearing was before the Senate Subcommittee on Investigations, which it's a subcommittee of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. What was your reaction to the committee's chaired by Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut? Tell us about what happened in the hearing. What was your sort of overall feeling about it as you're talking with the senators?
I think, we've spoken about Senator Ron Johnson from my home state of Wisconsin being the second chair, came woefully unprepared and had his own pro-Medicare Advantage agenda. And a callousness, as you've mentioned too, from the Navi Health, a callousness about how I was there speaking about his constituents. I was there talking about what I knew was happening to his voters in Wisconsin. And so frustration, we're here presenting these real life stories and no one seems to really care about that.
Well, what was he focused on? Like, what was his reaction to, your mom, Gloria, gives a pretty poignant recounting of the circumstances which you've just described.
Yeah.
And you're talking, Christine, about all the cases that you're seeing. What was Senator Johnson saying?
That privatization is great and great for business, and business will, win. And right, and I think that's the other part too that's so important to highlight is that throughout my time working at the nonprofit, we were getting these denials, and as I mentioned, increased to 1 or 2 per week only from Medicare Advantage plans. We were not getting these denials from original Medicare when they're supposed to be are supposed to be using the same coverage criteria. So we know that these denials are only being started by that algorithm under the Advantage plans.
And as you're going through dealing with these cases in the appeals process, are you able to sort of confront the insurer and NaviHealth at any point? Like, is there a conversation you're able to have from your standpoint? You're seeing these cases, which, as you're describing them, they're not exactly like edge cases. You're talking about people who are really significantly debilitated. So I'm just wondering, as you're seeing that, are you able to sort of like talk with them, address this with them, say, hey, look, I think there's a mistake going on here. Tell me about that.
Absolutely. So when we would get to the hearing stage, at least when I was working in Wisconsin, oftentimes the Advantage plan would bring Navi Health to the hearings as a witness to essentially defend their decision. My questions to them were always, did you treat the patient? Did you have any conversation with their doctors, with their therapists? The answer is no and no. Did you have all of the medical records? What medical records did you use in making this decision? And oftentimes we would get to the hearing stage and we would present all of our medical records. We would have asked the treating physicians, the therapists for their records, and the plan and Navi Health would say, well, we didn't see these, we didn't have these before, and so now we'll agree to coverage. But we had to get to the hearing, and then my question to them is, well, how do you issue a denial without the medical records? Like, how is that possible? So there is a chance to confront them, but you have to get all the way to a hearing stage. I doubt you wouldn't have made it that far or didn't consider to go that far. It's just too stressful, too much work.
Yeah, after we lost the denial, that was the next stage, would have been to go to a hearing. But you're in a crisis where you're barely able to keep your head above water. It's like, how can you start to prepare to go to a hearing as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, explain a little bit more from your standpoint, Megan, about sort of what the appeal process is. So Medicare has, I think it's a 5-stage process for appealing coverage determinations which are adverse to you or your family member. So what does it actually take for you to go through these appeals as you're dealing with your father who's in the circumstances he's in?
Yeah, it was, I would say from my point of view, it was not a great situation they set you up in. It felt kind of purposeful. Denials would come on a Friday afternoon. They would have to go to the rehab center first and then be sent to us, and we would only have 24 hours to appeal. So if, for instance, someone at the rehab center had left early for the day or something and didn't get it on a Friday afternoon, we would have lost the window to appeal. But luckily, they understood this pattern was going to happen. They were always ready, and so they would The denial would go to the rehab center, then it would go to my mom. She would have to call a phone number and enter in that she wanted to appeal, and then it would go to a review board, and then they would either, say that that we would win the appeal, that basically my dad still needed the care, or, at the end we lost. But one of the things that was so weird about his last denial that we did lose was that 3 days before that, there had been a NOMNIC, a denial of care, and we had appealed it and won. And one of the reasonings was that the review board, whoever reviewed it from Kepro, said that, or maybe it's not Kepro, sorry, I don't know all the ins and outs of this process, but the review board that made the decision said that it wasn't going to be safe for him to come home yet. And then 3 days later, there's another denial of care, and we lose. But in those 3 days, nothing had changed, So to us, we were like, why did we lose this last appeal?
And is there an explanation of it? I mean, you mentioned NOMNIC. So NOMNIC is Notice of Medicare Non-Coverage. So it means your payment is going to be cut off for your care, or your care is not going to be covered. Was there an explanation of it in the notices you're getting as to why?
Not really to us, no. There wasn't a lot of, it was just, this is happening and you have to appeal.
How does the appeal process play out from your standpoint, Christina, as you're experiencing it? How much time are we talking about for these patients who are in these circumstances, as far as how that goes through the process, how much time it takes, and whether it results in justice for those people?
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you said. You get that initial one, you're told to call a number, that's an expedited appeal. You do that within 24 hours, it's all by phone. You'll usually do 2 or 3 rounds of those. When you finally get to the one that's not successful, then the next step is an administrative law judge hearing, which understandably, the layperson sounds really intimidating. Most people think that they need an attorney to take it to that next level. They don't understand it's just a telephone hearing. It's not even a video hearing. What even would be involved in preparing for it. So again, these are people who are still in the rehab facilities. Most people they haven't even been able to go back home. So I've had people attend these hearings from their hospital beds. Yeah. That's what they would have to do to take these further in the moment. So incredibly stressful. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Andrea Downing. I am co-founder of a patient-led organization called The Light Collective. I wanted to thank all of you for your courage in stepping forward and doing this work. You have impacted so many lives by doing what you're doing. My question is, we're at a conference where we want to realize the benefit of health AI and see the moral imperative to do so, yet a lot of these black box algorithms are not regulated. How do we help you? How does this audience help you to make it stop? To make sure that these experiences don't happen again?
Well, in terms of the regulation piece, CMS, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, are the ones that are supposed to be regulating the use of this and how Medicare criteria gets enacted or gets implemented. Falling on deaf ears, as you saw from the statement from UHC, they'll both say, well, the AI tool isn't the one that actually makes the denial. Well, okay, but it's, as your reporting clearly showed, everyone is very highly directed by the AI tool. Even if the medical directors are the ones making the denial, they're still the denial process has been started by the tool. CMS has tried to put out things, proposed rules and rules guardrails, asking for more transparency about how the use of AI is impacting these denials. UHC will sidestep and just say, well, it's not AI, is what they'll say. Well, then you don't have to regulate us if we call it not AI. Proprietary tools, and they'll say that they're just applying Medicare coverage criteria. Well, they're not, because time and time again, we go to hearings, we win, we show it's very obvious. So in terms of your question, how do you just, as people help us change this, I would say, first of all, All of you who know someone who's 65 and older or under 65 disabled, go home and ask those people if they're on Medicare Advantage or traditional Medicare, and then understand that what we're talking about will happen to them. If they go into a hospital and they need this type of care, expect it to happen. Appeal, appeal, appeal. Make this time intensive for the Advantage plans. They have to show up and they have to defend themselves, or at least pay them back. And talk to your legislators. Make sure that they know that this continues to happen. Tell their stories, tell everyone's stories. I imagine that there's people in the audience today that they'll come up to us later and say, this happened to my dad, this happened. Yeah.
Yeah, the Senate Subcommittee on Investigations did its report. Christine, can you tell us about what they found as it pertained to the use of this algorithm within UHC and by other insurers?
I wasn't surprised. I mean, I was so glad that they were doing this study, that it was getting the attention that it deserved, that people continue to have a discussion about it. Your reporting was paramount to that. But nothing in that report surprised me whatsoever. It was validating, I think, probably in the same way that it was when you talked to me, like, no, we're not crazy. This is happening to everyone. This is happening on such a large scale.
What did it find? What was the main takeaway in the report?
That these repeated denials, that they were absolutely being generated from that AI tool, and that they were being started by that process and on a large scale. Yeah.
So tell us about, in the few minutes we have left, what's happened since then. Obviously United is still around, and so is this algorithm. How is that now playing out? Has there been a significant change in the process from what you're seeing?
No, there was a slight dip. We had a little bit of a dip in Wisconsin of cases where we might have gone from 1 to 2 a week to maybe like 1 or 2 a month. I changed positions from the Wisconsin nonprofit. I now work for the Center for Medicare Advocacy, so my role is a little different, but I'm still working with direct patients and clients, and I see the same pattern of denials. It's maybe you get a week or 2, and then the denials come every 3 to 4 days. Same frequency. So it's, and across the board with Advantage plans, it doesn't matter what type of plan you have. So I believe that they have dropped the decibel points. I think that's as far as they've gone. I haven't been able to find the NH Predict tool out in the wild. I haven't been able to do the types of discovery that I would have been normally before, but I have to assume that given the pattern has not changed, the frequency.
Well, why are you not able to find it? Like, why is it, if it's the pattern is unfolding, why do you not
well, the NH Predict tool was only found, kind of by mistake. I think it was included in the documents when I was prepping for hearing by mistake. It's not shared with the patients. So Optum has now absorbed Navi Health, or, I don't even know what they call it anymore, if it was bought or absorbed or what you would call it, swallowed. So I don't know if the NH Predict, if the brand is out there, if the logo is being used, it's just not there, so.
Megan, I wanted to get your last thoughts from you on what you would tell people, about how this affected your family in, the last months of your dad's life, and what do you think needs to change?
Yeah. I think that as a family, we're still processing all the layers of it, and it's been incredibly difficult. Like I said, I think that my dad had to go through way more suffering than he needed to in the last 10 months of his life. And so did our family, and being there, supporting him, trying to fight this algorithm. I absolutely think it needs to be regulated. We talked about Senator Blumenthal's report. He had a lot of really amazing recommendations in there for CMS, and I wish that they would happen. I feel doubtful that they will, but I really think that that's imperative. And, meeting you, Christine, and your powerful investigating Casey and Stat, it really helped me understand that this is happening to so many people, and that is so deeply troubling as well, that what we went through as a family, we're just one story among thousands of stories. And so, I guess my final thought is that I'm really glad that this conversation is coming back to the forefront. I hope it continues to be at the forefront when we talk about AI in healthcare. And I really honestly would love to see a day where this is regulated.
Unfortunately, we're out of time for any questions, but we're going to be around, so feel free to track us down and ask us any questions you'd like later on. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you again to Casey, Christine, and Megan for that session. I think that gives us a lot to think about and talk about over lunch. Up next, we have buffet-style food and open seating available on both the first and the third floors. You can take the stairs down to the first floor or the elevators up to the third floor. Please enjoy, and we will see you back here at 1:25 p.m. Thanks.
Come on in. Come on. This is the part of the event where I stand on stage and talk and filibuster just to try to make people filter into the room. Can the folks out there hear me? All inside, who's coming inside? Come on, pick up pace. I want to create a little bit of a flow into this room. How was lunch? What was the favorite item in the lunch menu? The chicken? The chicken? The fritters. You like the fritters? I liked the little cookies. Now, I'm going to be honest. So are we ready? We're ready. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. There's seats up front. Come on in. All right. Well, welcome back from lunch. We have a great lineup for the remainder of the day. Stats Tarabana will have a timely discussion of Medicare Advantage, which will follow up on that amazing session that Casey just led before lunch. I mean, how about that? I was in the back of the room in tears. We'll have a stellar lineup of experts for a session in AI and cancer care. I'm going to have a panel titled Science Under Siege, which will feature Dr. Georges Benjamin, who I see there, and Sue Hellman, who's here. And I don't know if I see Eric, but... I'll sit down with Genentech's Aviv Regev, and Allison DeAngelis will be on stage again talking with Reed Jobs, which we're all really excited for. But first, here to discuss the often overlooked hurdles to the adoption of AI in healthcare systems, please welcome to the stage Dr. Christopher Longhurst, Chief Clinical and Innovation Officer at UCSD Health, Dr. Jennifer Cortez, Quality and Population Health Medical Officer at North Country Healthcare, and Michelle Mello, Professor of Law at Stanford Law School and Professor of Health Policy at Stanford University School of Medicine, and to moderate, Stat Health Tech reporter Brittany Trang. Take it away, Brittany.
Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you had a great lunch. We've had so many great panels today, and a lot of them have talked about some of the topics that we're going to touch on. In a room full of investors, AI developers, and those of us just depending on our health systems to keep up with technology, we'd love to address with this panel some of the on-the-ground issues that keep health systems from wanting to implement AI sometimes. Maybe, Chris, we'll start with you. You're from UCSD, a large academic health system. What are some of your biggest concerns when you are evaluating whether you want to work with a new AI technology vendor in the health system?
Sure. Well, thanks. First of all, Brittany, thank you to you and Stat for the opportunity to be here. And Dr. Cortez and I were just talking, being on a panel with a lawyer is, it's a little intimidating. So we feel like anything we say can and will be used against us in court. So we're bringing a clinician, viewpoint, not a legal viewpoint. That being said, as we're looking at new AI technologies in the hospital, we're really looking at how can this improve the care that we're delivering, whether that's efficiency in operations or clinical outcomes or patient safety. And those are the metrics that we're really evaluating, just like any other health technology solution, right? And the question that often comes up that doesn't always have an answer is there data? Is there evidence to support this? And one of the perspectives I really appreciate was published about 6 months ago by Dr. Zach Kahani in Boston in the New England Journal was called Judging AI against the Healthcare We Have. And the point that he was making is that we often don't deliver perfect health care today. Right? In fact, as the chief medical officer, I was surprised at the insights I got into things like legal cases that never make it into the public arena, that are just settled because we make mistakes at all health systems. And so that may not be widely acknowledged, but it's, clinicians understand that. And so I think that's the real question that we have to answer is, can these tools, AI or not, help us deliver better care than we're delivering today?
Yeah. It's a little bit early for an audience question, but as you guys may remember from our VC investor panel, we had somebody write in, Susan Baumgartel, a great stat source, had written in and asked, how do we as society address potential legal issues with AI? As a physician who has adopted technology readily over the past 30 plus years, at the end of the day, I am the one who must have medical liability coverage, and I'm the one who gets sued. How do you envision risk and responsibility being finessed? And as our resident lawyer, Michelle, I would love to hear some of your thoughts around the legal implications of these technologies.
Yeah, well, we hear this all the time from clinicians at my organization when we interview them about their feelings about the prospect of adopting new tools. This phrase, it's my license on the line, or it's my butt at the end of the day, comes up a lot in those interviews. And they're not wrong. It's not true as what a lawyer would call a doctrinal matter, like as a matter of law, it's not true that they're always going to be liable for these things, because that's where the law itself points us. What is true is that when historically it has been hard to hold product makers or healthcare organizations responsible for one problem of proof or another, physicians tend to be the liability sponge. They're the remaining defendant at the table, and it is just a little bit more straightforward to make an argument about why they were negligent than to make arguments about why a product was defective or why a hospital should have done more in its vetting process for selecting equipment. So I think that fear comes from long experience. It's also true that physicians tend to forget the phenomenon that Chris has invited us to focus on, which is the counterfactual, that they get sued an awful lot right now because there are a lot of ways in which ordinary non-AI driven care harms people, and those people need money. And the way that we give them money in this country is to require them to sue. And so it's kind of easy to forget the risk that you know. I mean, we know this about how humans perceive risk. We fear the novel and unfamiliar risk, even when the greater risk statistically is the risk that we encounter every day. So physicians may have an outsized assessment of the potential risk, but again, it comes from a place of long feeling persecuted.
Yeah. We'll definitely be getting back to some of these perceptions of risk and how risk is allocated in these deals between health systems and AI vendors. Jennifer, we were talking before about how sometimes you feel that vendors are not taking your exact needs into account. Do you want to explain a little bit about where you're coming from and some of your hangups when it comes to adopting AI and some of the problems that you're facing?
Sure. So I work at a federally qualified health center in northern Arizona. Essentially, we're an organization that provides care to people regardless of their ability to pay. And as a whole, we tend to be fairly under-resourced organizations. We don't have in-house legal. Often we do have, compliance support and contract out, but for the adoption of AI, I think we're starting a little bit behind where many other organizations are. And so, I think it is important from a vendor perspective to kind of take stock of where an organization you may be trying to partner with is at as they're beginning their journey. I think we all want these new and exciting shiny objects, if you will, to be successful and to help patients and to help decrease burden on clinicians. But it's really important to just understand where a given organization is starting from and whether or not your tool is appropriate for them, or be willing to provide
support if they don't have that already in-house. And so someone had mentioned earlier, and I talk about these pillars, you know, and we probably have a data pillar in place, but in terms of, you know, the staffing and the compute, et cetera, those are areas where we're lacking.
Are there any specific examples of things that you've encountered before where people are not, you know, they're used to dealing with a big academic medical center, they're not used to dealing with a federally qualified health center, and where some of that mismatch kind of manifests?
I mean, I get a lot of email from a lot of people wanting to partner with us. And I think in general, our approach is just that, you know, we're trying to take things slow. We're trying to set up our governance. We're trying to work on sort of simpler, lower hanging fruit first. And yeah, I would say many times people that are reaching out are just sort of reaching out and they don't understand the way that our organization operates. So if I had to give advice, at least to vendors and people in the rooms there, we do tend to work together. So my organization is not likely to be adopting tools that have, you know, predictive modeling and that type of thing. We don't have the internal data analytics to really be able to manage those well, which leads to risk concerns and liability, et cetera. And so we tend to partner through health center controlled networks. And so that might be a better pathway for people who have maybe more advanced technology, is looking for either a more mature FQHC or working with the health center controlled networks that kind of support multiple FQHCs in tech adoption.
Yeah. Michelle, as we were talking earlier about, you're a little concerned about the contracts that you're seeing nowadays and how AI technology contracts may differ a little bit from traditional technology contracts. Would you want to talk a little bit about what you're seeing?
Yeah, I think one thing we're seeing is that the developers seem to be ahead of the implementers in terms of the legal savvy in negotiating terms of service and licensing agreements. You know, these things are hard to get your hands on. They're often confidential, which in my opinion is a problem in and of itself. That's a contract that an organization's not willing to have shared with people who are using their product. That doesn't pass the red face test. But you know, when you can find these contracts, there are very often terms of use that will explicitly exclude the use that the organization is purchasing the product for. So just to take the most familiar example for all of us, OpenAI, if you go on to their terms of service for ChatGPT right now, you will see that it says you must not use ChatGPT for any important decision, including medical decisions. That is a very disingenuous disclaimer, and it will typically be accompanied in licensing agreements with explicit disclaimers of liability or limitations on liability, and disclaimers of the ordinary warranties of like fitness for the use that a product is intended to be used, that all other product makers are legally required to have. And so why does this happen? Because it makes good business sense for developers. Many of them are small. They don't like the uncertainty either. They don't have deep insurance. And there's no legal reason why they can't do it yet. I don't think that will hold. I'm speaking to a bunch of judges tomorrow. And one of my messages for them is that these kinds of contractual allocations of liability to shunt all responsibility away from developers, it's not good for patients, and it's not good for physicians, and it's not good for the industry to become known as an industry that accepts no responsibility for the defects in their products.
Chris, Jennifer, do you have any similar concerns as you're evaluating contracts that come to your organizations?
You know, I'd say one of the issues that comes up a lot is that 5 years ago, most of our contracts were with publicly held companies, and you would never see a contract proposal to like use all of our data. But now, probably half our contracts are coming from privately held companies, and it's very common. You know, we'll use all your data to build this algorithm, and it's rarely clear in the proposed contract, you know, what that algorithm's then used for. Is that used at other sites? You know, is that data accessible after the fact? So the University of California has a strong policy against, allowing data to be used for commercial purposes, and that tends to be an early hang-up in a lot of contracting processes.
We were talking backstage about the California law, AB 3030, which requires that an AI-generated communication between a doctor and a patient is disclosed. But we were also talking about an interesting loophole. I know, Chris, you have published recently on this sort of disclosure. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So a couple years ago, I'd co-authored a paper that suggested that chatbots could provide not only high quality, but apparently empathetic responses to patient questions. And of course, the clickbait headlines, not stat headlines, where the chatbot was not only smarter, but warmer, kinder than your doctor. But that work led to us co-developing a tool with our AHR vendor that would allow AI to help draft a response. And we decided to keep a human in the loop so that none of these responses would go to patients without review by your clinician first. And it went through our AI governance process. And governance, of course, isn't looking for legal liability. Our AI governance is looking at ethics and equity and things like that. But one of the really interesting things our governance did was to say, if we want to maximize trust with our patients, shouldn't we maximize transparency? And I'll be honest, when this idea of disclosing it first came up, I said, well, but our doctors are signing it, do we still need to disclose it? But I quickly changed my mind after talking to our patient and family advisory committee, because it was clear that they felt, this could change the tone of the message, and that the trust was important to preserve by disclosing this. And so we did it, and we've gotten only positive feedback. In fact, some of our doctors get messages saying, I'm really glad to see that you're using AI to help, and I know it saves you time, I know you're busy. And so actually, if you throw that slide up, we just published a couple of days ago a national call for disclosing when using AI. So the idea would be that anytime you're using AI to communicate with patients directly, that you should be telling people that you're doing that, right? We think that's just the right thing to do. Now, one of our local assembly members in California heard about this. Assemblymember Lisa Calderon proposed 3030. We testified on its behalf when it went to the state. Remember that there were 50 bills in the state of California around AI. Only 6 of them were signed by the governor. The only one that was healthcare related was this one, Assembly Bill 3030. But at the last minute in the lawmaking process, somebody introduced a loophole which said you don't have to disclose if there's a human in the loop. And I'm not sure that's the best approach. Backstage, we were saying, sometimes a human in the loop is poop. I'm a pediatrician, so I can say that. But the truth is, we heard a story about sort of the 1.6 seconds, and the medical director at a payer, stamping things. That's not fixing anything. And so we think kind of maximal transparency is important, whether or not there's a human in the loop.
Yeah. Michelle, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about the diffusion of responsibility with human in the loop. There's a study recently from MedStar Health that they tested this and gave physicians, and I think were they doing Skype messages or they're doing inbox messages? And they intentionally gave the physicians mistakes. And most of them, like 60-70% of the mistakes were not caught, even though the physicians reviewed it and they rated the messages as highly trustworthy and accurate. So it kind of brings a little bit of doubt as to the human in the loop efficacy, although there was no control of, what's the error rate without AI. But do you want to talk a little bit about how this concept is being used in a liability sort of way?
Yeah. So, the legal implication of having a human in the loop is that if there is a problem and it was reasonable for the human to have noticed and intervened on it, it was therefore unreasonable for them not to have, and that means that they share some share of the legal liability. Now, often that makes a lot of sense. There are certainly clinical situations and tools where it is reasonable, maybe more than reasonable, to expect that the clinician will catch errors. There are situations where there's not high time pressure, there's not high repetition of task, the clinicians' own incentives and interests are aligned around taking the time to review the thing, et cetera. It's a high visibility tool. It's one that's not going to kind of fade into the background of their cognitive space. That probably doesn't sound super familiar to most practicing clinicians. Like, most of the life of a clinician does not sound like that. And indeed, the reason that there's so much interest in these tools is that people need to save time. And so the notion that we can have, a careful and thoughtful human reviewing every draft email or every after-visit note is not commensurate with the whole reason we're adopting the tool in the first place, which is that this person is desperate to go to sleep at the end of the day. So I have some skepticism about the efficacy of humans in the loop, and I don't think that legal rules should be tied to the presence or absence of a human, but rather a contextual evaluation of what would a human brain reasonably can be expected to do in that situation, which is how courts usually think about it.
We have an audience question over here.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Roxana Donahue. I'm an assistant professor at Stanford University. I completely agree with Dr. Longhurst's idea that we need to disclose whether or not human is in a loop or not. But what's interesting to me, and I want to hear your thoughts around this, is human behavior. And so now there's been additional studies that have shown that when they are unaware, patients prefer the AI-generated response over the physician-written response. And I can understand that because I write some very terse responses sometimes. But when they are aware that something is from AI, even if given the same advice, there are now studies that show that they immediately begin to distrust either AI assisting a human or AI on its own. And so my question is, again, I also agree with the transparency. How do we reconcile how people behave or receive things when they know that AI is involved in their medical care?
Anybody want to tackle that one first?
I'm happy to talk about how I mean, at least when we're approaching disclosure, there's the idea that, like, yes, this was generated by AI, but your clinician has reviewed it and agrees with it, or that type of thing. And so I don't know that everyone's going to accept it. You're always going to have people that don't want AI involved in their care, especially right now. And so we do also ensure, and again, we're not using as many tools as UCSD for sure, but we want people to have the opportunity to opt out and not have to have AI tools in their care, and hopefully over time there will be increased trust in the system and the way we approach it.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. I might add on that data. Like, Stanford and UC San Diego have been using this for 18 months now, and we're still learning, right, as part of a kind of a learning health system process on how many of these messages are being edited and touched. We're getting feedback from our clinicians that it is helping them write less terse messages because they've been teed up with an empathetic message, and it helps, change kind of their perspective or attitude. But let's think about a different use case. Set aside the patient communication for a minute. A recent study suggested that there was a particular type of radiology film that, when screened by radiologists, there's about 72% accuracy for picking up sort of lesions or unintended findings. That the AI plus the human got about 74%, but the AI alone got about 90%. And it actually illustrated that adding sort of the human in the loop process, the doctor using AI will replace the doctor that doesn't use AI, may not always be the right approach, right? And when there are these tasks that actually AI does better than we humans do, that we should figure out how to automate that without a human in the loop, right? And 90% may not sound great, like if you're a patient, But if you're getting 72% from your clinicians now, it's back to that first point of it's better than the healthcare that we're delivering today. So I think we really need the data in every single case to figure out what we're going to automate with humans in the loop, what we're going to automate without humans in the loop. And the data should help from a liability standpoint, too.
Yeah, for sure.
Hi, Deborah Collier, Patient Advocates in Research. So in a partial answer to the question that was asked about how to talk to people about AI, certainly transparency is really important, but what we found within the patient communities that we work in also is it's really important to understand, help them understand how AI is being used. And that doesn't mean super details. It just means, like, for instance, you know, AI is helping answer some questions that will help your doctor be able to focus more on your particular problem, and there are no medical consultations through AI or something like that. So that it's a lot in how you do that. So my question is to the panel, how do we start to bring in more, I'm going to say conversational, but that's not what I'm meaning. I'm meaning health literate information so that when we're communicating better with the way that the patient needs to understand it.
Well, I mean, I think you would agree that it starts by understanding what informational elements are most important to patients to hear. You know, and the good news is I think there's a lot of that work being done right now, and there's like a convergence around a set of pieces of information that really matter to patients. And it's a tractable set of information. I think thing number 2 is we don't leave this up to the bedside clinician. I don't know how many of you live in California, but here in California, we have a legal requirement that if you're going to have an ambient scribe in your visit, it needs to be disclosed. I've been on the receiving end of these disclosures before, and it consists of the nurse calling over her shoulder as she's walking me down the hallway, "Doctor uses a scribe, is that okay?" And that's not surprising, right? Because where in their workflow do they have time to sit me down and provide all these informational elements? They don't. So there ought to be institutional processes, policies, information available, starting with just websites. How many hospital websites, all of which have information about how they protect patient safety, have information about how they use AI to protect patient safety, and how they use governance to protect patients from AI-related errors? Not very many. So I think, I mean, those are just the beginnings of things that we can do, but I think that's really where it has to start, is coming up with a plan around patient notification and consent, which are not the same thing, right? Sometimes we might need consent, but lots of other times we're just talking about a notification, but a plan, and then not relying on the bedside clinician to implement it.
I think we have time for one more question.
Hey, I'm Ann Kazmar from Parexel. I think it's really interesting, and maybe it's more of an observation, is the distrust spilling over from medicine into the AI or from AI into the medicine? And if it's amplified at the intersection, does that offer a new framing for what to do about it?
Well, I think there's evidence there's probably some of both, and I'm thinking about research on the effects of other kinds of disclosures, which this research tells us that disclosures, whatever their merits, have all kinds of perverse effects. So for example, if you give a group of expert physicians an abstract of a scientific paper and ask them to rate the rigor of this clinical trial, they will rate it very differently if they're told that the trial was sponsored by a drug company than if they're told that it's sponsored by NIH, for the identical information. So this kind of disclosure has a trust undermining effect. Then there's research showing that if you tell patients that their physician gets a bunch of money from drug companies for consulting and speaking, it elevates the physician's trustworthiness and status in the eyes of the patient, because he must really be good for these companies to have plucked him out of all the doctors to put on their speaking bureau. So here we have like a trust elevating effect when we think the disclosure should have the opposite effect. So these perverse effects are going to happen. I'm sure there's lots of intertwined dynamics going on, but I guess the point I would make is Nobody thinks that we should stop making these kinds of disclosures, right? Even though they don't always have the intended effects. It's still the right thing to do, in my opinion, if we think that the patient has the ability to take some kind of action based on that information, or what we're doing with AI might put that patient at risk, or both.
All right. Do you have anything else to add?
I agree.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us and for your great questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Kenneth Stein, Senior Vice President and Global Chief Medical Officer at Boston Scientific, and to moderate this sponsored conversation, STAT Senior Writer for Medicine and Editorial Director of Events, Matthew Herper.
So, welcome, Dr. Stein. So, I'm going to get to our questions in a moment, but first I want to point out your socks. Those of us who are at least of a certain age know what the insignia on that is, which is the guy from the cover of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which has an instruction for all of us today.
And I think it's an important one. It's don't panic.
And also 42. Which is, of course, the answer to the question about life, the universe, and everything. Narrowing down from that topic, you've been a doctor for a long time, and you were, before coming to Boston Scientific, a clinical trialist. I'm an electrophysiologist. Tell us a little bit about how you came to Boston Scientific and how you started thinking about AI.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I was on a cardiologist, and specifically a cardiac electrophysiologist, it's a branch of cardiology that specializes in treatment of rhythm disorders. And one of the things reason that folks in that specialty, I think, got interested in this early on was, first of all, we've always dealt with a huge amount of data. EKG, people have 100,000 heartbeats every day. So when you think about monitoring those over long periods for patients, and when you think about the diagnostic information you can get from the ECG, it's one of those areas where applying AI techniques, I think, is pretty obvious. And then the other thing that we've done is, we've been implanting microcomputers, pacemakers, inside patients' bodies for, about 50 years. We've been taking data from those devices and transmitting it out to the cloud since 2006. We were actually doing it before we even knew to call the cloud the cloud. And so thinking about how do you deal with those kinds of data, how do you structure it in ways that are useful to physicians, I think is just, immediately obvious that there's a need to deal with.
And so you started thinking about ways to do that, right? So, and initially the applications are just simple fundamental medical needs that you can help with, but then you move into other tools.
Well, I think part of it, and maybe one of the messages I want to get is, right, as a company, right, our mission is to improve the lives of people throughout the world through meaningful innovations in medical technology. And what does it mean to be meaningful? Well, it's got to meet a real medical need. And I don't think there's anything different about AI compared to other technology innovations, right? It's just, first of all, what is the need that we're trying to address? And then, is this the right tool to use to address it?
Mm-hmm. And so let's start talking about some of the tools that you have used. Let's start with the Vigo.
Yeah.
This is, how many people in the room know what IVUS is? Oh, this is not a cardiology room. Intravascular ultrasound is a technology that's used to actually get images of arteries as you're putting stents in them usually.
Exactly.
And so what does this tool allow you to do with those pictures?
And so this is, I think, one of the important use cases for AI in general. So the IVUS, intravascular ultrasound, we know that for patients who've got complex blockages in their coronary arteries, that using these very tiny ultrasound catheters can lead to improved outcomes. It just helps the physician get a better picture of what it is they're intervening on.
They figure out where to put the stent because they can see it.
Exactly. Again, it's the old, if you can't see it, you can't hit it.
Yeah.
And so there's now a Class 1 guideline recommendation for use of these technologies in patients with complex coronary artery disease. But in spite of that, it's actually still only used in a minority of cases in the US and even fewer across the world. And that's because it just takes a lot of extra training and skill to understand how best to interpret these images. Well, again, pattern recognition, image interpretation, one of the things that conventional machine learning AI can be fantastic at. And so we did use this type of conventional AI to train up our system for doing IVUS, Avigo, do automated measurements and automated lesion assessment in patients. And so it democratizes the ability of doctors who aren't necessarily the top 90th percentile physician, right? But now are still able to use these tools that clinical trials show improve outcomes.
And you have two other tools in this kind of area, Heart Logic and Beat Logic, which I think go back a little bit to what you were talking about initially of measuring all the data that's involved in electrophysiology, all the current and the beats. And
They do, but I think they also emphasize two other use cases for AI.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, again, hopefully for the crowd to find it interesting. So one use case is the democratization, and that's Avigo. One use case is just to do something, right, that every physician could do, but not in a way that's scalable. Right? So we also have these wearable patch monitors that can record an EKG over an entire month for a patient. So again, 100,000 heartbeats a day, do the math, right? 3 million heartbeats over that entire recording. It's just not possible for any single person to go through and evaluate every single one of those heartbeats, right, and classify them in any kind of way that's scalable. So we trained up, again, very conventional machine learning AI to do that kind of beat classification. So now we can pull out where are the abnormal rhythms, send them to a technician and to a physician for final adjudication, right? But be able to read these long-term recordings in a way that provides important diagnostic information for patients in a way that is now scalable. And again, we've done clinical trials to show that the beat logic classification works as well as the best electrophysiologist core lab in the world.
It's got to be a lot cheaper.
But it's not. It's just it would not be
Faster.
possible. That's
completely impossible for
electrophysiologists. It would not be physically
to-
possible for anyone to read thousands of these recordings
Right.
on patients and go through every heartbeat. And then the other example, right? So we talked about democratization, talked about scaling and efficiency. I think the third is where you can start to use AI to see patterns that are just not visible to the naked eye, that even the best cardiologists in the world would not be able to recognize. And that's our product called Heart Logic, where we actually take some of the data that comes out of these implanted devices, again, pacemakers, defibrillators, inside people's chests. It sends a huge stream of data out to the cloud. We can take that data now and look at patients who have a condition called heart failure, where the heart just doesn't pump enough blood adequate to the patient's ongoing metabolic needs, right? And what happens to those patients, they tend to do very well for a period of time, then all of a sudden they'll get worse, need to be hospitalized. It's the leading cause of healthcare expenditures in the United States today. Well, with Beat Logic, folks who have these devices, AI is able to identify very subtle patterns that can predict these episodes of worsening, what we call decompensation, predicted accurately 70% of the time before they occur, and predicted on average about a month before they occur, so the practitioners have enough time to intervene and hopefully prevent the patient from worsening.
And there are interventions that the practitioner can do that will change that.
And there are many interventions.
I mean, from adjusting medicines on up.
Yeah, and again, every patient is different.
Right.
And
But I just
we-
want to make
yeah.
the point that with the heart failure patient, if you know that it's coming, there are things you can do.
Exactly.
So you're talking a little about clinical evidence here. What should the clinical evidence validation for technologies? I mean, cardiology is a pretty evidence-based specialty. They love their big trials. We had Dr. Califf on this morning. How do you do that for AI, which is kind of a faster-moving field?
Yeah, no, we will. At least we like to think we are evidence-based. And the more evidence-based we are, the better. Again, I want to come back to what I said earlier on, right, about our philosophy as a company, right? It's just AI is a tool, and where there's a real medical need, right, it's one of the tools that we can use to devise products that meet that need. But just as I see it as one of a series of tools, it needs to be subject to the same evidentiary standards as all the other tools we use in product development. I mean, the reason I could give you those numbers on HeartLogic is because we ran a 1,000 patient clinical trial to actually prove that out. And yeah, you know, the issue is, you say, right, I mean, AI, very fast-moving field. Can our clinical trial infrastructure keep up with it? It does slow you down, right, to get the data that proves that what you're doing actually works in the way you intend it and is safe and is effective. But gosh, I can't imagine deploying something without knowing that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, a really fascinating look about how AI can change a clinical space that maybe a lot of people aren't thinking about here. And you know, it's tough to put devices into people and have them work. So it's fascinating to see how you're using new technology to make that even better.
No, well, thanks, Matt. And again, there's one thing I want to leave you with. You know, when I left practice, right, it was a question of if. Is any of this actually ever going to live up to the potentiality? It's no longer an if, right? It is already the reality, and it's a must. We have to continue to embrace these technologies and these approaches, but we have to do it in a way where we meet the very strict evidentiary standards we would apply to any kind of therapy that we want to see used on our parents, our families, our friends, ourselves.
All right. Thank you very much. It's a great closing thought. Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Danielle Bitterman, Clinical Lead of Data Science AI, Physician Scientist, Artificial Intelligence in Medicine Program at Mass General Brigham; Karen Knudsen, Chief Executive Officer of the Parker Institute for Cancer Immunotherapy; Dr. Clifford Huddis, Chief Executive Officer of ASCO, and Executive Vice Chair, Conquer Cancer, the ASCO Foundation; and to moderate, STAT cancer reporter Angus Chen.
Okay. Well, I'm really excited for this conversation because we have a bunch of rock stars here. And we're going to talk about AI in cancer care, a very broad field, very broad area to talk about, but hopefully we'll be able to cover some interesting ground. I think, you know, sometimes I still feel like AI is this thing that feels like it's still coming in patient care and oncology, but it's really already here. And I want to start by asking everyone, where do you see AI being used the most and being integrated the most? And do you think that's good? Sorry, Cliff.
So I just want to make sure I understand the question.
Yeah.
Where I see it being used next week or last week?
Or today,
let's
or
say
right now.
Today, last week, and then we'll go to next week.
So I'll just start by making the following point. I think it's an insidious infusion of AI into our lives. And I think that we see it in many places, but we also don't see it when it's already being used. So obviously, in any cancer center at this point, there are for sure AI tools running in the background on the revenue cycle side. And the docs have no awareness of it, I'm sure of that, and don't really care. So that's one area. But probably what you're really getting at is more overtly in the clinical interface. And I think it's still very early days. On the earlier panels, we've heard already about the, I think, conservatism, caution, fear that often is in our world. There's good reason for it. I mean, ultimately, I'm a physician. I write an order. I'm responsible, period. And in fact, here in California, that's the law, even with AI tools. Governor Newsom signed a law last year that stipulated that you couldn't blame the AI. So I think because of that, I think the uptake is much slower right now than it might have been otherwise. But I do want to look forward for just a second. It is my personal view that none of this matters, that it's going to be ubiquitous, it's going to be both visible and invisible, and our community is going to get very quickly over the hump and not talk about it. The model I always use, the examples I always use, and I'll just throw them out there right now, is A, you can't really buy a car right now that doesn't have some degrees of AI. Keeps you in the lane, jiggles the steering wheel if you start to drift out, even inexpensive cars pretty much. And so it's there without your consent and maybe even your knowledge. And I would dare say that very few members of our community understand how 120-volt alternating current works, but they plug their appliances in and they work. And I think it's going to be the same thing for us through all of our clinical practices very soon.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to say yes and completely agree with my friend Dr. Hudis. But I would say there are two places where we're seeing AI for good right now that's impacting patient care. One is on the scientific side with the number of tools that are allowing us to go much faster in cancer discovery, of everything from prevention to detection to cure. You know, at the Parker Institute, we of course fund high risk, high gain science, but we also pull through and initiate early stage companies or invest in early stage companies to get innovations to patients faster. One of them is Zara right here in the Bay Area, and Zara is using AI to build virtual cells, individual human cells to do testing on so that we can move through science much more quickly. I'm really proud to have invested there. But I want to take the second example and put on my hat as a former healthcare executive running one of the major cancer centers in the United States and responsible for oncology diagnosis down on a 16-hospital system. We absolutely would have benefited from filling workforce gaps with AI. This is, in my opinion, this is the AI for good. This isn't taking someone's job. This is finding a way to fill a gap. And I believed in that so much that when I was the CEO of the American Cancer Society and we had an impact investment arm, we invested in companies that would do exactly this. One of them that I was very proud that we invested in is Paradigm Health. And this is a way to essentially use AI for clinical trial planning and feasibility. Should we open this trial? Do we have the right patient population? Is it the right thing to do? Does my proposed PI have the right at-bat rate where they're actually going to be able to be successful? All the way from that to matching patients to clinical study using AI, because right now that's a very complicated, labor-intensive set of decisions. And then finally on data collection. I would have killed at the head of Jefferson to have those workforce gaps filled for us. And so that's not an aspiration. It's actually in utility right now. And I'm just picking on Paradigm because I really believed in them, obviously, because we invested. But these are the kinds of things that I think we have massive opportunity in cancer care to get patients to the right care, the most advanced care, earlier by taking those workforce shortages and using AI to get to solutions. Yeah.
Danielle? Yeah, and I completely agree with everything that was just said, and especially the fact that I do think as we as a society kind of just gain trust with AI, it will become more ubiquitous. That's why now is the time for us to do research and understanding those change management, implementation considerations to make sure we are doing it safely. But I will say at the same time, it's not generative AI, but the last time I used AI to help treat a patient was on Monday morning. As a radiation oncologist, we've been using AI for quite a long time to help with developing our plans, and now we can do on-the-fly treatment planning thanks to AI, which lets us do much more conformal planning and give more safely deliver higher doses to hopefully achieve better cures with lower side effects. So that we are using AI in the clinic. It's not that it's not happening, but this, I think, tidal wave that is about to come, fueled by generative AI, is really going to create the biggest paradigm shift.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that tidal wave that's coming. And I would love to hear from all of you what you think is what makes you excited and maybe what makes you a little scared. Or maybe both, I don't know. So when you think about AI in oncology and cancer care, like when I ask that question, what comes to mind?
So I just want to start by saying I'm not scared. I'm really excited.
Okay.
And there are a couple of points that have already started to come up. But let me introduce this by saying in January, we rolled out AI at ASCO for 100% of our employees and incentivized them to start using it because we believe so much in the general productivity gains. And I don't think that I'll be able to compete as a professional society without that tool boosting everybody's productivity. The same thing applies in clinical care. I think one of the dilemmas that we have is a massive explosion of knowledge and an increasing number of, in quotation marks, orphan diseases in oncology, as we know more and more about each one of them. And to be frank, I was a really narrow breast cancer doc. I treated high-risk early-stage adjuvant therapy patients for decades, and that was the thing I did. And even that's now getting divided into subsets. That kind of expertise is what we want, I think, and we need. But no human can actually do that broadly across all of oncology. It's really related to what Karen said. I think in the end, the tool that's going to make it possible is going to be access to high quality, reliable, supporting information for all docs. And I'll go a half step further. I think that there have been a few mentions of medical malpractice earlier in the day. I think this archaic notion of local standards, for example, is going to be blown up by this. It's not going to be acceptable or tolerable. If you have access to a smartphone or a desktop computer, there'll be no excuse for you not knowing at your fingertip what the best optimal therapy is. And I'll end there because that's the reason I'm so optimistic. I think this is a tool that is going to universally increase standards of care. Good docs will be better, and better docs will be better still.
Danielle, you want to switch it up? And
Sure, yeah.
I'll be the closer?
Yeah, so I think what am I scared of? I think there's two things that I am scared of. One is that we're going to kind of achieve a local minima and the potential of AI, that we're kind of, we spend so much time focusing on what's immediately doable and safely doable in healthcare systems with today's technologies. Specifically, large language models, because that's what is kind of driving a lot of the current uptake. And, they're safe if we're using them with very explicitly with a human in the loop for more administrative type tasks. And those are the type of things that we can kind of low risk and, feel more comfortable kind of getting our feet wet in. I'm worried we're going to kind of stop there and not be able to take the next step in really transforming care, kind of using AI to its full advantage as clinical decision support and patient-facing education. The other thing I'm scared of is that patients' voice is going to become lost in the conversation of on what type of AI is developed and how we implement it. There have been some studies on physicians' attitudes and their concerns about using AI. There haven't been enough studies of patients' attitudes and concerns, and they're not involved enough, I think, right now in the decisions about what we're going to prioritize from the research perspective, from the industry perspective, and so that's my concerns about the biggest risk there. Assuming that, as I think we will as healthcare providers, do our standard risk stratified evaluations of a given AI in its intended use.
Yeah, I agree with everything that was said. So maybe I'll take it in a slightly different direction. I think I'm very much like Cliff. I'm completely bullish on AI. I think it's inevitable. It's inevitable today. It's inevitable tomorrow. And how we create strategic priorities, I think, will really be key. But where I worry is in preparedness and our ability to accept and implement. So on the science side, we all know about garbage in, garbage out. So what the inputs that are going into training these need to have really good data rigor, and how is that going to work? But let's say that happened, and we're spitting out faster than ever before incredible new ways to prevent cancer, or incredible new ways to detect cancer earlier. Well, then what's the tail? Where is the capital going to come from to support getting those great high impact, potentially high impact, high intensity discoveries off the laboratory floor and into clinical testing? How is that going to happen? So preparedness there really worries me. Preparedness for the population to understand how to use these new tools. As cancer care, we know, is going closer to home. That's also an inevitability. So how are we getting both the providers or clinicians and the individuals, patients and their caregivers ready to use these new tools in ways that are going to demonstrably improve outcome?
Yeah, I think I want to touch on something, Cliff, that you mentioned earlier, that physicians may not necessarily know how alternating current works in the walls, but they plug stuff in and it works just fine. I'd love to hear from Karen and Danielle. What do you think about this? I mean, do you think that there needs to be specific expertise on the part of oncologists or cancer researchers if they're going to use these tools for clinical decision making? And I don't know if this is an appropriate analogy, but tell me if it is or isn't. Rad oncs know a lot about the linear accelerators that they use. They tend to know the physics quite well. Do you think that clinicians using AI should have a similar level of knowledge when it comes to that?
That's such a good question. And yes, we get in radiation oncology, we get boarded in physics and we learn it, but by the time you're kind of 10 years out, even now, for me, can I build a linear accelerator, explain in exact detail of how a linear accelerator, all the physics of it? No, and I can, you don't need that level of detail to be able to use the linear accelerator. There's kind of these kind of minimum levels of knowledge that you need to kind of then do the clinical care delivery. So I do think we'll need maybe some benchmarking for those minimum, but does everyone need to become an expert in artificial intelligence? No, and that's not realistic, I don't think, to expect of oncologists. When I was when I initially went into artificial intelligence research and specifically natural language processing, I felt that I needed to do like a real deep dive and learn how to actually build models. And that's helpful for me now because I run a lab that develops AI applications and kind of focuses on natural language processing. So for people who want that to be the focus of their research, of their career, yes, they'll need a deeper knowledge. For others, we need kind of a general level of education and training, and I don't see a future where everyone's going to be an expert in AI interpretability.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think that's where, to a degree, the regulatory standards will matter. Exactly. We need to be able to count on a certain minimum. And I will just say, if you're interested, we published a paper back in, I think, November, listing 6 principles that AI for oncology needs to adhere to. And because I can't remember them, I'll just give you the titles. Transparency, the tools have to be visibly transparent to the users, all users and stakeholders throughout their life cycle. The stakeholders have to know about it. That came up in the last session. Equity and fairness, which really relates to biases in the models so that all groups are represented. Accountability, and that also I heard come up in the last session about who's legally responsible for output and how we apportion that. Finally, oversight and privacy. Patients have to have some voice, I think, and visibility into that. And all of it has to be built around the human user in the end. Those are the things that we call for. And I think it's rudimentary, frankly, and in a couple of years we'll look back probably and think that we barely understood what we were saying. But I do think trust is the fundamental thing that has to be built, not just between patients and these systems, but honestly, the medical and professional community has to trust these sources. And this is really meant to help start building that trust.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And, at some level, it's got to be, does it give an outcome that's superior for the patient? And part of that, I think, has to entail understanding what the limitations are. I would hope, again, wearing the healthcare executive hat, that everybody on the team who is using AI understood what the limitations were and that they're the person treating the actual real patient in front of them. And their decisions are informed by things that they might learn through AI tools. But at the end of the day, there's often choice. And those choices are associated sometimes not just with, survival, but also what is that balance between survival and quality of life that your patient wants. I don't foresee a future where AI is going to make that decision for a patient or for the clinician sitting in front of them. So I really think, again, I'm bullish on this, that it can only help inform of the things that you don't need to know about, like how to build a linear accelerator. But you're going to be the one to have the discussion about the benefits of undergoing radiotherapy with an MR-Linac versus proton. right? And what that is. And so anything that helps you have that discussion, great. Anything that helps the patient understand it at whatever their level is, great. Because at the end of the day, it's about doing the right thing for that person.
Yeah. I want to ask, we've been talking a little bit about where AI is right now and where you might see it coming in the future. Do you think there are right now gaps between AI use and clinical work? Like, is there places where, the way you might want to use an AI tool is not really lining up to the way you would want it to work?
I think right now it's very provider facing, right? Yeah. It's scribing, it's taking notes, it's keeping the physician from having to be, or the clinician from having to be on the computer with the patient behind them, not really being seen in the way that I know everyone wants to see their patient. But too little that's being done on the patient side. We understand how difficult it is for patients to complete cancer care as planned because they don't understand it or it's confusing. And the average cancer patient sees 32 different providers during their cancer journey. That's Byzantine. And so trying to remember all of that, you can imagine a whole series of use cases where AI can be driven to support or serve as a patient caregiver. And there's a litany of data to show that as the caregiver goes, the patient goes. And I think that's an open, wide space, or a green space that I hope will be filled soon.
Danielle?
Yeah, this is a little bit kind of similar to our prior conversation. And I think there is a gap, a technological gap still in AI methods, not specifically that they have to be interpretable, that do come with a level of explainability so that the user, whether it be the clinician, the administrator, the patient, can understand at least potentially the level of certainty with which the AI is giving its output, whatever the output might be. I do think in early days, it is going to be hard for a lot of clinicians to accept especially predictive type outputs without a level of explainability. It's just a lot to ask a clinician to say, this person has X risk of survival. Use that to incorporate that into your treatment recommendation without a lot more backing behind it. So more kind of research into explainability, the extent to which kind of ancillary systems can assist the end user in contextualizing the results in light of the greater history of that patient would be extremely beneficial for this, for kind of a faster and more trustworthy implementation.
Anything to add?
Well, I think we've all said this in the last few minutes. Yeah. Trust is the key thing. And, I do think that there is an opportunity, because I realize you asked gaps.
Yeah.
I think right now, there is excitement, but also a little bit of suspicion with every answer that a clinician gets. So you can go to OpenAI or Claude or Gemini, ask a question, but in the back of your mind, there is this worry that maybe that was the one answer with a hallucination. And I think we've all had these experiences. So I will say that I think an opportunity that's in front of us that I'm hoping that we will be able to close very shortly, watch this space, is the idea of the professional societies and others with extra expertise beginning to provide even more trustworthy sources.
Yeah. Danielle, you work on developing these tools. I was wondering, from your perspective, what do you think is needed most to help these tools get to the point where that is less of a concern? How can you, like we talked about specific expertise about AI from the clinician side, but what about on the developer side? Is medical knowledge needed for the developers?
Yeah, I think it depends. I mean, it's a broad question. It's really going to depend on the use case and type of AI. So I'll focus on the generative AI because I think that's where there is kind of a lot of challenges. We know for predictive, we definitely need more patient data. For generative AI, I think it's very multifaceted. One, to develop a foundation model that has real generalist abilities requires so much compute and so much resources that an average researcher or academic center can't develop on their own. That doesn't necessarily mean that's a no-go. We can get them from, we can kind of build upon existing foundation models. However, that does then create issues with accountability, which has been talked about extensively, but also transparency and the ability to, again, provide that additional information that could garner some more trust, like what was the model, what was the distribution of data even that the foundation model was developed on. And then I think even more importantly is developing more realistic, I'll call them benchmarks, although I think we're going to shift to something that's a little bit more dynamic than what the kind of standard traditional evaluation benchmarks that are being used, which are mostly multi-choice question answer type evaluations that aren't so reflective of clinical care. I think there's huge potential for developers to work with clinicians to develop more realistic evaluation suites. I think that will push the kind of technologic field to in the direction that clinicians and patients want it to go, and really is a necessary component for developers to build models that people want to use.
Hey, Angus, we got a question from the audience.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the panel. I am Amy Lee, founder of Dance Beating. This is actually inspired by my stage 4 cancer recovery. And I had stage 4 nasopharyngeal cancer. I'm lucky to be in this room. And for those who don't know, nasopharyngeal cancer is a rare cancer in the US, more common for Southern Chinese and Southern African. Both relate to Epstein-Barr virus, but 2 different strains of Epstein-Barr virus too. And then when I was studying about a cancer, when I was diagnosed, it seems to also contribute to like salty fish diet. And for me particularly, I don't recall I eat a lot of salty fish necessarily, but we definitely, Chinese diet, there was like a lot of salty vegetables growing up. And then there's also, in my family, I'm the only one who had nasopharyngeal cancer. But at one point, I did live closer to the ocean, and I'm the only one also loved seafood the most from my family. So in the background, there's always this curiosity about epigenetic factors. My middle sister is a long-time lupus patient. When I do the 23andMe early on, I also have some risks. And then I was diagnosed with Sjogren syndrome. So I'm like 2 rare diseases together, right? So I'm always curious, like, given the AI, now particularly with Gen AI, what are the genome sequencing, particularly epigenetic, research advancement or any interest to, allow patients like me have access to free genome sequencing that could contribute to the discovery and the scientific research of how epigenetic factor might have impacted, and then maybe even inform, like I know that as a cancer patient myself, when I was going through the treatment, there's always a lack of transparency of other people's outcome. Like when I talk to other patients like me who treated in a different clinic, they have complete different type of approach, right? So I'm always curious, like, one is can cancer patients have access to genome sequencing, and then can these outcomes of health outcomes, being contribute to each other to impact other patients' treatments?
Yeah, I want to direct this question to Karen, I think, because in your new role at Pisces, I think you're thinking a lot about how these tools can accelerate new, other kinds of tools to market.
Yeah, no question. I think what and first of all, I'm glad to see you're doing so well, and thank you for sharing your story. What we will see with AI, and we're starting to see this now, is realizing something we've all wanted for a really long time, and that's learning from every patient. Because it's probably beyond your genetic risk. It's probably a combination of your exposures, lifestyle, things that you might not be thinking about. And so as the silos come down in data share, and that's definitely something that we require actually of all of the science that we fund at the Parker Institute, we're better able to learn more about every patient and this is really what it will take to understand risk associated especially with rare cancers, but also risk of recurrence. So all of these things are well within our capabilities there to start to have a look at. But some of that's going to take policy to bring down the silos of being able to data share, but also to ensure that anyone collecting data on a cancer patient or someone who ultimately, developed cancer, if they were being followed as a healthy individual, which is what cohort studies are, then it's going to really require there to be standardization of data collection. And there are a number of efforts nationally to go along that. But I'll just give the following example about why you don't want to have a preconceived notion about what could be driving cancer risk necessarily going in. So we did a study at Jefferson with patients who had had a major cardiac event, who were in the hospital and then were discharged. And there was a real concern if those patients ended up back in the hospital in the next 7 days. So we were able to look across this large system and looking at all of the different biometric data, or all the bio data that we had on these patients, of what was the common denominator of people who ended up back in the hospital. And we all thought it would be things like BMI, hypertension, familial risk, the whole series of hypotheses. At the end of the day, it was their credit score. Now, you can do with that what you want. Now, is the credit score a reflection of the fact that they were living in a high-stress environment at home because they had financial uncertainty? Is it because they didn't have, who knew? But at the end of the day, that's what we, as a health system, needed to start to identify, is the patients who had a poor credit score. Go, all right, we need to give them additional support before discharge or when they are discharged. So that blue sky, all thinking is what AI is going to make it possible, instead of us doing what we used to do as scientists and test one hypothesis at a time, or ones and twos.
Yeah, and it's interesting you say that, because it's this is also like the paradigm that kind of has led us to where we are now with AI, is that it turns out that these kind of these kind of the more traditional AI models that were kind of came in with preconceived notions of what clinicians thought are predictive, they worked okay, but actually starting with models that you don't give it any preconceived notion, you give it access to as much data as you can and let the model find the best, learn from the data itself, has led us to where we are now with a much better performing model. So that gives me a lot of reason for hope that we're going to even continue to find more drivers of outcomes.
Yeah, okay.
All right, yeah.
Can you please stand?
Are we on? Yes. Jonathan Hirsch from Paradigm. I was asked to be a little provocative, so here we go.
Uh-oh, here comes a spicy question.
No, he said a lot. I'm modifying to a little. So in San Francisco, we use Waymos, and they're substantially safer, and it's an AI driver. I took one here. I'm taking one back. I don't get in regular Ubers. Yet our policymakers, even though Waymos are substantially safer than a human driver, our policymakers want 0 accidents before they're going to let Waymos carry more people. How do we think about this in cancer care? Meaning, at what point is it irresponsible not to use AI as part of the cancer care journey? How do we know when we get there? And how do we think about the policymakers who are going to sit there saying, no, you can't use it?
So Jonathan, I just have to say, first of all, I couldn't agree with you more. And second of all, I think it's a perfect example. Part of the answer is there's no finish line. We're always in the quest for greater and greater safety. So that's one thing. A culture of safety is really what you're talking about. And I think the second part just goes back to where this whole discussion started, which is fear of new, change management, and getting people used to it. I set my auto cruise control in the HOV lane of the LIE every Friday night, and it slows down to 5 miles an hour in traffic, and it speeds back up to 60, and it keeps the car in the lane. And I think it's much safer than me as the active driver. And I'm sure that that's true for the Waymos and others. And I just think we have a cultural chasm to get across because many people are just fearful. I just want to build on your story. I have a friend who lives here who told me she will never let her children go in a driven car, only Waymo.
Oh my God. Well, how do you make that shift happen? Because
we're on the hill
ASCO,
every day of the week. This is going to be a long-term regulatory issue. And I think right now, even how it's going to get done isn't clear. You may have noticed in the last, I think, 72 hours, there was a discussion about federal rulemaking superseding any state or local rules with regard to the use of AI.
That's right.
And so that may be a good thing, because maybe at the federal level, we can at least have one standard, and we can drive this up with data. It's a little alike, it's like the people that say they're going to drive because they're afraid of flying. There's no universe in which it's safer to drive.
Yeah, and I think that back to how to get the U.S. population ready for AI, providers, patients, those that are going to be patients. That also includes elected officials. And this is actually a perfect opportunity to work with advocacy groups like ASCO, which I'm a very proud member of, who has such an effective ability to, on behalf of cancer patients and their families, have these discussions with elected officials. And it is something that crosses every political line, right? 1 in 2 men, 1 in 3 women over their lifetime. Do the math, that's every family. And so it's something elected officials actually really care about. And so thoughtful presentation about a government relations strategy is not a bad thing if you're at the helm of a new innovation.
Yeah, and this is baked into, I know what you just said, Karen and Cliff, but just to make it really explicit, we need to collect the evidence of outcomes as we start to roll out new AI. We can start with the low-risk ones. We should start with rolling out the low-risk ones first as we get used to it, but always as we do it under, be mindful of, let's collect the evidence that it either, the most important, makes patients' lives better, it reduces healthcare costs, or makes kind of the workforce lives better and helps with the burnout crisis. I think that is going to pave the way to kind of motivating the, let's say, laggards to start using AI.
Yeah, I think we have another audience question.
Yes. Oh, hello. My name is Rayanne Garashi. I'm a PhD student at UC San Diego. I had a question, well, 2 questions. The first one is in regards to regulatory standards for the training sets that are used to, create these AI algorithms. Are they required to have a diverse patient population, or are they just working with what is available? And then on the other hand, when you actually employ these with your patients, do you take that into account if that patient that you're treating is not representative of the population that the data set was fed into that algorithm?
So I'll just say, I think your question operates on several levels. The 6 principles that I alluded to before explicitly call for that. But I do think at the same time, one of the powers that will be unleashed here is the ability to get even beyond the finite set of criteria that we think matter. There's a bias going into this, and actually just get closer to the truth. So I think in the end we can win as long as the data sets are large. Whether they, from a regulatory point of view, have to be explicitly constructed a certain way, I don't think this is the year for that to be made into law.
Agreed.
Hi there, Shantanu Agarwal. Just a quick question around AI when it comes to academic medical centers, or just generally how it's going to roll out. I think the whole panelist is really optimistic about AI adoption. Do we see a world where I have to go to Stanford to get their AI algorithm to look at my record, and then I have to go to Harvard? Or do we see people sharing? Because in the past, Watson, for example, 10 years ago, had an MSK solution.
I was there.
Right. So what does
I think
what does this look
solution
like?
in air quotes.
Yeah.
Sure. But
yeah.
I do think one thing that makes me even more optimistic is with the foundation models. The more generalist the model can be, meaning that you don't need to fine tune on local data, you can use it kind of with zero, without additional fine tuning, means that we might arrive at a place that you don't have models that have the PHI baked into them by being fine-tuned on PHI. That makes it easier to share the technology. I have a grant that I'm working on right now that's developing models to detect immune-related adverse events. And we initially, when we proposed it, it was before LLMs 5 years ago, and we were going to fine-tune models, and we were going to go through this very lengthy process of data use agreements because we were fine-tuning on PHI, and so the models were PHI, so we couldn't obviously just share the models. Now we're shifting to kind of using a zero few-shot approach that doesn't require fine-tuning, and a big reason that we chose that is because it's going to make it so much easier for us to make those models more widely available, and the technology is advancing so quickly that they're performing just as well, if not better.
And I would say, that's from the kind of clinician side, but from the patient side, I think we are finally entering into that era of healthcare writ large, where the consideration for the consumer experience, the patient experience, is starting to become more and more and more appreciated and prioritized. Right now, you can go in your portal and authorize. If you're my brother, I can authorize you to see everything that there is. So, you can imagine a world in agentic AI where you have a number of agents working on your behalf. I have an agent that's collecting my data from Memorial Sloan Kettering. I have one that's coming from Dana-Farber because for whatever reason, I'm bouncing between the two. That there is a way that my agents can actually talk to each other. That's the whole point of agentic AI, right? It's not just one on your behalf. It's a population of agents that are going to help you. And I think the same will happen on the scientific side in terms of data share through agentic AI.
There was a question from the gentleman from Paradigm Health that I thought was really interesting, which is, what is the point where you think it's irresponsible not to use AI? And you said earlier that you've already rolled out tools for everyone at ASCO, all the staff at ASCO. Do you think we're already at that point? And for everyone else, are there specific applications you would say we are at that point already?
So I think there's a little bit of a friction in the system now.
Yeah.
Without pointing fingers, but just to say everybody's got an installed base of electronic medical records, and the issue of workflow came up a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
I think that most clinicians at this point would welcome a gentle nudge as they go from room A to room B about what they should be thinking about for that patient. Because humans will make mistakes, and the AI in that setting may actually help avoid mistakes. I think that's a use case that we should be begging for. I think the resistance to it is the implementation into the workflow. And again, I keep going to all these outside of healthcare examples, but if you pick up your iPhone right now, most of you with a new phone are getting AI prompts at the top of your email inbox. You're getting AI answers when you go to your search engine, and you're not asking for it. It's just there to be used or ignored. And I think that's the ubiquitous way in which this is going to seep its way in to every minute of the clinician's day, and I welcome it. I think it's going to make our lives better and our patients' health better.
I don't know that we'll reach the irresponsible point, because I think the system will correct itself even before then, right? Because those that are doing well in business, doing well in delivering exceptional care for their patients, are likely going to use these, right? And so it will start to self-select. And, I belong to a number of different CEO groups, and they're nothing to do with healthcare, but it's on everybody's mind. We have this very conversation all the time. And I know at least several of them who've said they won't hire a new person until their HR team or whoever the hiring manager is can convince them that you really need a living, breathing person, and that it can't be done through AI, or at least partially by AI. So that philosophy already held. And then walk through the streets of San Francisco, and you see these posters, I can't remember what the company is, saying, like, don't hire humans. There was one that says like, the person won't call in sick because they were out late at the Balboa the night before. I mean, they're like amusing, probably AI-generated ads. But, it really reinforced for me that corporate or business mindset of, you're going to have to convince me that a human needs to do this in order to hire that person. It's not a tomorrow thing, it's a now thing. This is why I think in healthcare we have a really great opportunity to talk about AI for good, because it's happening right now, every day.
Danielle, would you welcome a gentle nudge as you go from?
I would welcome one, but I will say I don't think we're at a point where it's irresponsible to not be using AI. I mean, there are some things that would be physically impossible to deliver the treatment, like that auto planning for radiation, but that's not really the type of AI that we're talking about here. I think right now, I don't have evidence showing that the models work so well that we could, for any real clinical decision-making or patient-facing counseling, could say, they're up to par, it's irresponsible or not standard of care to not use them. OpenAI, came out with that big health bench yesterday or 2 days ago, and even the best models got around 60%. But I agree. I think we will be heading there. How do we know when we've reached there? We'll only know if we collect evidence on outcomes.
It's got to work, and when it works and people use it, those will be the winners.
Yeah, evidence specifically that using it is better than not using it, Yeah.
Yes, that it either kind of achieves the goal of improving patient outcomes. That's the most important goal. And secondarily to that, which will all serves a need of improving patient outcomes, is reducing healthcare, making healthcare more efficient, reducing costs, and improving clinician burnout.
Sounds great. I can't wait to get there. Thanks, everyone, for this great conversation.
All right, now we're going to return to something that we were talking about a little earlier in the day, which is Medicare Advantage. This is the Medicare program that led to the session that that we saw with Casey earlier, that really emotional session before. But this program is in the crosshairs right now, and we at STAT love news. So we wanted to bring you a session that explained how it may change and what some of the issues are. And to do that, please welcome to the stage Rick Kroenig, professor at the Herbert Wertheim School of Public Health at the University of California, San Diego, and to moderate STAT Hospitals and Insurance reporter, Tara Bano.
As we were saying backstage, and now for something completely different. But just to sort of table set and to help you all understand why this is so important, taxpayers spend $500 billion every year for Medicare Advantage, and the tide is really turning right now. Republicans in Congress have always been fiercely opposed to any kind of reforms to the program, even as evidence has really accumulated for years now that these health insurers who run the program tend to make their patients look sicker on paper to get more money from the government. But now, as we know, the Trump administration is scouring for anything they can cut from the federal budget, and so Medicare Advantage is certainly on the table. So I'm really excited to be joined by Rick Kroenig, who is a really leading researcher in this area. So Rick, you just came out with a really groundbreaking study that compared how much insurers make by tacking on additional diagnoses to their Medicare Advantage members. So first of all, we should talk a little bit about how this coding works. And then secondly, what did you find?
Okay, thanks, Tara. It's a pleasure to be here today. So Medicare Advantage plans get paid a capitated amount, a per person per month amount from the federal government. It averages about $15,000 per person per year. And that amount gets risk adjusted. So they get paid more for people who are expected to use more health care and less for people expected to use less health care. More for an 85-year-old than a 65-year-old, more for somebody who's also eligible for Medicaid, because those folks use more health care than people who aren't eligible for Medicaid, and more for people with cancer or heart disease or diabetes or major depression than people without. And this notion about kind of risk-adjusted payment makes a lot of sense. I mean, we want health plans to do a good job of taking care of people who need a lot of care and not to run away from risk. And if you pay the same amount for everybody, as used to be the case more than 20 years ago, then health plans have strong incentives to select healthy people and to stay away from people that we want them to be caring for. So far, so good. The problem with the system is that the diagnostic information that goes into the risk score, so every Medicare Advantage beneficiary has a risk score. It averages about 1.0. And someone who's an 85-year-old who has cancer and heart disease might have a score of 2.5 or 3. And those scores, the diagnostic information for Medicare beneficiaries who are in a Medicare Advantage plan is reported by the Medicare Advantage plans themselves. And not surprisingly, they report a lot more diagnoses than would be reported for the same beneficiary if she were in traditional Medicare. And in traditional Medicare, we know that physicians aren't paid for diagnoses. They're paid for what they do, for the office visit, for the appendectomy, for the cataract surgery. And they don't get paid more if they write down more diagnoses. And so in traditional Medicare, if you have a group of people who are coded with quadriplegia in a 12-month period, 40% of them don't have any claim in the next 12 months that has quadriplegia on it. They probably mostly still have quadriplegia, but they go to the physician for urinary tract infection or pneumonia, and there's no incentive for the physician to write down quadriplegia. If that patient is in Medicare Advantage, there is a big incentive to write down quadriplegia. it's been known for a long time, 20 years now, that about the incentives and that Medicare Advantage plans write down more diagnoses than would be written down in traditional Medicare. The study that Tara was referring to that got published about a month ago in Annals of Internal Medicine was the first one to measure how much extra revenue each major insurer gets. And what we found was a lot of heterogeneity across insurers. So for the total industry, about we estimated that in 2021, Medicare Advantage plans got $33 billion extra because of all these extra diagnoses that are being written down. United Healthcare, which is the largest MA insurer, got close to $14 billion of that $33 billion. And United did have in 2021 27% of all MA members, but they got 42% of all the extra money. The average MA insurer got about $1,200 extra per person because of the additional diagnoses. United got about $1,800. And then on the other end, Kaiser, $200 or $300, and their number of Blue Cross Blue Shield plans, mostly nonprofit Blue Cross Blue Shield plans that also were sort of on the low end. So tremendous heterogeneity, although overall quite a lot of extra money going to Medicare Advantage plans, just because they're writing down more diagnoses, not because they're providing better care or high quality care, but because they're documenting more stuff.
And we've talked about this a lot in the past, and you call it differential coding. I call it funny business. But you've been studying this a really long time. So how has this aggressive coding evolved over the years? Has it always been at this level?
No. So the CMS, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, is responsible for the Medicare program, started using diagnostic risk adjustment in 2004. And in 2004, the measured risk of MA members was actually slightly below the measured risk of traditional Medicare beneficiaries. And there was some thought that actually coding was less complete in MA than in traditional Medicare. And there has been a steady increase in the relative measured risk of MA from 2004 till the present. So the most recent data that I've had access to is 2021, and in 2021, the measured risk of Medicare Advantage was 19% above the measured risk of traditional Medicare, with no indication when you look at other things like mortality rates or survey data, with virtually no indication that the real acuity of Medicare Advantage members has changed over the last 20 years. Enrollment has grown tremendously. So more than half of Medicare beneficiaries are now in Medicare Advantage compared to like 15% in 2004. And it's at least theoretically possible, big growth in enrollment, that maybe the MA members have actually gotten sicker. But there's a lot of pretty good evidence that they haven't, and that the change from basically measured risk being equal to the risk in traditional Medicare to measured risk being 19% higher is almost all coding. And it's been a pretty steady increase over the last 20 years, although some acceleration sort of post-2015 or so.
So last year, the Biden administration finalized some pretty significant changes to how insurers calculate how sick their members are, and consequentially how much they should be paid by the government to cover those members. So it was designed to crack down on this funny business, differential coding, whatever you want to say, but it seems to have been effective in doing that. So help us understand what this change was and how it works.
Sure. I mentioned at the beginning that every beneficiary has a risk score attached to him or her, and the risk score comes from an algorithm that values age, gender, Medicaid status, diagnoses like cancer, heart disease, diabetes. And CMS has changed that algorithm a number of times over the 20 years that the system has been in place. It was using V24, version 24 of the algorithm. And in 2024, as Tara said, the Biden administration began phasing in version 28 of this algorithm. And in version 28, CMS stopped valuing some of the ICD-10 codes, some of the diagnoses that are most differential, that were most differentially coded in Medicare Advantage. For example, peripheral arterial disease was in the earlier version of the algorithm, but is not in V28. And PAD, peripheral arterial disease, was coded for 27% of MA members and 14% of traditional Medicare members, with no reason to think that there's really more PAD in MA, but there's more use of ultrasound to diagnose PAD in MA. And V28 doesn't have PAD anymore in it. There were a number of depression codes and mental health codes that were included in V24, but not in V28. And in total, at least looking at 2021 data, I mentioned earlier that the measured risk of MA was 19% above measured risk of traditional Medicare in 2021. That was using V24, the old algorithm. Using version 28, if it had been in effect in 2021, measured risk would have been 11 to 12% higher than traditional Medicare. So still higher, but a lot lower than that 19%. Now, that's 2021 data. I'm pretty sure that MA insurers will respond and that some of the remaining ICD-10 codes that were not so differentially coded in 2021 will be more differentially coded in 2024, 25, and 26. Last thing about this V28 model is that when CMS announced it was planning on implementing this new model, there was a firestorm of opposition from the industry. I mean, you thought that the world was going to end if V28 was implemented. And CMS, in response to that, put a 1/3 weight on V28 in 2024 with a 2/3 weight on the old model, and announced its intention to increase that weight to 2/3 in 2025 and 100% in 2026. So the effect was sort of phased in over time.
And I'm glad you mentioned peripheral artery disease. We, in our Healthcare Colossus series about United Health Group, one of those pieces was about a test called QuantaFlow that many providers use in their clinics on Medicare Advantage patients to test for this condition. But we found it's pretty unreliable, yet it's used to often tack on this code, this very lucrative code, onto many Medicare Advantage patients. But speaking of United Health, their stock dropped over 45% in a month. You may have just heard that their CEO stepped down. They pulled their profit outlook. So part of the, obviously not entirely because of these Biden administration changes, but yeah, partly I would say because of that. So why is United Health uniquely affected by these changes?
Yeah. I would not say that United Health is uniquely affected, but it is certainly was more affected than many other insurers. United coded more peripheral arterial disease than many other insurers, and had more of higher prevalence of a variety of the diagnoses that were taken out of the V24 model when the new model was implemented. You know, with I mentioned at the very beginning that United was getting about $1,800 extra per person in 2021 as a result of aggressive coding. Another kind of metric way of looking at that is that on average, I mentioned that the MA risk is 19%, measured risk is 19% above traditional Medicare. For United in 2021, that was 28% above traditional Medicare. again, without any indication that the United members were actually any sicker. And so because they were coding more than most other Medicare Advantage plans to begin with, the change in coding to V28 had a bigger effect on United than it did on many other insurers. Although, pretty much all insurers, including Kaiser, which in a lot of ways codes very similarly to fee-for-service, were affected by V28.
I think we have some audience questions.
Yes. First, we have one from our virtual audience. Susan Baumgirtle writes in, Medicare Advantage plans appear to be promoted to underserved patient populations, yet these are often the ones most harmed by upcoding, false diagnoses, requiring tests that do not improve health, and so on. How do we do a better job of educating patients about Medicare disadvantage?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think I would argue a little with the premise of it. For the most part, this coding doesn't result in big demonstrable harms to patients. I mean, some extra tests, it's not great, but it's not kind of, the salience of someone who's denied a procedure through prior authorization, or where friction is creating, long delays in people getting care. And because this extra coding, which is led in 2021, as I said, to at least $30 billion in extra money and tremendous inequities. Sort of, the reason to have a system with competing health plans is the hope that they will lead to improved quality and efficiency. And in a market in which the reward goes to the plans that can code the most, that's kind of a messed up market. But that doesn't have the same salience as the patient who died because prior authorization was denied. So I think that the problem is not so much educating patients about Medicare disadvantage, but helping policymakers have the courage to make change. I worked in the federal government under the Obama administration for 6 years, and worked with the policymakers, and faced this frustration every year. And we made a little bit of progress in changing, but not all that much, as you've heard. And the political problems are very challenging. That if the administration, as the Biden administration did in 2024, makes changes that reduce revenues to Medicare Advantage plans, the MA plans get very unhappy, and some part of this extra revenue goes to beneficiaries. I mean, the reason that more than half of beneficiaries are in Medicare Advantage, the main reason, is that it's a much better financial deal than traditional Medicare. The plans have, if you're in a plan, in an MA plan, you have lower cost sharing or deductibles, an out-of-pocket maximum cap, often vision benefits, dental benefits, hearing benefits, which may not be worth so much, but they kind of look good. And the ability of plans to offer all those extra benefits comes in part from the fact that they're getting all this extra revenue. And so policymakers are concerned, if they cut back on the extra revenue, that the extra benefits will be reduced, and constituents may be unhappy. And if the administration takes action on its own, as the Biden administration did with V28, to save money, they can't use it to do anything else in Medicare. It goes back to the Treasury. It means there's a slightly smaller deficit. There aren't all that many people who care about having slightly smaller deficits most of the time. So if Congress makes changes under pay-as-you-go rules, they can actually use that money to enhance benefits. And there are proposals, from progressive Democrats who are not obviously able to make any positive changes to try to enhance traditional Medicare and reduce revenue to Medicare Advantage and try to sort of equalize those programs. But those are not proposals we'll see enacted anytime soon.
I think that's a great point. I mean, it's we had the denied by AI panel this morning, and we don't have a patient on stage with us whose family member passed away because of this risk adjustment problem, but it is a huge problem that costs billions of dollars every year. I think we have another question.
I would say tens of billions of dollars every year. As Sarah said at the beginning, this is, Medicare Advantage is a $500 billion program. It's $500 billion. It's 2% of GDP. This is a very big deal. And we are misspending tens of billions of dollars and have created a market that rewards stuff that we shouldn't be rewarding. Yes, sir.
Hi. Thanks for the talk, Dr. Chronic, and thanks for moderating, Tara. So my name is Peter. I used to be a robotics engineer at Neuralink, and now I'm building AI monitoring solutions for value-based care. So this is very topical for me. So I know a lot of value-based care providers are really struggling because of this new V28 changes. Like we have providers like ChenMed that are scrambling to figure out new business models. We have providers like Landmark Health who actually just shut down because of it. So my question is what are your recommendations for value-based providers to survive amidst all these crazy changes? What new business models should they actually try? For example, like focusing on HEDIS scores and MIPS scores, and how do they survive all these changes? What are the actual sustainable and ways, business models in this time?
Yeah, I would suggest that they focus on providing higher quality, more efficient care, and being able to document that they're actually doing that. We have too much focus on the kind of financial shenanigans and getting these formulas right, and the real challenge is figuring out how to have better care coordination, figuring out what care patients really value, and try to make sure that patients get that care and have good access to care. The finance stuff for most relatively small providers, they can't affect that. So they just have to kind of live with what's coming, but focus on the holy grail of really doing what they're supposed to be doing.
So the confirmation hearing for CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz was really fun, and he described himself as the new sheriff in town. He's going to go after all kinds of fraud, and in particular, Medicare Advantage. He talked about that at length, about how he's going to really enjoy that. So what would that look like if done well?
Mm-hmm. It would, I think, in the short run, look like V29. So I mentioned this V28 model that CMS began phasing in 2024. There are still many diagnoses, even in V28, that are disproportionately coded in MA. So morbid obesity is coded for 12% of MA members and 6% of traditional Medicare members. And if morbid obesity weren't in the risk adjustment model, I would have some concerns that maybe plans would figure out ways of staying away from people who are morbidly obese. But I've got more concerns about the inequity and inefficiency of just paying plans more money because they're writing down that more people are morbidly obese. So CMS could go further than it has in V28 to V29. It could also quite easily, and there have been many proposals made to exclude diagnosis from home-based health risk assessments. So one of the things that United does quite differently than really almost any other insurer is that they send nurses out to members' homes to do a risk assessment, and some of that may result in benefit for the patients in identifying and potentially mitigating risks. But it definitely benefits United by finding a bunch of diagnoses that weren't otherwise recorded on a physician claim. And MedPAC, the Medicare Payment Advisory Commission that advises Congress, has proposed for many years that diagnoses that only are found on a home-based health risk assessment shouldn't be included here. So there are a variety of actions that CMS could take to improve the risk adjustment payment system that it's got the administrative authority to do. It also, a lot of this gets presented as the sort of malfeasance of the industry, and we've talked about that. There is also, and I am complicitous, or was complicitous in this, I think malfeasance on the part of the government. So in 2005, Congress gave CMS the authority and the obligation to implement a coding intensity adjustment to adjust for differences in coding between MA and traditional Medicare. And I consulted to CMS at the time. In 2010, CMS implemented a 3.41% adjustment. The science at the time would have easily supported a 5 or 6% adjustment, but the policy folks said, 3.4% is as much as we can really deal with here. And then Congress, as part of the Affordable Care Act and trying to sort of get money to pay for the ACA, required on a schedule that 3.4% adjustment increase up to 5.9, at least 5.9%, which is where it is today. But CMS has the authority and the obligation to implement an adjustment that actually adjusts for the differences in coding. And it has never done that, but certainly if Dr. Oz wanted to make progress here, the agency could, both on implementing a V29 that excluded some of the diagnoses that are most differentially coded, by excluding diagnoses from home-based health risk assessments, and also probably from chart reviews, which I haven't talked about, and by implementing a coding intensity adjustment that adequately adjusted for the differences in coding patterns between MA and traditional Medicare. So there are a lot of opportunities. Whether the administration will take advantage of those opportunities, I do not know. The only thing to observe is that in the rate announcement for 2026, the timing of this is that the Biden administration, the sort of outgoing Biden administration, issued the advance notice. It was actually in early February, so the Trump administration was in office, but it was written by the Biden folks. And in that, the administration proposed the 100% phase-in of this V28 model, as well as a variety of changes meant to both increase the transparency and put some guardrails around prior authorization and utilization management processes. The industry pushed back and said, we shouldn't go to 100% for V28. The Trump administration did finalize the 100% phase-in, and so that's a sort of somewhat hopeful sign. On the other hand, it did not finalize the proposals for increased transparency and guardrails, so that's a sign of, it was responding to the industry there. And then finally, in the discussions about the reconciliation bill that are going on, I have not read or heard of any discussion about what's really low-hanging fruit. I mean, if the Congress is trying to get $880 billion out of healthcare programs, it would make a lot of sense to take a big chunk of that by getting Medicare Advantage payment systems right, as opposed to going after the Medicaid program, which is serving disadvantaged people and has no slack in it at all.
All right, well, with that, we're at time. So thank you so much, Rick.
Thank you.
All right, and now this means that we are at our second and final coffee break of the day. Right back outside this room, you will find a display from our presenting sponsor, Genentech. There are also some afternoon snacks, coffee, and tea. Go check them out, and we will resume programming here in 30 minutes at 3:45. We have a lot of great sessions coming up. Please enjoy. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Am I amplified? Hey, Mario. So you can hear me out there, right? If I start talking, I can say to all the folks out there, like Angus Macaulay, that it's time to move their way in here. Rick? Just wait for things to fill in a little bit, but we will be getting started in a moment. I do love seeing people socialize, but I think you might want to see this next session. So, how's everybody doing? Having fun? Hello, how are you? Thank you. It's great to see you. Just sit with Cammie, Glyph. There. Yeah. All right, we're gonna get started in a minute. We have up next. There are panels that we construct here when you're putting together an event that are where you know pretty much what's going to happen, and you're putting people up here to say the things that you know they've been saying and build on them. And then there are panels where you just think there's things going on in the world that are hard to predict, which there are right now. And you think, what if I were to get a few people together to respond to that? I always have referred to those privately as dinner party panels. You know, the idea that you're kind of putting together a cocktail party. This is one of those panels. I'm about to welcome to the stage 3 very interesting people. We've talked about what we're going to talk about, but a lot's happened since then. In fact, a lot's happened since this morning. I don't know if people in this room have been able to follow the news outside this room, but suffice to say, like, this panel will really benefit from your participation, and you can feel free to be a little boisterous and jump in, and this will set us up for the rest of the afternoon. So please welcome to the stage Dr. Georges Benjamin, the Executive Director of the American Public Health Association, who has been an outspoken critic of the new Secretary for Health and Human Services. Dr. Susan Desmond-Hellmann, a board member of Pfizer and OpenAI. You may also remember her as the CEO of the Gates Foundation. You may remember her as the Chancellor of UCSF. You may remember her as one of the top executives at Genentech when it had a legendary run as pretty much the model biotech company. And Dr. Eric Rubin, the editor-in-chief of the New England Journal of Medicine. Guys, welcome to the stage.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
So, like I said, I thought long and hard about how to begin this session, and we talked about it previously. But then today happened. So I'm actually going to read to you from, if I can get my phone to work. I'm actually
it's
not
your phone.
sure. It is, in fact, my phone, and I'm not sure what it is trying to do. Well, that's fun. Okay, here we go. And this is not the right story. Okay.
You know, Matt, I just want to point out we're here in the center of technology world.
I am here in the center of technology. In hours of combative congressional hearings Wednesday, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. swung between defending sweeping changes at his agency and backtracking on aspects of a reorganization he nevertheless said would be painful. He repeatedly cast doubts on reports about negative impacts of the changes, often calling them a canard. For instance, he claimed that amid sweeping cuts to his agency, we did not fire any working scientists. His statement before the Senate Help Committee seems to contradict news reports and former agency staff. One employee at the National Institutes of Health told staff they were 100% sure Kennedy's assertion was false. Another person recently employed at the agency said they knew plenty of scientific staff who had been among the nearly 20,000 employees HHS is shedding. I thought maybe that was a good place to start. And I'm going to do a very reporter thing now. Dr. Benjamin, would you like to comment?
Yeah, well, let me start by saying that research like public health is a best buy. For every dollar we invest in research, we get $2.64 back. Over almost $100 billion in economic return that the NIH puts out. And so cutting the NIH budget by $14 billion, just do the math. It destroys our scientific endeavor. It undermines our health security. It undermines our ability to be innovative. And quite frankly, it also undermines the economic well-being of the nation. So Mr. Kennedy is wrong in everything that he said, and I've used stronger language in talking about how he's portrayed that, but we'll start with he's wrong today.
You can go as strong as you'd like, sir.
Then he lied. He frankly lied.
Dr. Rubin, how worried are you about, this HHS infrastructure is where a lot of what you publish comes from. How worried are you about where we're sitting right now?
I'm really quite worried. For all the reasons that George has mentioned, our research enterprise is the envy of the world, but it is what produces all of this information that is critical to how we treat patients and to the advances we make, and with all the economic consequences that Georges was talking about. So I think that the cutting that's gone on, which has been, I think from my viewpoint, quite haphazard rather than driven by any aside from some ideological reasons, all kinds of things have been cut for no apparent reason. So I think that this is getting us into trouble. And as a journal, as a medical journal, it's going to mean that we see fewer studies because fewer will get done.
Dr. Hellman, you have sat in a bunch of different places in this ecosystem. How worried are you?
Well, it would be unfair to just say worried. I'm actually really mad.
I have never heard in, I think, 25 years, I have never heard you say you were mad.
Yeah, and I will confess that it has been challenging for me to talk about what's going on, and I tried to figure out why it was challenging, and it's challenging because it's so uncommon for me to be this angry. And there's a reason I'm angry. Americans who deserve better, Americans of all ages, but especially the ones who need the federal government and systems in America to work for them the most, they will suffer and die as a result of what Mr. Kennedy and his colleagues are doing. And that's not okay. That's not okay, the richest country in the world, and we're going to have Americans suffer and die because of choices that are being made. I think it's worth being mad about. And I'm also mad about the future scientific opportunities in this country. When you hear that universities are putting on hold graduate student and postdoc offers, they're putting them on hold, there's a gap that doesn't get refilled in the pipeline of talent for this country. But you know, there's something else that I'm, and I won't go on and on, I promise.
Oh, go ahead.
But I'm mad. So I went to UC Berkeley to get a degree in public health because I really cared about not just being an oncologist, but being a data-driven oncologist and thinking about data and facts as driving what I did. The entire infrastructure of how we think about public health and global health is based on what you heard the panel talking about AI and cancer today. When Cliff was saying, okay, we need to look at precision medicine, we need each patient, we need to drive their care based on data and facts, and AI can help us do that. When all of us went in for our well baby care, our vaccine schedule is driven by data and facts that then go into algorithms that people can use out in the field. I don't know about you guys, but when I think that people's ability, American caregivers' ability to know what to do is driven by social media or politics or some bias that talks about cod liver oil and vitamin A in the face of a measles epidemic, that's not okay. So what I'm worried about most is the dissembly of the scientific method, the dissembly of what we've all learned how to do based on facts and science and testing and safe and effective to a free-for-all. That's ivermectin and cod liver oil and God knows what. That's not the American scientific system that I learned at UCSF. That's not what I learned at Berkeley in terms of the public health infrastructure. That's not what you and your organization drive every day, which is, you can have an argument, you can have a debate, but you've got to have that scaffold of how to think about proof and how we think about keeping people safe.
Take us back to Uganda. Take us back to the I gave the end of your career, but I actually would like you to tell everybody what you did in the early part of it and why.
Towards the end of, right after my oncology training at UCSF, the Rockefeller Foundation asked UCSF to study heterosexual transmission of AIDS. It seems funny now, but people thought it couldn't be true that it was a heterosexual disease. It was a gay disease. It was even called GRID, gay-related immune deficiency. But there were these reports coming out of Africa about heterosexual transmission of AIDS, and people started getting nervous about it. So UCSF was known for their work in HIV, And the powers that be at UCSF, that's really terrific leaders in ID, accepted this grant and asked 2 of their young faculty to be loaned to Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda. I was one, and my husband Nick, sitting back there, was the other. And so they sent us as a twosome so we could help each other, because it was a little rough in Uganda back in those days. We and many others came back with many things that deepened our understanding of HIV. First and foremost, in fact, for sure, heterosexual transmission of HIV. It was not just important, it was terrifying and flying through Africa at a market clip. There was an important role for sexually transmitted diseases, and on, using the scientific method. In the middle of Uganda, we and others across Africa helped people understand what happened with HIV in Africa, and now that's been slowed. Sadly, probably interrupted the slowing of HIV transmission across Africa because of PEPFAR, because of a U.S. program.
Eric?
Well, I was just going to mention PEPFAR. It's stopping PEPFAR is a tragedy. There are millions of people dependent on these drugs to both treat their HIV and to prevent the further transmission of HIV. So here we have something that's highly effective, and it's expensive, but it's not really expensive as compared to what we spend on lots of other things. It's a highly effective, highly cost-effective therapy.
And just everyone knows PEPFAR is an HIV drug program. It was one of the proudest achievements of the Bush administration.
Yeah, and it's been a huge success. It doesn't make sense to stop it.
So, Dr. Benjamin, I wonder if you could help us zoom out here, because this is really a story about public health. Do you want to? The reason I wanted to bring up that story, or the reason I thought of, is because this is a story of how public health works and how science can feed into the public health. I was wondering if you could help us a little bit think about what's at stake here, not for PEPFAR in Africa, but for public health in America.
Yeah, we tragically we continue to repeat failed lessons of the past. So many years ago, we had this terrible scourge of a disease called tuberculosis. And it was a terrible disease. Actually, TB is a little tough to catch, but once you catch it and you get a big epidemic, it's a really bad disease. And we finally figured out how to treat it. And we finally figured out, using multiple drugs, how to very satisfactorily treat it. But it is a tough disease to treat. And so we treated it satisfactorily for a while, and then we reduced the funding for tuberculosis. And when we reduced funding for a public health program, people stopped getting treated, people started getting treated haphazardly, episodically. They take their meds on Monday, but not on Tuesday, and trying to spread out their medications. And what happened was it came back with a vengeance, but this time, drug-resistant tuberculosis. So we didn't learn that lesson. What do we do with HIV? We're at the cusp of a disease that when I got into public health, we really didn't have really effective therapies. We had now today totally prevent the transmission of HIV from one person to another with therapy.
With PrEP.
With PrEP therapy.
With therapy and with PrEP.
With PrEP, and we know we can do that. So what's now going to happen? In fact, it's already happening. By pulling back on the PEPFAR initiative, the funding that goes out globally for this disease, we're now going to start seeing drug resistance HIV/AIDS. So the drugs that we have are not going to work, and we've dramatically cut the funding for research to try to figure out the next level of drugs for that disease. And now imagine not just HIV, but pick a new disease. Every year we have an emerging infectious disease we have to address.
Bird flu.
Bird flu. Bird flu sitting out there. Yep, we know it kills birds. Yep, now it's into cows, into dairy cows in particular. It has jumped to people. It does not transmit person to person, but it will, because we know that's the nature of influenza. And so we're just setting ourselves up. And those are the new diseases. Now, we've already, in this country, we're very successful in eliminating measles, meaning that we didn't have sustained transmission of any measles outbreak. Only measles cases we were seeing in this country were primarily people who had gotten infected, unvaccinated people who got infected out of the country, brought it back with them, and because we were so well vaccinated, it didn't propagate. Every now and then, it got into a community that was unvaccinated for a variety of either religious or personal reasons, but we could contain it. We have over 1,000 cases. We're about to lose our elimination status, and over half the states have measles cases. And we have a secretary who's promoting a toxic vitamin which causes liver toxicity in kids, vitamin A. So we're not using science. We've taken apart the public health infrastructure. And the truth of the matter is, as they say, we're up the creek.
Matt, if I could just
I was going to ask
follow up on that. As a TB researcher, I think one important point about stopping PEPFAR, for example, or reducing funding for developing new drugs for all of these infectious diseases, many of which start internationally, is it's a threat to our public health here in the U.S. because TB comes here. H5N1 flu comes here. And HIV certainly spreads into our population, including the drug-resistant strains that arise from poor treatment for all of these diseases. So it's investing in global health is an investment in our own health as well.
Sue, I want to ask Sue about measles, because you spent some time in your previous job getting vaccines to other parts of the world. I'm wondering how this looks to you.
You know, yesterday I was in Seattle to help my former colleagues at Gates Foundation celebrate their 25th anniversary. And one of the most amazing things I heard about was in the time that the foundation has been around, due to their efforts and the efforts of many, many other organizations and governments, child mortality, the number of childhood deaths went from 12 million to 5 million. 12 million to 5 million. That's just so great. That is so great. And a big part of that has been Gavi, which is the Global Alliance for Vaccines Initiative. I'm not an infectious disease doctor. You know, I'm an oncologist, and one of the things that only increased while I was at Gates Foundation and saw Gavi and other efforts on measles and other, I'll mention HPV. If you've seen, I mean, you published, the HPV data is astounding. No woman should get cervical cancer, period, ever. So a cancer-preventing vaccine, how great is that? So I loved vaccines going in. I left Gates Foundation thinking they're like a miracle. I mean, and I don't think that's an exaggeration. Think that you can have a tiny amount of an antigen and do that at scale cheaply across the world and have that kind of impact on childhood deaths. It's a beautiful thing.
I've written about men who've died from HPV head and neck cancer too, so.
Yeah, that too.
We had a question here.
Hi, I'm Irene Chen. I'm an assistant professor at UC Berkeley and UCSF. I'm sitting here actually with 2 other junior faculty, and we actually all work on AI for health equity. I'm wondering if there's any advice you have for people who are starting our academic careers in this chaotic landscape.
Have you considered an alternative career?
Not journalism?
No. Here's what I would tell you. I used to tell this story all the time at Genentech. People probably were sick of me talking about this. In the mid-'70s, remember, it was really terrible time. Poor President Carter was around, and everyone was kind of cranky, and times were tough. Apple and Genentech started. So sometimes when chaos is around you, you put your head down, you figure out what you care about, you keep getting yourself educated if there's not something different you want to do, or get your first job, get your second job, and keep moving. But keep learning, keep moving, even during tough times. It's better than the alternative of curling up in a ball, So, but I've seen people who have lived that, and it's really true.
NIH funding has always been cyclical.
Yep.
When I was a graduate student, the pay line was 7th percentile, which is almost nothing. But there are times of abundance and times when it's very difficult. The advantage now, to try to put any kind of positive face on it, is the pipeline of good people is going to dry up, and those who are able to survive are probably going to be in a good position. But better you shouldn't have to do that.
That's good. I didn't think of that.
If you can survive, it'll be great.
Let's even make it. I did a COVID postdoc with a 1.5-year-old at home, so I thought that was going to be the worst of it. I'm Roxana Donahue. I'm an assistant professor at Stanford. We are not rivals, actually. We're friends, even though she's from Berkeley. This session is called Science Under Siege. And so I have a question about something I don't hear people talking about enough, and that is the self-censorship that is happening now in science. So the three of us here do health equity AI research. We're committed to that. We still talk about it. I've been told by some senior faculty, oh, hush, hush, like that's going to get you in trouble. Take it off your CV. I feel that this is really harmful, that we're self-censoring ourselves, and I'm not sure that it protects us because,
Right.
The New England Journal of Medicine still got a letter, from the administration.
I was just about to ask him about that.
Yeah, I'm on the editorial board for New England Journal of Medicine AI, and we were all saying we're trying to keep our heads down, but I'm not sure that that's actually going to do anything. And I actually think that this self-censorship and moving away from whatever doesn't make people happy, this compliance in advance is really problematic and will hurt science in the long run. So what can we do?
Yeah, let me comment. It's called obligatory compliance, and don't do it. President has the right to do executive orders, but he cannot change the law. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is just what it means. Diversity, we know, gives good outcomes, better outcomes than non-diverse engagement at all parts of the society. Inclusion means asking who's not in the room and who benefits or doesn't benefit from what we're doing. And we're all trying to get equity. If you want to change it to fairness, that's fine. What we decided to do at the American Public Health Association is simply call it IED, so they won't know what the hell we're talking about. and go ahead and do it. We have decided that we're not going to change our minds. We're not going to do it. We're not going to allow them to redefine that as discriminatory. So my advice is ignore them. You will win. Look, they've only been in place a little over 100 days. They've caused enormous chaos. But what comes around goes around. And I would just tell you, just ignore them and do what you're doing.
You're not worried about an IED exploding on you?
I am not. Now, one of these days they're going to show up at our front door, and that is fine. I know what they did at the Institute of Peace. They showed up. They threatened. By the way, we got a letter too. The American Journal of Public Health, we got a letter too. We sent back the same response that said, we disagree with you, basically. And, we're going to make them follow the law. We've sued them 5 times. We've won 5 times. So we are trying to do everything we can to slow them down and make them follow the law. Don't allow diversity, equity, and inclusion to be put under the bus.
What should we make of these DOJ letters on bias to you, Eric? Bias at NEJM?
Well, they're trying to shut us up. There's no question. And I think Roxana, who's heard me speak about this before, is right. We have a First Amendment protection, and we should use it to best effect. I do think that is a challenging time to be a communicator, though. If we were to write something about the awful thing that some awful person did in the administration every day, which we could, because there are plenty of them, who are we speaking to? We're speaking to the people who already agree with us. And there's a block of people who will never read our journal. There's a block of people who agree with us. And the question is there a block of people that's persuadable, and how do you reach them? And I think that's more of a challenge than not speaking out, because I'm very comfortable with speaking out. I'm just trying to figure out how to reach the audience we need to reach.
But let me ask you what I think is a somewhat related question, because a lot of the people who are in power in this new HHS are scientists who were doing research, mostly kind of commentary and kind of data analytical, but real research, who feel they were excluded from the conversation. I mean, that includes certainly Jay Bhattacharya. It includes Marty Makary, who is heading the FDA. It includes Vinay Prasad, who was just, and they feel that they were excluded from, to some degree, the august pages of the New England Journal. Do you feel that during COVID, essentially, do you feel that there was any, should there have been more inclusion of viewpoints? Is there any, because we are facing these huge problems from not having a public square. We're swinging from one extreme to another.
Well, I think we're primarily a research journal. We do publish opinion, but research is research, and it has to be data-driven. And we were not receiving data-driven pieces about how the COVID vaccine was bad or lockdowns were bad. That they just weren't coming in. And so all we get to evaluate is what comes in our door. I worry about an administration that's being driven by the chip on their shoulder from one really a very small set of issues. They were very important issues, and I don't mean to minimize them, but that's not what science is. It's not about deciding whether or not there's a lockdown. That's a teeny fragment of what goes on, and I do worry that it's playing an outsized role right now.
We have a question.
I'm Brittany Charlton. I'm faculty at Harvard Medical School and have joined in one of the many lawsuits that APHA has brought, as well as an individual plaintiff, given that my entire research portfolio was wiped out, given my focus on LGBTQ health. While I'm hopeful that we will get some reprieve with our legal case, I would love to pick up on the point, Eric, that you were just speaking to of what else can we be doing, right? Should I be jumping in my Subaru and spending my summer driving around red states and trying to communicate not just about LGBTQ health, but why your average American should want to invest in biomedical research and why we should continue to be a leader? Should I be thinking about subsequent litigation? Where should we be spending our time? How do you see this coming to an end, I guess, is really my question, and how can we try to mitigate the damage that happens between now and then?
I'll keep it brief to make sure that other people get a chance to answer that. And I feel your pain, and of course, I also lost my grant, my R01, which has nothing to do with the more controversial issues you're talking about, but it's a TB grant. I think that it's not so clear how we speak to this audience, as I said before. I do think that we need to be opposing things where we can. Are lawsuits important? Yeah, if they can be effective. It's an expensive and very slow way to go about being in the opposition, but I think it's the only tool available to us part of the time, and I think that investing in the effort to do it can be worthwhile. And we heard from George's, who does it all the time. It's a hobby. I do think that when we're speaking out, we need to be advocating for people's lives. And the measles outbreak is a perfect one. There are people dying unnecessarily. There are little children dying unnecessarily of measles. Every one of those could have been saved, or the disease could have been prevented. I do think we have to, when we see things like that, we do need to speak out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that there's sort of a menu of different things. I think the judiciary branch still seems to be working. I'm not completely confident, but I think lawsuits are very important. Vote, run for office, and I'm not joking. I think that's what real change looks like. And then I think in addition to speaking up, what I've started to see, like in these law firms, once one law firm says, no, that's not what we're going to do, there seems to be some power in numbers, both in law firms and universities. So I hope we see more of that. I think societies like, for public health, journals, things like that, I think there is power in numbers. And I think that it's so much more important to be positive rather than negative. Here's the future I want for young people. Here's the kind of health I want for babies who deserve to grow into toddlers and beyond that. And should never have to think about measles or tuberculosis or things like that. We used to talk about in global health, no child should ever die of a vaccine preventable disease. I really like that. I mean, that's a sort of rally cry, but really positive. That child deserves a healthy, productive life. And I think we all have to be really positive. The last thing I'll say is it is hard to know how to communicate, but I also think we have to pick our spots. I don't think it's possible to be on it every day. What's the thing is it a free airplane? Is it a this? But I think particularly for the community that cares about science and health, these are the things I care about most, and I'm just going to keep like dog on a bone on those, because I think it's really hard to be heard, and especially hard to be heard when you're just noisy.
So when does industry speak up more? I mean, they've taken a lot of hits. You've sat in that chair. You've been in those rooms in multiple roles. When does industry speak up? And if you were back in your old Genentech seat, what do you think you'd be worried about right now?
Oh gosh, what wouldn't I be worried about right now? No, I think even something simple like when you're in industry innovating, so you need a really strong research and basic science group. You need to carry out clinical trials that are often global. It's hard to do global work when other countries aren't very happy with us, or you're having trouble with immigration and things of that nature. So from an R&D standpoint, there's a lot to be concerned about. And the mother's milk of pharma R&D is NIH-funded science. Mm-hmm. So that's where I would start being worried. Then I'd be worried a lot right now about tariffs.
Question back there?
Hello, I'm Isabel Goriot. I'm a CEO founder of a biotech company hosted at Skydeck, UC Berkeley. And I have a question. For the past 7 years, I have been helping PIs with preparing their SBIR, STTR applications mainly for NCI and NIAID. I'm a pastor immunologist by training, so I like cross-border specialties, and especially infectious cancers. What should you advise PIs who are going to submit SBIR or STTR applications for the September 5th deadline? to manage the application and get a chance to get funded in this climate. And what is also your take on these intersect specialties between infectious diseases and cancer?
So if I can start with that, I am at my lab is at Harvard, and we have NIH funding, or we had NIH funding, and now Harvard is banned from getting NIH funding. And on the plane here, I was writing an NIH grant, because you can't have, it's like the lottery. You can't win unless you buy a ticket, right. And who knows what's going to happen. So I wouldn't discourage anyone from writing a grant despite the horrible atmosphere. You're talking about the bridging between two institutes, NIAID, the Infectious Disease Institute, and NCI, the Cancer Institute. And I think right now, for what it's worth, NCI is going to probably have better funding than NIAID. So to the extent that you can steer a grant that way, I'd do that.
Question? Please keep it quick. There's...
Yes, so I'm Amy Lee. That I'm a patented AI telehealth platform that currently actually funded by National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparity through SBIR grant. Luckily, funding so far has not been cut, but it's quite a lot of scary trying to understand. Particularly, we're offering personalized creative arts that is an advocate to WHO's Arts and Health Initiative. I'm part of the global community in that and a speaker for that. But currently, even National Endowment of Arts is under attack, right? And so I'm currently in the Oxford University called Mutual Value Labs, really training us how to create mutual value between different stakeholders. And I see a lot of empathy for each other among different stakeholders. What would your guys' advice, like how do we, create mutual values during this challenging time for all stakeholders, whether it's entrepreneur like myself, patient advocacy groups, potential fund or alternative funding if the federal funding is no longer an option, so like, and then, pharmaceutical companies or
I'm hearing a lot of people wanting to ask you guys for advice. Do you feel like you have advice? Do you feel like you're centered in what is happening now?
No. I would just double down on the lottery comment that Eric made. I think here's what I wouldn't want you to have to do is sort of torture your grant into something that you've massaged enough to keep up with current events, and then everything changes next week. So I do think it's smart to think about backup strategies, who might be other funders, but I think that's always smart. So I think above and beyond, stay the course. Have a backup strategy. Think about what things look like if you miss a funding cycle or something like that. But other than really practical things, I don't have some magic fairy dust to put on this.
Yeah, but here's the worst case scenario. Them being able to say, nobody applied.
Right.
And they will do that. I would write great grants, and I would flood them with grants so that we can show the demand. And listen, there are academic centers in every state in this nation, and University of Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma. The red states are just as dependent on these grants as everybody else. Send the grants in, let them tell you no.
Is this precedented? And I want to go down the line really quickly. Is this precedented in your view? Have you seen a situation like this for science funding ever in your careers, Eric?
There have been times when funding is really poor, but the difference is the attitude right now, I think.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, funding's been poor, but we've never had it indiscriminate.
And if you had one realistic hope for how things could get better over the next few months, what would it be? Dr. Benjamin?
Oh, I think that I don't think we're going to actually get the deep cuts in NIH that they proposed, because I just think there'll be a lot of resistance to that. So that's why I'm saying you got to put your grants in.
I think leadership matters, so I'm hopeful that there's enough negative that RFK Jr. won't keep his job.
Mm-hmm. Realistically, we're going to be in court for a while, and the short-term solutions probably lie there. The medium-term solutions, though, I think are in advocacy, and that advocacy has to come from us, but it also has to come from the communities that we work with, particularly patients, which represent every single person in the U.S.
How much is this about RFK Jr.? Is this about Secretary Kennedy?
No,
if he resigns, does that?
No.
How much that? No.
No. This is a global. I was just on a webinar with my colleagues in the European Public Health Association. This is a global, far right-wing, anti-government movement with a lot of people on the far right feeling disenfranchised, discriminated against. We can't get our papers published. Now, when they say that to an African-American man, I just kind of chuckle. But they do feel aggrieved, and we have to recognize that aggrievedness. But we ought to push back as hard as we can.
Yeah, I think you can have an and. I think that I don't have any problem with what you just said, but it really does matter that every time there's a public opportunity to support basic public health things, it's a swing and a miss. That really matters to America's health.
All right. Well, thank you for this. It was what I hoped, unfortunately. Thanks to all of you for the questions. Now, I'm going to say goodbye to these folks.
Thanks, Matt. You're safe.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Benjamin.
Might need a little help getting it.
Oh, sure thing. And the reason I'm not getting off stage is because I am supposed to do this again now. So, please, so our next, I'm going to try to make my phone work again. Uh-oh. Oh, good, it's there. Our next speaker is a very revered scientist, but also now the head of research and early development at Genentech. Would you please welcome to the stage Dr. Aviv Regev? There she is.
I got chatting with one of the people who was leaving.
Oh, cool. What were you shouting about?
Just, the mic.
Oh, okay.
And how it tends to fall.
Oh, all right. So, before your current job, you were a faculty at the Broad Institute, which is a place you said you were never going to leave. They all felt quite betrayed. But I just want to read from a note there. Aviv is a force of nature. She was the first faculty member. You know what I'm reading.
I am suspecting I know.
She was the first faculty member recruited after the formation of the Broad Institute, which she joined in 2006 after running a computational biology lab as fellow at the Bauer Center at Harvard. Over the next 14 years, Aviv has had an extraordinary impact on the science of the Broad community, propelling advances in both experimental and computational biology. She pioneered the creation of methods for single-cell biology, starting with an initial paper reporting single-cell RNA sequencing of 18 cells. She led a revolution that has touched every area of biology. And she founded the Klarman Cell Observatory, which has become the leading nexus for creativity advances in the methodology and application of cell circuits, and led to that CZI stuff you saw this morning that was pretty cool. So those are Eric Lander's words.
Yeah,
when you
that's
quit.
the
That's a
goodbye
very
email.
nice note when you quit to get that. Since then, you have taken up the reins at Genentech, and I wanted to start by talking about that transition because you joined right during COVID.
Oh, yeah. People were sheltering in place.
And you actually went to the office. You moved.
I did move. People didn't think I moved because you remember everyone was like online and there was like, I had a gray wall in one house and then I had a gray wall in another house and there's a whole set of people who actually thought I was in exactly the same place for quite a while. But yeah, I moved and after a month I got the special permission you needed to actually go on site. I was like, there's people there, I can't just sit and talk to them from a computer screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those were interesting times.
And so, why take this job at Genentech? What's the opportunity?
Oh, for me it was actually, after a lot of thinking, it was very simple. I really wholeheartedly believe that those kinds of things, including what Eric then very kindly wrote in that goodbye message, and that was tough, by the way. It's hard to leave a place that you love so much and that you were so happy in.
Mm-hmm.
I did not leave the place. I just wanted to come here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a different type of dynamic. But I wholeheartedly believed then, and I believe even more now, that these kinds of approaches that became possible when data became really big and could be collected at very high resolution at the same time, when machine learning was like booming, and it was not yet even as booming as it's booming now, but generative AI already existed, deep learning already existed, and we could see what was going to happen. The changes that happened, across many different things, I wholeheartedly believed would change how you can, discover and develop medicines for patients. And I wanted, first of all, to be part of it and really have a direct impact on it, not just sit on the sidelines and do stuff that might help others, and kind of both make the medicines and change the way in which they're made. And that seemed to be the right decade to do it. And so it was 2020. It was the beginning of a decade. It was crazy times, truly, because of the pandemic. But it didn't matter. It just seemed to be the right thing to do. And so, yeah, there was really no other way about it. And then I believed if you want to do it, you'd better be in a place that's soup to nuts, that goes all the way from the basic discoveries of biology till the actual development of molecules in patients, and that had enough of a runway, enough of a breadth, so you would work on all the problems in parallel rather than just on one particular aspect or one particular problem, because it's a chain, actually, to make drugs. And so there aren't that many things that answer this, and that made sense to me. And so that's what I decided to do.
So you have invested in AI and big data, and I think they're essentially the same thing in your mind. They're just the two buzzwords that...
You cannot decouple one from the other. They're not the same thing. But for example, if you want to have an AI strategy, you have to have a strategy for data generation and iteration. You can't actually have one without the other. That's why we call it the lab in the loop. We don't call it just the AI in the loop.
So let's
we call
explain
it the lab in the loop.
This got mentioned by GSK, actually, so your term is propagating. But explain for people what a lab in a loop means here.
Yeah. I should point out the term existed for me well before I ever was making medicines in Genentech. I used it for many, many years. I would say observe, model, perturb, repeat. Go back to observe, because it's a principle of how you do science. It's just that when you do science, you do an experiment, right? You collect some data. Based on that data, historically, people develop a model in their mind, right? They think about it themselves. That's a model, actually. And then based on that, they go back to the experimental system and do something, usually manipulate it in some way. That's the perturbation, and then they repeat because they get, new observations. That's actually a principle. But applying this principle in a world where you can do experiments very broadly and very high resolution, so lots of data, and where you can train excellent models rather than the limitations of what we can model inside our head, is different. And so that's the lab in the loop. You perform experiments which generate data, and those experiments can be experiments in lab, and there can also be data from the real world. You perform these experiments, and they provide data for you about the world. From this data, you train models. The model has the ability to do things. It can give you predictions. It can do generations, like generate new things. Then you have to go back to the real world and make those things and do measurements again and iterate. When you iterate, first of all, you learned whether what you wanted, you got it. You want a new molecule, you got a molecule, it has properties. You test if these are the right properties. Imagine that you're so happy, you're done. The molecule is what you wanted, you move on to the next step. But you actually provide the data for the model, so the model gets better. And so the model is ever there, and through these iterations, it gets better and better. That was the idea in 2020. It's now increasingly revised. So if you want to know, I will tell you how.
Well, what I really was going to say is that I would like to know how I like the way your model sounds. How is it, have you tested it against the real world? Yes, do we actually have any evidence that this is working?
Yeah, I think now we do. So,
give us some proof
I did these panels multiple times over the years, and in the beginning it's like, here's the idea, and people would be like, yeah, that would never work, right? And then it was like, here's the idea, and here's a little example, and maybe it kind of looks like something. But time passes, and we're now kind of at the not 5-year mark, but not that far from it either, because the pandemic was 2020 and it's now 2025. And so time kind of passes, and over time you're like, yeah, I get how this works. So I'll give you a few examples. I'll start with molecules, then I'll go to biology. Biology is the harder part in my view. So in molecules, maybe kind of working backwards the drug discovery process, the latter part is how you optimize your molecule. Before then, you have to find your molecule, and before then, you actually have to find the target. So that's why I'm saying it's in reverse. So in optimization, for example, we have a program. This is a target in cancer, and I know Matt will ask which one, and I'm telling him in advance I'm not going to tell him which one. But this is a target in cancer. It's kind of a bona fide one. We're trying to make a molecule, right? You want to make a molecule that satisfies many properties. So it has to have the right potency and all the right DMPK properties and all of those things. It's a small molecule project. And it's not a very traditional style of small molecule. It's not a kinase inhibitor, let's say it like this, in the classical sense of a kinase inhibitor. So you want to make it nice. These are many, many things to optimize simultaneously. So we actually have many targets for the optimization, multi-target optimization. It's a difficult problem for humans. It's a difficult problem for algorithms. So with the methods that we use now for optimization through this loop, with these kinds of modeling approaches, this project took 25% faster, meaning it took 3/4 of the typical time. So that's already really nice. Absolutely nice for us that it was faster. But what was more material is that the molecule that we now have, we would not have had without AI. And that's not my opinion, that's a chemist's opinion. So I think it counts for a lot more. In the sense
chemists
that
say they couldn't have made
they would not have made it. So,
why,
and this is not
the
the
scaffold that people
so the
think about?
scaffold is different as a result of what the AI, quote unquote, saw. Now, the AI would not have made it without the chemists either, because there's this iterative process where chemists participate as well. It's not like, at least not yet, bye-bye, right? It just runs on its own completely. But by the partial autonomy of the AI allows you to go to territories that the chemist might not go through. In an earlier project with an antibiotic, which I've described before, so I don't want to elaborate on too much, the chemist, the same thing was done in parallel because it was shifted by several years. We at first used the screen that chemists have worked on these results before. So we had here's what a medicinal chemist would have done, here's what the AI would have done, type of perfect situation. The medicinal chemist came up with different solutions than the AI. The hit rate of the AI was, if I recall correctly, 50-fold better. So the things that got resynthesized, more of them. But they actually went to different chemical spaces. That's the ideal. It means we're now spanning more. So that's an example from a small molecule. With a large molecule, we have a program that is gonna that is very close to formally being called a clinical candidate. It's like a couple of weeks away. And the team is making slides and stuff. And it's and that one is actually in immuno-oncology, and that took half the time. Now, it's very hard to say it's only because of the AI that it took half the time. But what I can say is that we worked out some of the liabilities that we would usually work out later. We can work them out ahead of time. So, for example, immunogenicity. This one is a large molecule. Immunogenicity is a big deal for us. We can ask the algorithm to work it out ahead of time.
That's whether the body
generates antibodies against the antibody,
and
essentially.
Then the antibodies work.
Exactly. And then it's less efficacious, and it's a big problem for us later on. But often that's something you work out later. If you can work it out ahead of time, as we believe we have, although the ultimate test is always in the patient, if you work it out ahead of time, then because you can look at all of these properties simultaneously, then what you get, there's benefits that you're going to reap we haven't even realized yet. right? We will only know later on if we reap them, but we have set ourselves up differently.
If it costs 500 million to 25 billion to develop a new drug, you save a little bit of money, you save a lot.
You save money, and a little bit in the beginning, you save a lot later, but we already got a lot even in the beginning. So that's what is happening with the molecules, and in big numbers, in the opening of this year, 50% of our research portfolio, so molecules have not yet made it to humans, but 50% of our research portfolio was kind of with AI integrated. And the goal is by the end of this year, 100%.
So that's a big leap. It shows how, I mean, you're not just adding AI to your existing research organization.
It's at the heart of
you have dramatically remade it. And there have been also consequences of that in how research works. One of the very public ones was probably the departure of Ira Mellman, who's a very famous cancer immunologist.
A wonderful cancer immunologist.
You just mentioned it in passing, but I think a lot of people interpreted that as you not being in cancer immunology. How should we be interpreting that?
First of all, it has nothing to do with AI. But it does have to do with the fact that we have a better biological understanding of the tumor these days. And when Genentech many years ago first entered into cancer immunology was like a completely new thing. People worked on it very little in many places. So you had to kind of separate it sometimes from other things in order to give it room to grow. Today, we don't want to separate the tumor to its component parts and just work on them separately. When we work in immunology, we do not have a department of immunology for epithelial cells of the colon and a separate department for immune cells in the colon, and each of them works separately on IBD. That would not be the way we work on it because we understand the tissue as an ecosystem of all the cells connected together. That is also how we look at the tumor. We look at it as an intertwined ecosystem. Actually, even when I was at the Broad, you can go and check. I wrote papers about that. So that's not AI. That's actually data helped us with that. High resolution, massive scale, single cell, spatial data allows us all of a sudden to see the tumor as a whole, whereas before we had no choice but to separate to the component parts. So all we did is actually unify our two parts of oncology, used to be called molecular oncology and cancer immunology. Now they're called by the simple word oncology. And they include all aspects of the tumor, including the malignant cells, the immune cells, the stroma, all the components of the tumor, as well as the way that they impact each other. We know today that when you treat with a targeted therapy that is targeting a mutated protein inside the cancer cell, you are also rewiring the tumor microenvironment and the immune system. You'd rather have these parts together.
Audience question. Please identify yourself.
Hey, V. So Ron Alpha, co-founder, CEO of Noetic. You kind of answered my question, but
Noetic.
I thought I would, for all the AI practitioners and startups in the room, ask you directly. So you're seeing full stack, soup to nuts at Genentech, all of drug discovery. What are you most excited about in terms of, data models, applications that are, sort of on the frontier that maybe we're not talking about yet?
Let's ask.
I've got to limit you to one.
Contained question. So I'm going to take one.
Asking Aviv what she's excited about can
Is
get
not
you an hour.
a good idea to finish the panel on time. No. Anyone who knows me knows that's not my forte to choose like this. However, I will choose one, and in this I will actually talk also about how the lab in a loop is evolving. So today, we live in a world of foundation models, and that's actually a different world than the world we lived in, say, 2019. The core approach to this existed, but the proof points and actual demonstration were not yet there. They are there here, and I think you had a panel earlier on the virtual cell. That's a nice example of that. And so in a first-generation lab in a loop, you would think, and that's relevant to Noetic, so it's special for you, Ron. In a first-generation lab in a loop, you would the data were the data in the context of the experiment that you were asking a very particular question on. So if I wanted to understand this particular biological, now let's switch to biology for molecules. If I wanted to understand this particular biology for this particular question, I would design the right experiment for that biology. And what I would ask of the model, I would learn from the data. The model was basically a representation of the data that I collected. And I would still be asking questions about things that were in the actual experiment that I did. In the world of foundation models, it's different. It's like the foundation model is on the side here feeding the loop, can be fed by it as well. But the model itself is learned from a very broad range of data, just like your favorite foundation model, trained here in San Francisco. ChatGPT was trained on all that language from everything. And then you come into it with all sorts of questions, the vast majority of which, if not all of which, were never imagined by the people who actually trained the model. They didn't train the model to answer any particular question. They trained the model to represent the wholeness of human language, including the human language that was not yet expressed by any human. So similarly to that, say in Ron's case, they work on spatial data. So to represent what all tissues might look like, or maybe all cancers might look like, or at least all possible lung cancers might look like, et cetera, et cetera. And now I might have a new question on lung cancer. I didn't even think about it when I trained the original model. And I will only be in this either using my model as an oracle or fine-tuning it or using it as a predictive or a generative model, depending on the context, giving me the answers that I want to have. So now I can use a model like that. And we are excited about this because I told you biology is actually harder as a problem and often kind of a little mushy on the problem
Right.
definition.
Well,
it's not all just optimization.
It's the biggest opportunity for you. If you can figure out the biology and not have drugs fail 95% of the time.
Exactly.
But you all know for a while it's really hard and could
it's
take
kind of
10
hard
years.
and hard and still
Whereas
hard.
you know right away if you've made a molecule, an antibody that binds better or a protein that... What doesn't it do right now? I mean, this sounds just all amazing, right? But like this is drug discovery. I just mentioned that whole like 95% failure rate. You know, most things in this space, I can say after covering it for 25 years, if you just assume everything doesn't work, you look pretty smart.
Yeah.
So what doesn't AI do right now? What's the limit? What won't you use it for?
I have to pick on the thing you said. It is so true. If you only assume things won't work, you're going to be, I mean, that's the best prior, but then we would have no medicines, right? And so this is what people get addicted to the one in a few, and we want it to be many that succeed.
Right.
What's hard for AI, multiple things are hard for it, but here's what, if you actually grabbed a bunch of pure AI people and set them on this, they will all anchor into this. It has a hard time thinking for a prolonged period of time. And that is something that humans actually do. Anyone here who actually worked at a hard problem, had to write their paper at the end, or it was the molecule, which is a way harder problem and it takes much longer, you have to stretch your thinking for a really long period of time. Or if you just picked a piece of a problem that's hard, and it's kind of in the back of your head, and the days pass, and the weeks, and the months, and you're like, boom, I have an idea. How I'm going to do that, that's something that AI really struggles with. And it doesn't have that strength. So by analogy, but it's not just an analogy, that's exactly what you see in its writing. So it's really good at writing short pieces of text, like the 2-pager, the 3-pager, all these memos and so on. We all use it and we love it. Then, if you asked it to write a chapter, it kind of still ekes it out, but it doesn't do a good job at novels. And the type of science that we do to do drug discovery, that's the epic novel. That's like War and Peace. And it also has all the characters, in the first 2 pages, and you can barely track all their names. Then you have to remember them. So that's the kind of stuff that is really important, because it is enormously creative, but it's creativity that stretches over a long period of time. So Lab in the Loop helps in that, because it iterates with the real world, with the scientists. Agents are great because they help going back and forth, fetching and doing things, but they can't fully get there. They can't even close to get there to that length of time. So that's one example, but a very big and critical example of a major limitation of AI.
We've got one question back there. Please keep it quick.
Yes, make it super quick. Arturo Loaiza-Bonilla, I'm a medical oncologist and co-founder, chief medical officer of Massive Bio. So very excited about all the things you're saying. The major question I have is, in the future, are you looking at agentic AI or big foundational models? It seems to be that you're talking about this is more like compositional generalization coming up from these models themselves as you're building them. how do you see the future? Is going to be agentic AI, each one doing like microenvironment and data drift for epigenetics or fragmentomics or whatever's happening in the cell cycle as we get new drugs in front of patients, and that's going to change completely the model as you're saying. So I just wanted to get your feedback on how you think the future is going to shape as many other companies are going to try to follow your steps in making this drug development process.
So first I would say for the future to really move further, you have to change the way labs operate. That's actually what's another thing that's very, very hard. The lab processes, the style of experimental biology we do, how all the instruments have to become embodied, or at least a sizable fraction thereof, the scale that is considered to be an experiment.
Meaning that the instruments have to directly connect to the AI?
So you want the instruments to directly connect. You want automation that is also driven in a more autonomous way, self-driving labs, AI labs.
So you can't just do this with grad students?
So actually, so that the grad students become empowered to the magnitude of where their brain can operate. I actually think you will need the grad students, the postdocs, the scientists at all levels, and so on. None of this is going away. But the capacity is going to be a lot higher. And especially when you think of something that had the failure rate of assets, of clinical assets, you need capacity, and you need capacity with higher productivity. And for that, you need to change how the labs work. And that's an exciting change. It's a scientific change in the way we think, and it is also a very practical change in terms of the real nature of labs. And similarly to this, because you also alluded to clinical work, there is so much opportunity in what we like to call reverse translation or clinic in the loop. You bring back that, and it becomes part of the same modeling and the same notions. I don't yet see, I think you said, oh, maybe even the composition of matter just becomes AI. It's not there. Maybe, who knows? I'm not a prophet, I don't know. But it's not the thing that keeps me up at night. What keeps me up at night is what we can already do and should be doing better, faster, bigger, and kind of this creative spark that humans put into it, and to give as much time for that would bring us very, very far. And there's so many pieces that have to connect to making this happen. It's not like, here's just the one thing, and if we just solve this one problem, the whole problem will be solved. Maybe we'll push it down, maybe we'll push it upstream, but it won't solve all the problems. You need to have all the pieces together.
Now, we have 2 minutes, but you are at a company that has always invented a lot of drugs. Are you afraid that you're changing too much in these structures to adapt the company to AI?
So that's a great question, by the way, and it's actually something we took enormous care around. So I'll start actually with the history of this company. This company was founded in 1976.
Yeah, in a bar, we already did that.
In a bar, no. But the point is, it was founded at a time of a huge revolution in biology. It's just that most of us, definitely myself, in 1976 was not thinking about molecular biology. But molecular biology was a massive revolution. It required kind of rewriting in your head, reinventing what everything meant. The fact that we constantly just talk about the molecule and everything is a molecule, that's a legacy of that time. And at that time, everything had to be invented. Things that we now take for granted, and that's just a playbook, there was no playbook. People had to figure it out. So we have a revolution on our hands right now. And for that, you don't erase the past. Molecular biology didn't erase biochemistry. It found a way to combine on top of biochemistry and do amazing things. Now you bring the next layer, and the layer is not just AI. It's AI and data and all these amazing modalities and our ability to do human biology and organoids and data from patients. And you put all of that, and you don't just layer it, you layer it and you let it engraft. And what you want is a really good engraftment. And so if I use this analogy, you definitely don't want the graft to be rejected, and you also don't want the graft versus host disease. You want a really good, symbiotic, deep, integrated relationship. And we've been working at it very, very methodically over time in order to achieve it, rather than just saying, well, out with this, put that, change this, change that. That's not what we did, and it's not what we're going to do, especially because so much of that foundation is absolutely essential. You cannot get rid of it. You don't want to. You just want to give it what molecular biology gave it before.
Well, I think we all await the next iteration of this loop. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Reed Jobs, founder and investor of Yosemite, and to moderate, stat biotech startups and venture capital reporter, Allison DeAngelis.
Alrighty.
Okay. Well, we've had some very spicy panels to wrap up the day. I'm really excited to have you here, Reed. We were talking a lot backstage, and I wanted to jump off. We got to talk about politics for a minute because it's the it's the topic of the day. You've got a lot of feelings. I'm curious, though, like if you step back, I feel like I continually get questions from folks who are looking at pharma and biotech and VC and are kind of like, what is the industry doing? How is the industry responding to this? How do you feel about how the investment industry, the venture industry, how the drug industry is responding to everything that's happening from the White House?
Softball. Okay, so that's a very interesting question. We are in a state of kind of creative paralysis right now, I'd say. So coming into this year, the industry had been in a bear market since February of 21, which was the longest extended period since 08. And most folks like me had never been in an extended downturn before, so this was a fun new experience for us all. And coming into this year, there was a broad sense that finally, with inflation being reduced, interest rates would commensurately fall, and capital would finally become cheaper again. IPOs would likely, resuscitate, and liquidity would be coming back into the markets. Now, due to the tariff policies, on the one hand, that has really frozen a lot of the capital markets, which is very bad, but somewhat transient because it's profoundly inconsistent and a colossal failure. You then have the DOGE cuts that are happening capriciously and seemingly uncoordinatedly all across the federal government, which is both having a chilling effect and, most importantly, is causing huge amounts of existing projects in the NIH to be cut. This is now being compounded by the administration's proposed budget, which obviously has no legal force, but is a huge statement of their priorities to Congress and the American people. That budget includes a 40% cut to the National Institutes of Health. That's a $8 billion decrease. And a 10% decrease to the National Cancer Institute, which is about a $400 million decrease. Ouch. So that's certainly not helping cancer research, Allison. And the last big piece of this is immigration. All of us, especially here in Silicon Valley, would not be where we are in the world without welcoming the best and the brightest from all over. As you know, visas are being restricted, travel is being restricted, and now talent is being induced to go to other places. I don't know how successful that will be, but the fact that that is seen as a huge opportunity by other countries should tell us that our policies are absolutely disserving the American people, and it's a tragedy, in my opinion.
Okay, let's follow up. Let's talk about NCI and what's happening there, because Yosemite, for those who don't know, completely focused on oncology. It's based on kind of your own personal history, familial history, and that's your bread and butter. That's all you do. That kind of cut, like the cuts that we're starting to hear about from the NCI, if that continues, if that kind of spins into more cuts, more funding losses, where does that leave a firm like Yosemite? Is that an opportunity for you? Is that just kind of leave this cavernous hole for all of the researchers that you guys work with and invest in?
So macro level, this is really, really bad and has no way of helping our industry in any meaningful sense. But there are huge opportunities here on the investment side. And Yosemite's structure that is actually, as you were just referencing, somewhat unusual in the venture space is one that I actually, well, obviously I think it's awesome because I built it, but I actually—
There's no bias there.
Well, of course I'm extremely biased, but I actually think you're going to see more people sort of copying us because it sort of fills in a lot of the gaps that the government's now creating. So what we do at Yosemite is we actually have a donor advised fund, which is a way of doing nonprofit work underneath the fund itself. And 2.5% of the fund's assets are actually given to the DAF automatically, and that'll be for every single fund that we do. That gives us a pretty stable and meaningful budget to do philanthropy with, and we do absolutely no strings attached, pure grants. Some of this is promotive incubation, some of this is not. And here's, I guess, my real fear with all this is that discovery science is going to go. Because if you're going to make a lot of these cuts, you'll of course fund incremental stuff or at least things that are proximate to the clinic. Because who's going to pull a phase 1? I'm sure some people will, but it won't be that many. What really is going to happen though is basic research is going to get decimated. So, how much do you know about the Gila monster metabolism?
Not much. I'm not a Gila monster expert, personally. I don't know. Do we have any Gila monster experts in the audience? No. Okay.
Sounds like we got one right there, and I think you are one more than you realize.
Okay. Tell me. Oh, I should have. Wow, this is embarrassing.
This is a good crowd. See, I wish I could ask that question to the Senate Health Committee. I doubt any single one of them knows that studying the Gila monster metabolism, which is a poisonous lizard from Arizona, it's pretty obscure, in the 1980s, and studying how it actually dealt with basically it eats about 2 meals a year. How does it survive? Well, it slows down its metabolism through what became GLP-1 agonists. The foundational research there was obviously nothing that had a prayer of any kind of commercialization, and has now created an entirely new class of drugs, which are now the best-selling drugs in the world about 25 years later. And it's the time element that's the most important there, because there were some amazing biologists who did this, who were basically like zoologists, frankly, who started this. And of course this wasn't with any idea about commercialization. This was just for the pure scientific discovery. Just in the same way that doctors Charpentier and Doudna looked at anarchobacteria immune systems. Not really that proximate to commercialization, right? Obviously, this is how discovery works. That is what is going to be really getting cut here. And as someone who invests in cutting-edge research, I am terrified for what this means, maybe not this year, but in 5 years and 10 years.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is we're actually raising a lot more money now for our nonprofit. We're going to be deploying a lot more of that, and I'm really happy to see that, frankly, other firms are actually now upping philanthropic commitments because they look at it like we do. They look at it like seed funding. This is very much investing in the same people and the same assets who are going to commercialize, what you're doing philanthropically on the venture side, and it's actually a really continuous pipeline of IP.
Wait, so then the expansion, raising a lot more money for the nonprofit that you just mentioned, because when you guys started Yosemite, that was always a part of it, this donor-advised fund that would give out research grants. I think it was like 2.5%. So are you upping that to what
No, but
extent?
we can also just fundraise for the DAF independently.
Okay, but there will be, you're looking to allocate more money into that DAF.
Yes, absolutely. Though not, the percentage will remain the same. The fund sizes will increase.
How much do you think that you'll have in there?
As much as we possibly can get.
And you say that you're actually you're seeing action from other areas of the venture world. What are you seeing? Is it
Deerfield's a great example of this.
Yeah.
Obviously, they have something that's somewhat similar. It's a little more narrow. They are expanding that out and have a lot more capital that they're deploying to that strategy. There is another firm, I don't know if they're quite public yet, that is focused on Parkinson's, that has a similar strategy that marries both for-profit venture work and a lot of nonprofit grant work. I anticipate we're going to see more.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what is it that you're hearing behind the scenes that makes you say that? Or is it just
I'm
the
hearing
trend?
that.
Really?
Yeah.
Any particular organizations, disease areas?
Not yet. I'm not going to tell you yet. Yeah.
Okay. I want to circle back to something that you said during, one of our talks behind the scenes, which was that you always knew that trying to make cancer, trying to cure cancer and make cancer non-lethal would be difficult. You didn't think necessarily that it was going to be difficult to convince people that that was important.
Yeah, that's been a fun thing the last couple of years. I think I said that in one of my more glib moments. Look, everybody wants cancer to be non-lethal. I've never met a single person that doesn't want Yosemite to be wildly successful for personal reasons, for humanitarian reasons. And I think something that's happened now that's fascinating to me is the silence of patience around what is happening.
Yeah.
As someone whose direct family benefited from cutting-edge medical research, it has a huge impact in my life. I'm sure you have probably that too. And I am personally deeply offended by the cuts that are happening. And I'm just shocked that more patients and patients' families aren't speaking up.
Why do you think that they aren't speaking up more?
I don't know.
Is there anything that you think could be done to amplify those patient voices?
I think that this is a slow-moving bureaucracy, and people don't quite yet realize the cuts that are really going to happen. They've been announced yet, but they haven't yet been really brought to the final end consumer. That's going to happen in the next couple months. I think people's opinions are going to abruptly change.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing from, the hearings today that, Secretary Kennedy was saying that he doesn't believe that any clinical trials have been impacted by the cuts, whatever amount of things he was also saying that he doesn't believe actually happened. The scientific community is speaking up to a great deal.
The journalistic community seems to think that these things happened, eh?
At STAT, I would venture that we do think that these things happen.
So you think he lied?
I haven't. I love that you came on stage and you're like, I'm turning the tables on Allison. I don't necessarily think that he told the whole truth. What do you think?
I think a brainworm is pretty serious.
But I mean, all joking aside,
yeah, he totally lied.
Yeah.
It's not funny. He clearly lied or is just incompetent. He doesn't seem that incompetent, so I suspect he lied.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, the future of, let's take Yosemite for a most specific example. Are you changing anything about the way the firm operates besides, what you're raising for the donor advised fund? Is there any way that you think that you will respond or react to the things either that Kennedy's saying or what you're hearing from your grant community?
Oh, absolutely. We need to take a much more forceful stand for science. As Yosemite, as venture capitalists, as people who work with patients in the patient community, if we're not taking a stronger stand for science, frankly, morally, then we don't deserve to do this for our careers. This isn't just a career for me, nor for my whole team. This is something that we want to create and actually manifest in the world. Mm-hmm. And obviously, right now, what we're hearing from scientists who we're working with is panic. People are uncertain, people are scared, and people have changed their relationship with their largest donor by de facto. And obviously, Yosemite can never replace the NIH. They have a $40 billion budget. I can be successful, but let's get real. What we can do is we can be an amplifier to the very best science in the world. Mm-hmm. And I don't just mean our companies. I mean the best papers. I mean, frankly, other people's companies when they succeed. And we can really show what we think this industry at its best can do. And I think many people don't know that.
I was looking, and you had mentioned off stage, you're going through a round of grant applications right now, which is all focused on cancer vaccines.
Yeah.
An area that has not necessarily received warm reception by many in the government, including Vinay Prasad. Did you ever hesitate?
Well, in all honesty, we have two sets of grant programs that we do at Yosemite. Mm-hmm. We have investor-led awards, so we actually give every investor on the team $500,000 every year to do one grant, and they have total discretion. It's actually an awesome program. We also, though, do RFAs at about 22 institutions, and the topics of those change every year that we do them. And for the last few years, we've done them in partnership with the American Cancer Society, who's been a tremendous partner, absolutely world-class. We set the themes the year before.
So this was a 2024.
So in all honesty, this was a
decision.
2024 decision to make it about cancer vaccines. Did we hesitate? Did we want to review that? Of course not. Cancer vaccines are one of the most promising, most exciting things, and I wish I had about $20 million more to put into that philanthropically. So we would never stop that. The fact that that is somehow controversial is just asinine.
I don't know that I would necessarily say it's controversial, but there are definitely like investors that I know I talk to, I'm sure that you talk to them too, who, worry about their portfolio companies and potential, like, I have X player who is going to have to go talk to the FDA next year or like in a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to sour the environment for them. There's a lot of people in this industry who kind of are trying to hedge their bets, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, these are grants. So anything that we invest in now, I don't suspect we will be dealing with the same FDA.
Interesting. Okay, I'm going to pause right there because we've got an audience question.
Hi, my name is Andrea Downing. I am co-founder of a patient-led organization called the Light Collective, and we represent and have a coalition of 36 patient-led organizations who are trying to understand and be better represented in technology and science. So you mentioned that you are surprised by the silence of patient communities. I wanted to challenge that a little bit and help everyone understand that we are actually being silenced too. We are being defunded too. 15 of the organizations within our community-led effort no longer have any funding. So my question is around what can we do as we come to a group like Silicon Valley thinking about the social media platforms that have also silenced us when we used to be able to engage on these shared platforms. How can we do this differently, and what advice do you have for us?
First of all, great question. I'm not familiar with your organization. I'm going to be, because what you do sounds absolutely fantastic. I know patient groups have been somewhat defunded. Frankly, it's a story that I don't think has gotten nearly enough coverage, because it's something that I, as someone who works in this, don't know enough about. So I will just say straight up, I don't know enough about what percentages we're talking about and where that's going. So I think the whole room here probably is somewhat similar and needs to get more educated. Now, I always believe in strength in numbers, particularly when we're dealing with rare cancer populations. And aggregating together, probably before the reconciliation bill in September, which is a must-pass, and that's where a lot of the indirect rates will be solidified, is probably the best tactical choice. Now, how do we get more funding into these? I always think raising awareness is the most important thing. In terms of social media companies, I'm frankly just going to be a lot less helpful there. I think that they're just not very good for you, and I've never used them.
You've never used social media at all?
LinkedIn, I belatedly got for work because my office made me, but no, I just don't have time for that stuff.
I mean, well, LinkedIn is a venture capitalist's, playing ground.
Totally.
We've got another audience question.
My name's Alan Levine. I'm retired. My wife, however, is not. She works at a well-known tech company. She's part of a 10-person team. 2 are based in the United States. Is this the opportunity to look at the rest of the world and really say, boy, you know what? There's great opportunities. There's really smart people. This is 5% of the world population. Yep. Maybe the other 95% is really pick up the ball and run with it. And we'll get through this in a few years, but maybe it's their time to shine a little bit.
That is a really good, big question. And Allison and I debated making this entirely about China, and that we could have done that. Honestly, I think America is going to stay dominant, and will probably be less so. But I still think that fundamentally the U.S. is going to remain the leader. And I've thought about this a lot, so I really want to give you a thoughtful answer here. Yosemite, first of all, has been an international organization since its inception. Back when I was at our family office, we actually did grants through the European Grant Network and at the UK. We've also looked at stuff in South Korea, in Singapore, in Japan. And the one rule actually has been no China ever, which is kind of heterodox. But I think absolutely you're going to see universities in other countries, frankly, doing far better in the next 5 years. I think in the EU, I think in Canada, I think particularly actually in Australia, which is very interesting regulatorily, particularly with China right now, and obviously China itself. But but I actually still think that the US is going to remain the dominant biotechnology force, even if that is reduced and it's a lowercase d instead of an uppercase d. And that is, first of all, because of the size of our internal market, everything that's going to ultimately come through phase 3, get to approval, it has to happen at the US first. And we're investing in a lot of companies that have dual structures in many countries. And often that is set so that they can, frankly, do manufacturing in countries that are a little less expensive and then come over to the US seamlessly. So I think that strategy of decentralization and doing some earlier stage clinical trials ex-US is going to become a lot more popular. We're seeing this everywhere. But the depth of capital markets here, the incredible scientific talent, and just the integration of industry, academia, and the clinical trial pipeline, as much as it is being attacked by this just felonious government we have, it is still going to be the best system that there is. So until anything dramatically changes, that would still be my point of view. I'm also a patriot, and I want us to win.
There is, though, like, our industry, like, is very international in a lot of ways, the drug industry. And there are obviously, there's a lot of VC money that's moving into China. Like, at what point, you kind of said, you know, the depth of capital as a point in favor of the United States, remaining somewhat dominant in some form. What if that capital moves? I mean, it would be easy enough for you guys to, I imagine, to kind of relocate and become, a European center of capital.
Absolutely. Interestingly, VC is the most flexible capital and the least important. The most important and the stickiest is the university capital. So, I've been talking to a lot of researchers who have been, wooed by international universities. And so far, they have all said no, largely because the salaries are far lower, and more importantly, the equipment that they have is just really outdated and and it's just not nearly as robust as U.S. labs. And sincerely, the salary differences are not marginal; they're significant, even in EU countries. So, while just candidly, really good international universities can have labs that are at the top level, if you look at just either the endowments or frankly, just how large these university medical systems are, they're not nearly as well funded as they are in the U.S.
Oh, that's interesting. So your Yosemite is about to reach 2 years. 2 years old this summer. How has the firm changed? I mean, with the political landscape, without, what have you seen that you're really proud of with the firm?
Yes. Okay, well, we got our first approval on Friday. That was huge for a device. I know, it's really cool. It's the first at-home self-administered pap smear. And because it was a device, it was way faster than all of our drugs. But it's really cool. Now, it's not any more efficacious, and it's probably not any more comfortable, but it's obviously, you can literally order it online. You don't have to make an appointment with a physician. So it is great for hospital systems because it saves them room and space and time. And it's so much easier for you because you don't have to transport yourself, and of course, you get more privacy. And frankly, cervical cancer really pisses me off because we can vaccinate it. I really wish I could vaccinate a lot more. So we got to get rid of cervical cancer, which is just so great. That we did do in our historic funds at Emerson, but that just happened on Friday, which we're deadly excited about. In terms of Yosemite, we have actually begun incubating our first real batch of companies. And even though some folks are moving away from that, I am so proud of my team. Abel, who's right here, is actually one of the smartest people I've ever had the privilege of meeting. Dan, who's in the same class. And what we've been able to pilot in ADCs, in epigenetic gene editing therapies, which was our first incubation, which is now finally in the clinic, has just been transformative to watch. And the feeling of now seeing things graduate into real people is a profound feeling.
You don't come across, I mean, talking backstage, on stage now, you don't seem at all dampened by the larger like federal government chaos and attacks on our industries that are happening. Is that true?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Oh, because we're right. No, in every, like, logically, but morally, like, everyone wants to cure cancer. I'm very comfortable promoting that. I think it's absolutely just bankrupt to try to pull that. So no, I feel great. I don't know. I know like my team. I know who I am. I think we're going to be okay.
All right. I think you guys, with that, I mean, we could keep Reed here all day, but we're about out of time. I'm going to thank Reed for joining us.
Oh, any
really
questions?
appreciate
I got time.
For closing remarks from our presenting sponsor, please welcome to the stage Jackie Diagardi, Commercial Pharma CIO at Roche.
Well, thank you. What a privilege I'm actually going to take my glasses off because I'm not going to lie, I can't read with them on. But now you're all a little fuzzy. It's a privilege to close out today when there's so many insights that we got to hear about. And I think it's amazing to see all the people in the room together trying to solve some of these very large problems. We heard, I think, really interesting insights and inspiring use cases. We also heard about some really tough problems that we're trying to solve. We know that things can come all the way from data discovery, for really data-driven discovery, all the way to digital diagnostics. But I think, when I think about what I've heard and a little bit about what Reed talked about in the last session, in the end, what we know is that AI is a tool. It comes down to that simple principle, and technology is a tool. And in the end, it's kind of our responsibility to figure out that tools can only be powerful if we're figuring out how to really mobilize them in some way to impact people. I think AI at Genentech, we've always really believed that innovation starts with people, both the brilliant people who create these platforms that create this amazing outcomes, but more importantly, the people who are the patients. I think it's the families and the caregivers. They're kind of relying on us to figure out how to take this next step and making sure that they're actually kind of waiting for us, I would actually say. And I'm sure for many of you, this is very personal. I'm a cancer survivor. I'm sure all of you know someone in your network, your family, your brother, your mother, or friend. And to be honest, I remember going through my treatment and I wasn't exactly thinking, well, I wonder what algorithm's gonna help me today. It was really like, what's the outcome that's gonna get pushed? I was very nervous about what my next day was gonna look like. And when I look at the amount of talent in the room, I think that's exactly what we can drive. We can start to drive, how do we make sure that every patient, I think, has that next day that they deserve? And I think AI can get us there faster. In the end, Genentech, 50 years ago, sort of kicked off and launched a new industry. And it tried to bring technology and science together in a revolutionary way. And I think now we're trying to do the same thing, using digital innovation and using AI to try and really rediscover the complete value chain, all the way from discovery to delivery, and really from our lab all the way to our patients. And I think that's what we can do even more effectively if we do it all together. So the question is, and I think hopefully what you guys have heard all day is, it's not that will AI change healthcare, but how will it change healthcare, and how will we shape that changing? We know in this room that we have the tools, we have the talent, and I think we have the stories that keep us grounded. But I think we're gonna have to keep pushing, and I think we heard a lot of the barriers, so I think we're gonna have to push probably even harder than what we've realized, and we're gonna have to be even bolder. But we really need to keep building the future, and I think that future is where health innovation doesn't just move faster, but it moves for the people. So I really want to thank everyone. Genentech is always excited to be a sponsor of such an amazing event. Glad everyone was here. Thank you so much.
Catherine, join me on stage.
Oh, sure, Matt.
This is completely unprompted. We didn't actually plan this. It's real.
Oh, good.
These are the Genentech signature cocktails for this event. They're called the Digital Twin. And we have 2 of them, and you are moments away from being able to get one yourself. If you're like me, after some of the discussion today, you want the cocktail, not the mocktail. I mean, not great for our health, we all know, but also probably the reason we did this whole civilization thing, so whatever. So, there's a bunch of exciting things I want to tell you about first. You likely saw on the screens right outside this room here or up on the rooftop for lunch, we are promoting a few exciting things here at STAT. Scan the QR codes to learn more, and I'm going to tell you about them anyway. Sign up for our newest subscriber-only newsletter, AI Prognosis. Each Wednesday, STAT's health tech reporter, Brittany Trang, brings the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Healthcare Galaxy to your inbox. That's our second Hitchhiker's Guide reference today. No, well, then it's our third. Because we had the socks during the Boston Scientific session. We hope you're all Stat Plus subscribers, right? Right? But maybe a few of your colleagues aren't. We have enterprise subscriptions. You have additional information on we have additional information on our site. Ask at our STAT registration table downstairs. Get everybody signed up. Sign up for our email alerts. These are exclusives to Stat Plus subscribers. AI, CRISPR, every time I post a story, every time Allison posts a story. Adam's newsletter, even though he's not here. And lastly, our world events. Mm-hmm. We'll head out to Chicago for ASCO really, really soon and host an evening event on May 30th. We'll be announcing more sessions really soon, but we can say that we're going to have a fireside chat with Merck Steen Lee, and you want to know what is going on with PD-1 VEGF versus PD-1 if you're anywhere near the drug industry. If you're in New York City, we'll be hosting our summertime happy hour, Stat Locals, on June 5th. If you're heading to Bio in Boston, we'll be hosting an open doors event produced by Stat Brand Studio on June 17th. And finally, big heads up, October 15th and 16th, Stat Summit, Boston. We just launched registration. We've confirmed Eli Lilly's Daniel Skavronsky, Michelle Z of Akeso Biopharma, and Alondra Nelson, a voice I would have actually loved to have here, a big voice on AI. Join us. The theme is the next 10 years. It's going to be great. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to all my colleagues for the sessions. Thank you to Catherine for all the help and the expert mic running. There's drinks and food up on the rooftop. It's gorgeous out. See you up there and see you at the next Stat event.
Enjoy, everyone.